Alrighty. Greetings, faculty members, and to a candid world, and all my chit chalk chatters. It is Monday, January 5th, 2026, 6:06 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Just kind of going through some messages here. What do I got? Okay, well, I've been putting out my transmissions and sharing them on YouTube.
At first glance, it looked incredibly ordinary, just another faint, unremarkable object drifting silently across the vastness of the sky, catalogued, labeled with a standard designation, and quietly filed away in the archives of astronomical data, a dim streak against the overwhelming darkness, something we confidently thought we understood completely. But the newest 31 Atlas image changes that comfortable assumption completely, and the reason scientists are struggling to explain it is startlingly simple. This object is no longer behaving like a comet should. Comets follow strict rules. They brighten gradually and predictably as they approach the sun. They release gas and dust in patterns we have mapped for decades. Their tails align dutifully with solar radiation and gravity. For many years, these patterns have been so reliable that astronomers can model them with extraordinary precision. That is why 31 Atlas was initially classified without much debate or scrutiny. It fit the checklist perfectly, until quite suddenly, it didn't. The latest image reveals a structure that simply should not exist if this were just a passive lump of ice and rock. The brightness distribution is uneven, sharply defined in places where it should be diffuse and soft. Instead of a fuzzy coma expanding smoothly into space, there are abrupt edges, surprising symmetry where randomness is expected, and regions of intensity that do not correspond with solar heating models. These are not artistic artifacts or processing acceleration. The image timing confirms what earlier, more tentative measurements hinted at. 31. Atlas is experiencing non-gravitational acceleration without the visible outgassing that would normally explain such a shift. No plume, no jet, no obvious mass loss to act as thrust. Yet, its trajectory subtly but undeniably shifts. That contradiction alone is enough to unsettle long-established assumptions in the field. This is where the silence begins. Not because answers are forbidden, but because the data resists easy language, almost bounded, as if the material distribution is being controlled rather than randomly released into the vacuum. This alone raises significant concern because comas are governed by thermal physics and solar wind processes that produce gradual transitions, not abrupt ones. Even more implicitly is that the standard comet model struggles to reproduce the observed behavior without forcing assumptions or adding ad hoc explanations. When a well-tested physical framework begins to bend under the weight of exceptions, it signals that the object in question may not belong in that category at all. The behavior of 31 Atlas does not scream an answer, it whispers a problem, and in science those whispers are often the most important clues. One of the most difficult observations to reconcile is the way 31 Atlas appears to accelerate without showing the physical signs that normally explain such motion. In comet science, non-gravitational acceleration is not mysterious. It has a well-understood cause. As a comet warms, volatile materials sublimate and escape as gas. These jets act like tiny thrusters, pushing the object and slightly altering its trajectory. The effect is measurable, predictable, and always accompanied by visible evidence. When acceleration occurs, Something must be leaving the surface. That expected evidence is missing here. Measurements indicate that 31 Atlas experiences subtle but consistent changes in velocity that cannot be fully explained by gravity alone. Normally, this would immediately point to outgassing. But when astronomers look for the telltale signs, expanding plumes, asymmetric tails, localized jets, or increasing dust density, they find nothing sufficient to account for the motion. The object is accelerating, yet it appears remarkably quiet. This absence creates a contradiction. Acceleration requires force. Force requires interaction. In the case of comets, that interaction is mass being expelled. Without mass loss, the physics breaks down. You cannot have thrust without exhaust. That is not a philosophical issue. It is a mechanical one. And the data suggests that if mass is being expelled at all, it is happening at a level far too low to generate the observed effect. Some explanations have been proposed. Perhaps the outgassing material is invisible, composed of volatiles that do not emit strongly in the observed wavelengths. Perhaps the jets are unusually uniform, cancelling out visible asymmetries. Perhaps the object's surface properties suppress the formation of a traditional coma. Each of these ideas attempts to preserve the comet model, but each requires special conditions layered on top of one another, reducing their plausibility when taken together. What makes this more unsettling is the consistency of the acceleration. Random outgassing produces irregular motion. Jets switch on and off. Directions change. Instead, the deviations in 31 Atlas's trajectory appear smooth and sustained. That smoothness implies stability rather than chaos. It suggests a force that is applied evenly over time, not sporadically released through cracking ice. Radiation pressure has also been considered, but its effect on an object of this size and brightness should be negligible unless the object has an unusually low mass or an extremely thin structure. Again, that explanation demands properties that are not commonly observed in natural bodies of this class. Scientists are careful not to overstate the anomaly. The acceleration is small. It does not dramatically alter the object's path. But in physics, small, unexplained forces are often more troubling than large ones because they cannot be ignored as noise. They persist across measurements. They survive recalibration, and they force models to stretch beyond their comfortable limits. What remains is an uncomfortable gap between cause and effect. Motion without visible mechanism, change without loss. In astronomy, such gaps are rare because nature tends to leave clues. When those clues are absent, the question becomes unavoidable. Are we missing a process, or have we misidentified the object entirely? At this stage, no conclusion is drawn, but the missing exhaust trail behind the acceleration of 31 Atlas has become one of the strongest reasons scientists hesitate to call it just another comet. What ultimately prevents the observations of 31 Atlas from being dismissed is that the anomalies do not appear in isolation. In science, single oddities are common. Instruments glitch, data points drift. Nature produces rare but explainable outliers. Normally, an unusual feature can be absorbed into an existing model by adjusting a parameter or refining a measurement. But with 31 Atlas, the problem is not one anomaly. It is many, and they point in the same direction. The object's structure is unusual. Its motion is unusual. Its brightness behavior is unusual. Its acceleration is unusual. Most importantly, these characteristics are not random. They persist across observations, across time, and across different methods of measurement. When independent data streams repeat the same story, coincidence becomes an increasingly weak explanation.
It is the Roman Islam,
He's the shepherd.
And have his my name? Alright, right here.
Okay.
Lakeli Matahum.
What do you
That's
got?
what you're
Come
talking
here.
about.
Lakeli
Wakeli Matahum. I don't think that's the same word.
It doesn't sound like that Kalimatula or whatever it was.
Yeah. It's because your
Kali.
translation is a little bit off.
Kalimatula? Sweet. I got a penny.
he threw a thumbs up.
Far beyond
And I got to ask.
Something strange.
Kind of just trick.
Also,
Hey, y'all.
get angry.
And if you don't have the original text to show that there was some discrepancy, you guys need to throw away your doubts, okay?
What's saying you guys?
Who has
I'm not part of.
doubts?
I'm
I
not
don't
part of
have
what you
doubts.
said.
I don't have any doubts. I have no
Alan.
doubts.
Alan, you said you believe in the part that's provable. What part
Kevin,
of it
what-
you don't
yeah, so-
think that's provable? What part of the Bible?
I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying or perceiving it the way I'm perceiving it. Okay.
Okay.
First of all, okay, a couple things here. So first of all, we are told that, like I said, that the text says that then they started calling upon the name of the Lord. This is in Genesis.
Right.
Okay. This is before the name of the Lord was given to Moses.
Right.
Okay. Okay. So I don't believe they started calling upon Yahweh or Yah or the name that Moses used. I don't believe that.
Adam knew his name.
Hang on. It doesn't say that Adam started doing it. So again, what I would say is, I'm answering your question, Kevin. I don't confuse myself by saying, everybody had the name of God before the name of God was given. I am aware that the writers are writing this from a Mosaic covenant perspective, and they're probably meaning the consensus that they had in 1500 BC when they wrote about what they said. They said these people were calling out to God. That's the message. Okay, so Kevin, to answer your question, when we talk about trusting it, okay, trusting whose version of it? That's really the question you're asking me.
The version that's given.
Okay, Kevin, if there was one uniform version, we wouldn't all have discrepancies amongst Christianity and otherwise. Jews wouldn't have. There wouldn't have been hang on, Kevin. If everybody had the same message, there wouldn't have had the Essenes, the Nicolaitans, the Ebionites, and the Pharisees and Sadducees.
Okay, let me say this. You say all scripture, right? Okay, so in Galatians he said, even if we or an angel teach you another gospel, it's a curse. So do you think it's possible that one of them could have gave you another gospel?
I don't think fantasy. I don't think that what we're talking right. I don't think what we're right. Fantasy. I'm not talking about another gospel. I'm not talking right. Fantasy. I am not talking about another gospel. I gave a very principled, reasonable answer to Kevin. In Genesis, when it says the people called upon the name of the Lord before the name of the Lord was given, I don't have to guess or think about it. My trust there is that the writer, when they wrote this, they are writing from their Mosaic covenant lens, and that whoever they are referencing did not have the name of God because it wasn't given yet. And it should be okay to say that.
But when they say they call on the name of the Lord, that means they were seeking God.
Okay,
not
Kevin,
just
yeah.
call it an actual name.
What name? What name?
That name wasn't even revealed yet.
What
right,
name,
Kevin. Thank
though?
you, Kevin. You and I agree, Kevin. So literally, when we talk about trust here, okay, that verse that says they called on the name of the Lord, right.
What name did
So,
they call on?
Alan,
I don't think it's talking about the actual name. I think it's talking
Alan,
about
what's your point, man?
They were
Alan,
seeking
you're
the
not-
Lord.
They were calling
Alan,
upon the Lord, right?
Alan, you're not making a very good
They
point.
didn't know his name because Moses didn't even know his name.
Right. So, Kevin, when you ask me the question of, do I trust the Bible? Do I believe in it? Again, I've heard people say that they did know the name. I've even heard people on the. Hang on, Fantasy.
No,
I know,
hadn't
Kevin. I
been
know. I'm
revealed.
just saying. I've heard people say that.
That's not true.
Kevin, I know it's not true. I don't. Actually,
There's an opportunity.
About getting bombed.
The fuck is this?
Baby, you are.
I am. I know. I don't know.
Hey, baby girl, how you doing? We love you, girl.
A big head.
Because he's telling you to deal aggressively with your sin. I.e., he's calling, watch this word, his people, watch this word, to a life of holiness.
King Life.
Oh, we didn't set it yet? Who do I have on the 11th then?
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
Imagine what it was really like when
you can make a difference.
Imagine what it was really like when Eve ate the fruit.
Everything's perfect. It's all perfect. I just love it.
Hey, yo, you know it's about to be crazy.
Thin air. Genesis chapter 6. Genesis 6 says the world gone wrong is the title. Says then the people began to multiply on the earth and daughters were born to them. The sons of God, the angels, the fallen angels, this is the sons of God, saw the beautiful women, and this is a disgusting thing. You know, the first time God helped me understand this verse, it made me so sick to my stomach, because these are high beings.
A lot of chosen ones, they some
bread.
There's no room for you.
Bread and wine. As the story moves fully into the New Testament, the most sacred moment no longer centers on a room filled with objects.
Okay, wow. Superman. Alrighty. Hey. Cash. Oh my gosh. Hey, up. Alrighty. So. What is this? Bluey. So let's begin. Psalms. Psalms. Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in his holy mountain, beautiful in elevation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion, on the sides of the north, the city of the great King. God is in her palaces. He is known as her refuge. For behold, the kings assembled, they passed by together. They saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled, they hastened away. Fear took hold of them there, and pain, as of a woman in birth pangs, as when you break the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so we have seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought, O God, on your loving kindness in the midst of your temple, according to your name, O God. So is your praise to the ends of the earth. Your right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of your judgments. Walk about Zion and go all around her. Count her towers. Mark well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that you may tell it to the generation following. For this is God, our God forever and ever. He will be our guide, even to death. Alhamdulillah. Hallelujah. Escaping the Matrix. There we go. That's better. Oh yeah, greetings, y'all. Maybe we should have changed the bio. Hey, Aki, how are you? Good to see you here. Hope you're having a good new year. Drayden, welcome. Happy New Year to you. I just got this prompt up here just to kind of start off. But yeah, hope the AROPL is all doing well. So wish them a big salam for me. Let's see. So, 9 of my friends are live. Invite them to come together. See, doing some invites here. Bud. That might be okay for now. I actually began this live with the prayers, reading Psalm 48. I guess I'll just kind of go through Psalm 49. Hear this, all peoples, give ear, all inhabitants of the world, both low and high, rich and poor together. My mouth shall speak wisdom, and the meditation of my heart shall give understanding. I will incline my ear to a proverb. I will disclose my dark saying on the harp. Why should I fear in the days of evil when the iniquity at my heels surrounds me? Those who trust in their wealth and boast in the multitude of their riches, none of them can by any means redeem his brother, nor give to God a ransom for him. For the redemption of their souls is costly, and it shall cease forever, that he should continue to live eternally and not see the pit. For he sees wise men die, likewise the fool and the senseless person perish and leave their wealth to others. Their inner thought is that their houses will last forever, their dwelling places to all generations. They call their lands after their own names. Nevertheless, man, though in honor, does not remain. He is like the beasts that perish. This is the way of those who are foolish, and of their posterity who approve their sayings. Selah. Like sheep they are laid in the grave, death shall feed on them. The upright shall have dominion over them in the morning, and their beauty shall be consumed in the grave, far from their dwelling. But God will redeem my soul from the power of the grave, for he shall receive me. Selah. Do not be afraid when one becomes rich, when the glory of his house is increased. For when he dies, he shall carry nothing away. His glory shall not descend after him. Though while he lives, he blesses himself. For men will praise you when you do well for yourself. He shall go to the generation of his fathers. They shall never see light. A man who is in honor, yet does not understand, is like the beasts that perish. What'd you guys think of that one? Greetings, everybody. Just reading Psalms 28. Pretty, the mighty one, God the Lord, has spoken and called the earth from the rising of the sun to its going down. Out of Zion, the perfection of beauty, God will shine forth. Our God shall come and shall not keep silent. A fire shall devour before him, and it shall be very tempestuous all around him. He shall call to the heavens from above and to the earth, and he may judge his people. Gather my saints together to me, those who have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. Let the heavens declare his righteousness, for God himself is judge. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will speak, O Israel, and I will testify against you. I am God, your God. I will not rebuke you for your sacrifices or your burnt offerings, which are continually before me. I will not take a bull from your house, nor goats out of your folds. For every beast of the forest is mine, and the cattle on 1,000 hills. I know all the birds of the mountains, and the wild beasts of the field are mine. If I were hungry, I would not tell you, for the world is mine, and all its fullness. Will I eat the flesh of bulls, or drink the blood of goats? Offer to God thanksgiving, and pay your vows to the Most High. Call upon me in the day of trouble, I will deliver you, and you shall glorify me. But to the wicked God says, what right have you to declare my statutes, or take my covenant in your mouth? Seeing you hate instruction and cast my words behind you. And when you saw a thief. And when you saw a thief, you consented with him and have been partaker with adulterers. You give your mouth to evil, and your tongue frames deceit. You sit and speak against your brother. You slander your own mother's son. These things you have done, and I have kept silent. You thought that I was altogether like you, but I will rebuke you and set them in order before your eyes. Now consider this, you who forget God, lest I tear you into pieces, and there be none to deliver. Whoever offers praise glorifies me, and to him who orders his conduct aright, I will show the salvation of God. Whew. Lovely matter. Welcome. Pretty deep, Adam. What's going on? Let me grab my bevy. We were just reading yeah, we got our first guest. Adam.
What's up?
How are you, brother? How are you?
I'm okay. How you doing?
I'm good. Happy New Year to you.
Thank you.
So, tell me about yourself before we begin. What should I know about the great Adam?
Atheist in the business. I do
Atheist. Hold on.
kind of like
Atheist in the business. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
What business? Atheist in the business.
I mean, like investing and stuff.
Okay.
Like business, politics, health. I do feel like we are kind of like matrixy, and humans are pretty culty, and I don't feel like in general not very intelligent. It's kind of unfortunate.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we should be able to like look higher upon our species, right? But I do admit like there are many examples in this matrix, in this TikTok matrix, that I see just kind of making it hard for us to kind of say that about humanity, if that's acceptable.
I mean, like to not even be able to have discussions, like people have trouble discussing like religion, politics, like they even have trouble even just having the discussion, which I think that's a pretty bad sign. And my theory is like I think it kind of benefit us as a species to have these cults, you know, because especially when you can get people to believe in anything. So when you're going to war, you know, you believe God's on your side and God wants you to unalive the enemy. So I mean that probably helped us.
I mean, I think that like just that. I don't know, like driving force today is what is causing a lot of conflict for humanity as well. Just like everybody thinks that they are fighting for like their God's will. I guess I'll just put it that way. But it's just like, why are we even still fighting? I cannot believe war is still like a thing like in 2026, you know, like if that makes any sense. So I think I'm like feeling maybe the frustration. Is that a good word for kind of like?
I mean, I think we should be frustrated, but at the same time, like, there's a lot of stuff we can do on our own. Like, I think we as individuals need to do better than help our friends and family.
Elaborate if you can. So what can we do beyond that? Do you think work on ourselves?
I mean, like, I think we should all be like richer. I mean, I think
richer.
Like propaganda
is that what you said?
Yeah, yeah.
Richer in what sense? Like you think like money is the solution to kind of this, I guess, like conscious dissonance between like one another? Like you said, like we don't have like discussions anymore, right? Like so.
I mean, not just money. Like a lot of like wealth. A lot of wealth isn't money. Like. You know, if you consider wealth money, I think you're in a bad spot if you think money is wealth.
I do. I mean, okay, you're right. You're right. So forgive me for just kind of like, you know, making that assumption. Okay, so we're talking just like an abundant like life wealth, right? Like spiritually and monetarily and just all the things, right? That makes one truly wealthy in life. Correct? Like.
Yeah, and like I mean, how you spend your money. I mean, people make bad decisions. I mean, I've done it myself, but I'm sure you have too. You know, like we all make
live
Yeah,
and learn,
decisions like
right?
yeah.
Right? Like trial by fire in this case, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, like one of the biggest things that really troubles me is just the amount of scams and scammers and just like these scamming like rings that just seem to like be on the rise rather than on the decline. And I don't know. I believe that it's time for us as humanity to kind of maybe think about abandoning just that old currency system that we've all just kind of fallen bondage like into, if that makes sense. And like, you know, we hear talks about like a worldwide digital currency that also like kind of like rewards like social like credit. Does that make, have you heard that? Like we get a social credit score for like just how we are as human beings in society. Like, you know, just like Adam has a perfect credit score, a social credit score, right? Like, and unless, you know, we are, you know, like doing something that is truly like harming like our neighbor, our, our wealth, just as just like living human beings, I think that would hopefully like be what this social like credit score would be kind of like measuring, and then hopefully also like compensating for those. Does that make sense? Like Elon Musk talks about a universal basic income being like the next like thing, and nobody will have to work, which is kind of like a like an existential kind of like thought. What do you think about that? Like if you had,
I mean, I think it's good to be a realist, you know. Like it'd be nice if the lower class would come together, but I mean it's not going to happen. But I mean you can be on the hunt, like I mean you yourself, like where you get your information and your evaluation. Like I mean you can see what others do wrong and try not to make the same mistakes. And like I said, there's a lot of stuff we could do to be building wealth. Like I'd focus on wealth building and your family and friends and relationships. And you know I think most of your family and friends, I think they're basically only good for slavery, you know, but I mean, you just got to be a realist, you know, like I don't think slavery ended, and I think there's still opportunity for smart people. You just need to try and be in the 1% or even the higher percentage.
so then like how do we gauge like that intelligence? You said like the smart people, right? Like essentially like, you know, I don't know what.
Yeah, I do it every day. Like, I mean, I don't know what religion are you, but like when you're talking to Christians, like when they can't comprehend like your points you're making, I mean, a lot of people can't comprehend that, or like political discussions. A lot of people's brains can't work. Like, you know, Trump is either a god or the devil. Like, there's like zero in between. Like, either you're Trump and he can't make a single he's never made a mistake in his life. You know, that's kind of a worrisome sign. Or like he can't do anything right, and like Biden and Kamala were their messiah. I mean, that's a bad sign.
In our nation, right? Like it's got to be a sign of Western decline, if anything, right? Like just how, I guess, like you said, kind of cultish, maybe just like tribalistic. Like I guess our politics is kind of like programmed, like our fellow like neighbors to become. I mean, I've never been like a Democrat or Republican kind of guy. You know, I was never really into politics. You asked me what my faith was. I am somebody who believes that we are all born of God, you know, and there are those who just have kind of gone astray from that. But essentially we are all like one family in humanity, if that makes sense. So I'm really trying to kind of represent just like a bigger value, if that makes sense. And I think that hopefully will, like you said, and I kind of wanted to ask you like what you meant by like the lower class like groups to come together is what you said, right? Like come together in what form would you say? Like,
yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if people would come together, but I mean, in reality, that's not like completely not going to happen. I think most people are sheeple, you know, and like I mean, I think you should do more research on the God stuff, but I mean, it's pretty much hopeless. But at the same time, there's a lot of opportunity. Like, I mean, humans have basically been trained to be slaves, and if you can hire people at minimum wage and get $20, like, a few extra dollars of value out of them, like, I mean, you can get rich off that, like return on investment.
I mean, there's lots of like doors for corruption and greed to kind of seep in to just kind of this whole legal like mess that we have in our country. But can I ask you something? Because you said that you were atheist, which I interpret as meaning just like no belief in like any existence of like this supreme creator, omnipotent or omniscient type being, or do you have your own definition of what you mean by being an atheist?
Yeah, I believe there is no God, just like I don't believe there is any leprechauns or other imaginary stuff.
You've never eaten Lucky Charms, man? I mean, come on. Okay.
That sounds good. That sugar, I don't know about all that sugar, though.
Right? But again, like, can I ask you, and no judgment or anything like that, it's just an honest question, just like, in your, like, paradigm here, God, in a sense, is like the one that you're referring to, just like I've heard people call themselves atheists, like say the sky daddy in the sky, or like the spaghetti monster type thing, just like leprechauns and fairies and stuff like that in this sense. But like, if I were to present to you my definition of God just being light, which is enlightening for others, right, which is good, and love, like just these three attributes are God, would you, as an atheist, be able to meet me and like just understand, like, hey, if that's God, then yes, I would agree God exists. Maybe we don't see as much as we hope to, but just by that definition, you would have to admit God exists, right? And if you don't, like, Adam, I'll give you a big hug, brother, if you just need. Does that make sense? Does that premise?
I mean, I don't know if I even really get what you're saying or want to get what you're saying, but like, I mean, if you really feel like you have to believe in God, I mean, there is counseling and stuff. I think.
No. Thank you for the just like the recommendation. I'm just saying the atheist paradigm is that there is no supreme creator, the sky daddy in the sky. There is no spaghetti monster, just like there is no leprechauns and fairies and Harry Potter, right? It's just all fiction, right? And those who I guess just invest a lot of their life into doing that is who I would say maybe could use some counseling in this sense. But trust me, I've gotten my counseling, so I'm just asking you, just if I told you like that whole spaghetti monster sky daddy thing, that is like an archaic like definition of what God is. And if I told you what God is just light, good, and love. Just these three things are what God is in our world. And everything that is not these three things is not God. Does that make sense? Like, would you be able to find yourself in agreement with that, or do you find yourself still resistant to that definition of God?
Yeah, I would disagree. Like, I think honestly it sounds psychotic. Like, good stuff is God, bad stuff devil. Like,
No. I mean,
discussion,
I didn't say that. Good stuff, good, like the good that happens, like for us in this world. Like that is attributed to what is called God, and everything that is not good is not of God. People will call that's from like Satan or whatever. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying this is what God is. This is everything that is not God, right? It's a logical kind of foundation, I believe, that needs to come together in all like classes of humanity for us to be able to break out of this matrix bondage, if that makes sense. So I'm not trying to like put you under any kind of like scrutiny or anything like that. I just truly want to know if.
No, I mean, I'm an adult. Like, I'm an adult. Like, I understand you might believe in some like God stuff, but
I mean,
like,
and I, you know, like, trust me, like, I didn't invest like anything in this book until like my mid 30s. I'm 44 now, you know, but again, you know, in this Bible, when I read just like, he who does not love does not know God, for God is love. Like when I read that, just as a logical thinking being, I was just like, okay, if that is what this Bible is saying God is, then how can I say I don't know God? Like, I know what love is. So based on this, I would have to say, okay, then I know God because God is love. Now, if I take that understanding into a Christian or Catholic space, I felt 99% of the time it goes way above their like pay grade for some reason. Does that make sense? And that is what maybe makes me also kind of agree with you. Like, do we need like mental like counseling for all these people, or have they been led astray to believe God is like this, you know, sky daddy spaghetti monster? Does that make sense? Like, there has to be a foundational consensus amongst like our species.
I mean, you can define God however you want, but it doesn't make him real, you know. Like, I mean, I could define leprechauns however I want, but like that, like, doesn't make them any realer. Like, you know, it's
right. But if we define God to be love, okay, let's just stick with that. God is love, right? Like, would you say, therefore, God is real in this rhetoric or this definition? Or again, are you still kind of like stuck, just like knocking down that wall between you and, I guess, atheist kind of a human being? Maybe, I don't know. Let me think about how I want to put it. Like, I don't know. I mean, like, if you don't, like, I'm not trying to harp on you. Like, what your belief is your belief. I respect that, you know, but I believe, like, this is what is, like, dividing, like, our species, like, long before politics, long before, like, social classes. Does that make sense? So I believe that if we want to try to kind of find a solution to kind of just, like, coming together, as you were saying, it has to start with this single domino that has kept us split for like millennia at this point. Does that make sense? Like, do you have a different kind of starting point on?
Yeah, I mean, I would push back, and I'd say a better definition of God is imaginary, whereas love is more of a real, like, I would say love is real, but God is imaginary. So to try and say an imaginary God is love, I would push back against, and I think it's dangerous to give imaginary God positive attributes, especially when you have evil books like the Bible that support mass genocide and could even put people like me's lives in jeopardy. So, I mean, I like living, so I don't think I would want to give you that one.
Okay, and you know, I'm like, it breaks my heart just to kind of hear you feel like, you know, you're like under like threat just from like this book. So, you know, like that's essentially like what I'm trying to kind of solve in that sense. You know?
I mean,
so
to put you through it, like, there's reasons, like, if you think God is love, you want to define God as love. I'm an atheist. Love is a good thing. God is a good thing. and I'm leading you away from like this imaginary God that's supposedly love, then it makes like I think you can make a justification that people like me should be unalive, which has happened in the past and is currently happening in the world today. Like, fortunately, I don't think Christians really believe in the Bible, but I think some Muslims do believe in their fairy tale book, and they do unalive people.
I can agree with you, in a capacity to what you're saying there, right? Like, there's a lot of people who behave in a conduct that contradicts what like the book says, especially the New Testament, right? Christians believe in Christ, right? The whole mass genocide, like promoting thing, that's all Old Testament, right? Like, this is where the New Testament came in to error correct all of that, right? But then again, after the New Testament was published, it turned humanity again back into its old nature, right? We just want to destroy one another for some reason, right? And so then this final revelation in the form of the Quran, is given by this creator being, God, as a last life preserver. But again, this is essentially meaningless to an atheist, I guess, to a Hindu, a Buddhist type thing, right? Only to people who, I guess, commit themselves, or I guess submit themselves to this Abrahamic faith, are examples of, I guess, who I would say are either true representatives of what that book is talking about, or completely lost. Does that make sense? And essentially, you don't need this book to know God, right? As long as we know love, as long as we know what is good, what is right, and act on that, we are abiding in what this book says is God, love, right? But a lot of Christians today, because of their teachers, I will just kind of put the blame on them, have been led astray, is the language what this book says, and has led them to just be unloving towards us, their fellow neighbors, right? Like essentially, right? They condemn gay marriage. They just completely ostracize the LGBT community, which is just completely opposite of what this book commands us to do. So again, I totally understand where your resistance may be coming from, essentially. But again, if anything, I just hope that you know God because you know love, right? But then when you start adding language, it's but if we want to say real love is this imaginary God, then here's another kind of cog in the wheel for you, right? But I'm trying not to have us do that, because that's how the pulpit works. To do, if that makes sense. Stop me. Throw me a life preserver, Adam. Tell me where you.
Yeah, I think you need to be sunk. I would recommend, if you're still in counseling, maybe go to an atheist counselor, to try and get you where I'm coming from. What would you think if I told you that right now in my living room there's an invisible dragon, and you can't see him, but the invisible dragon is real? And I talked to the invisible dragon, and the invisible dragon is good, and you should worship him. What would you think?
I would say, Adam, I don't know if you're an atheist at this point. So this is how I come off, just from your perspective. Just I'm it's somebody talking about speaking to invisible imaginary dragons, or is this just kind of a different figurative kind of
okay, let me give you another scenario, trying to make it more clear. What if I told you that I believe in God, and God speaks to me, and I'm a prophet of God, and you should do what I say, and you should give me all your money, and and follow me and God, since I'm the messenger of God.
I would tell you, God also speaks to me, and he told me not to like talk to that person, you, like in that sense. Was that cowbell for me?
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to make it like, hopefully it sounds, I mean, you can kind of tell, like, I think with these examples, like it's crazy, you know, like, yeah, you can define God as good and stuff, but like that doesn't make God real. And it's like, I would say it's psychotic, and like people, these Bible believers and theists need counseling or something, possibly medication, or I don't know.
Because we choose to define God as good, light, and love, like these things. Therefore, we seem just kind of like just completely off the chart, like to you.
I mean, you can define God or leprechauns however you want, but it doesn't make them real.
I'm not defining love.
Like, you have zero evidence for God. Like,
I have 100% evidence that I've given you. God is love, right? Like the Bible says, God is love. You know, like.
Well, you're referencing the Bible, like, so, like, that makes me question your intelligence and your sanity when you're saying God is love and you're mentioning the Bible.
Okay, so then what is God to you? Like, right? Where are you getting this concept that it's this spaghetti monster, this leprechaun type thing?
I mean, it's clearly imaginary. We have no evidence for it. Like, we don't believe in leprechauns. Why would we believe in God? I mean, you can try and use the first cause, but just because we don't understand how we got here doesn't mean that God did it. You know?
Well, does it necessarily mean that God didn't do it as well? Like, isn't that like a fair kind of compromise in this sense? Or you just feel like, no, it's not even that. It's just, like, you cannot call God like these things that we know are real, right? Like good and love. Like, how can any?
I mean, you can use theories like in theory, I could be God and you should be worshiping me. Like, just because we have crazy theories, like, doesn't mean we should follow them. Like, I mean, I could claim to be God and that you should worship me doesn't make it true.
But that is not what I'm defining as God. So when you say, like, I believe God is love, and therefore you make like the quantum leap into it's like, well, if I told you to worship me and give me all your money, like, that's not God right there. So this is where I'm telling you, like,
I mean, do you believe God exists?
By that definition, I have to believe God exists, right? Like, what kind of dark, depressing life would I live if I said, like, love doesn't exist, good doesn't exist, like, right? Like, therefore, I would tell the atheist, it's like, maybe we both need to go get counseling together, you know, like, this is just a simple, like, logical.
I mean, like, it sounds like you're using like a tag argument, like, oh, we have morality, so God gave us morality. Like, no, we have brains, and our brains we use our brains to determine morality. Like, we should use our brains to determine that there is no God, and it's ridiculous. And even if there was a God, that wouldn't mean we had souls. Like, that's another crazy thing. So you get just down this crazy rabbit hole when we should be like living in reality and like improving our lives in society instead of having like discussions about some imaginary sky daddy that nobody need, like, even if he did exist, nobody would know who he was, like, know anything about him. Like, so some imaginary sky daddy created us, so what? Like, let's move on.
How would you?
I'm not smart. Welcome to the panel. Welcome up.
Hi.
Is there?
Are you Muslim?
No, I'm not Muslim.
Oh, I'm Muslim.
You are Muslim?
No.
I mean, I took my shahada, so salam alaikum. You know, like, I don't know why it would be so offensive.
You know, you can get on the line for that? For real?
Hey, they can try.
You know you can get on the line for that?
Okay. Okay. All right.
Go to Saudi Arabia and tell them that they can unalive you on the spot.
Okay. Wonderful. Can we go back to the argument?
Which one?
Where he was complaining about the transcendentals for knowledge in God.
Can you? You got to talk to me like a fifth grader. Transcendentals? Can you kind of like simplify? Like, what do you mean by that?
Yeah,
Like
yeah. Adam was bringing up why tag was such a horrible argument, and so I'm here to challenge that.
Okay. Instead of the word challenge, can we just kind of just use like discuss? Like, like we're
Challenge
here.
is fine, dude. Like we're adults here. Like, man, like let's be adults. Like,
hey, Adam, this is my life, so we'll conduct it the way that I choose to. But again, this is all.
I mean, are you an adult? Like, I thought I was talking to an
No,
adult. You can't handle criticism?
just use his language. Use his language. It's fine. It's fine, dude.
Hey, no, it's
You
okay.
need a safe space host? Like, dang.
Dude,
I mean, I'm trying to keep it a safe space, right? But again.
Oh my gosh!
I'm not smart. Is there something I can like address you as? Because like clearly your name is not representative of who you are. Can I call you something else? Smart.
You can call me John.
John. Thank you, Chaplain.
Yeah.
Charles, whatever it was. So yes, John, the floor is yours.
Okay. How would you have any kind of justification, Adam, if you didn't have any transcendentals to qualify what you would have as morality, logic, knowledge, or anything metaphysical? How would you know that?
I would say you can't define God into existence. Just because you want to define God as existing and that all morality and everything comes from God doesn't make it true.
That's not what I asked you, though.
That's fine.
So
yeah, I mean, there's zero evidence for God, and we have brains, and animals have brains, and we should use them. Like, just because we have brains and use them doesn't mean like God does everything for us. We're not like robots or zombies. Like,
okay,
we can use our brains to determine right and wrong clearly.
Okay, all right, perfect. So, how would you determine what is right and what is wrong?
You can look at the effects of decisions, like what happens if you do something, like, if it has a detrimental impact to yourself and others, like. I would say that's a bad thing.
So pragmatically.
Yeah, I mean that's a good start.
Okay, so if it's pragmatic for me to own 1,000 slaves, can I own 1,000 slaves and they make me and my family a lot of money because it's pragmatic for me to do?
Yeah, I mean that's one way we can determine like the Bible God is evil. Like we can use our brains and we don't have to believe in these crazy fairy tales anymore.
Dude, I'm not talking about God. I'm asking you. I'm asking you the question. Is it good for me to do that?
No.
Why?
Because slaves are fellow human beings and we should treat each other well.
But it's good for me to do it though. It's good for me. It's good for my family. I can have like a huge long line of success. I can make billions and billions of dollars and give it to my children, and it will be good for us.
What about the slaughter of animals, man? Like how do you I'm not smart, like see like one form of life like taking another form of life, man? Is that moral or
of animals?
Yeah. Like
I don't hold animals to a moral. I mean, I don't think that. I think if we're going to unalive animals, I think we should do it for a beneficial reason. Like you're going to eat it or you're going to use it for a cloak or something. But I wouldn't hold. But hold on, I wouldn't hold unaliving animals as a moral ought that we should live by.
Why? Why is that? Like why do you say that? Like. Because we're just animals too, man. Like we're just consciousness, man. Like
Okay, well then how do you have rights?
What do you mean rights, man? Like
Yeah. How would you justify rights? If we're just animals, then I have the right to do what a tiger does, right?
Okay. So we've introduced a system now where we say what should be and what shouldn't be, man. Right? Okay.
Yeah, but that's what's in question is what should be. What's the ought here?
No, but hang on a second. But wait, What
stop
about
running,
if,
dude.
if conscious beings don't share that same view, man? Right?
How do we know what's
Why should we
conscious?
feel that because that we've introduced that view?
How
that
do we know what's
they should?
conscious? How do we know that?
I mean,
You just said.
what if I just
wait,
said
hold
that
on.
you're not conscious, man? Like, what
Hold
if I
on,
said
hold
you're
on.
not
Hold on.
conscious,
So
man?
now we have to define what we mean by conscious.
By
right?
conscious, yes,
right?
correct.
So what's the definition that we are going to like agree upon to say this is conscious, this is not conscious, right? Like to me, go again. Go ahead, John.
I'll give a definition. So I believe what would be conscious would be somebody who was able to observe in all manners of what a human body is capable of. What I mean, you can touch, you can feel, you can see, you can smell, you can do anything like that, and transcendentally. Okay, so let's not take that off the table. But I do not say that a animal has the consciousness, because animals don't choose what is right and what is wrong. All they do is run off of their own nature.
But hang on, but wait, that's something that we've introduced to them, man. Like we're imposing, we're
stop,
imposing
stop.
our will of like what we think is a higher dimensional aspect, right, of morality and all this sort of stuff, man, onto something that basically just suffers or doesn't, man.
Okay,
you know? Like,
okay. I'll make this very simple. When have you ever implied your morality or your rights onto a polar bear?
Onto a polar bear?
I don't, man. That's the thing. That's what I'm arguing
yeah. So
I'm arguing
polar
for
bears.
that, man.
Wait,
Like,
no.
why do we?
No. But that's not my argument. That's not my argument. My argument is that polar bears are polar bears and they run off of their nature. They do not have a designated soul. They do not have a soul for which they would try to achieve some form of theosis. They don't have that. All they do is do what polar bears do. But human beings, we have free choice. We can do what we want.
But do you not see that we've introduced that now to a bunch of people, like a bunch of beings, man, right?
Like
that are
what
conscious
beings?
just the same.
What beings?
I'm saying like because of our ability, right, to think that we are in some sense like superior, and we have this aspect, right?
Are we
other
not
beings
superior?
suffer, man. Like what is the difference between your consciousness, right? And something else that can suffer, man. Like what is it?
Okay, now you got it. Dude, stop bringing up this stuff, dude, because now you got to define what suffering is.
Hold on, we're still stuck on consciousness, right? Like John, you said just something that is aware and like able to kind of like a sense like free
something
will.
that is capable to have a delineation. Let's just
delineation and a sense of morality, right? Like right
Correct.
and wrong and all these things, right?
Are you saying that beings that don't share that value, they don't suffer, or what? Like
no. We're defining consciousness here at this point, right? Like these definitions define what John sees as conscious, beings, right? As opposed to a polar bear, which essentially, like John, is aware, but essentially we're saying it doesn't have any kind of morality, right? It just does what polar bears like naturally, instinctively need to do, right? Eat and swim and all that stuff, right? Beyond that, it's not like, hey, maybe I should try to build like a bunch of like things for all the, like they don't do that, right? So this is where John is saying, here is
polar bears don't read Socrates.
They drink Coca-Cola, right? That's it. Right?
Yes, exactly. They drink Coca-Cola and give you your Christmas presents.
Right? But then what about because if we're going to limit that definition amongst just the human species, right? What would you say about like human beings who are born blind or like missing or without one of these senses? Like, they're still conscious by your definition, correct?
Correct.
Because they have the sense of morality, I guess is what would distinguish.
They know what we ought to do, and they have the process of delineating what we ought to do, whether any kind of deficient bodily autonomy you might have upon yourself, you still have that. And if not, you don't have that, then there's things we do to you do for the justice system. And that's the whole point of a justice system. And that's actually another good point to mine, is because you wouldn't be able to give me what we ought to do as a justice system.
Without a justice system that implies laws that say this is the thing we ought to do, right? Regardless of like whether we think it's right or wrong, we ought to do this. We have to do this, right? So we have like this.
Yes.
Like very okay, interesting. And
it's what we would call a normative authority.
Normative authority. Well, any sense of authority at all, right? Like here's we put ourselves under the authority of something else within our own species. Okay, beautiful. So now Lukrovsky, is that how I pronounce your name? Okay, so like can you give me just in your own words, your definition of conscious or consciousness?
Okay, so I would say that consciousness is basically something that is, right? Okay. Now, when we start to go into realms of like delineating what ought to be and what ought not to be, the problem is that you run up against the problem of like, as soon as you define what ought to be, man, you're gonna create the opposite as well, man. You know what I mean? Like so I would say consciousness, man, is basically something that is outside of all the things that happen within it, man. You know what I mean? Like, so that's why I say like because we've got these ideas, man, of like what our values are and stuff like that. Why should we put ourselves on a pedestal above other conscious entities, man? You know what I mean?
Let's stick with one topic at a time, okay? When you're talking about like consciousness is, have you ever heard of Descartes, a philosopher named Descartes?
Yeah. The I think therefore I am. Yeah.
You had that one, and also the is-ought problem.
Yeah. So well, that's it, man. Like so, this is the
wait,
thing.
No. Wait, hold on, dude. Hold on. Okay, you can't say that something is and something ought to be, because you can't derive an ought from an is.
Can you give me an example, John, of this is ought?
Yeah. I can say that everyone should be more people drink black coffee in the morning than the normal people do. Therefore, it is. Does that ought to be?
So more people drink black coffee. Say it again, man.
You said more people or moral people?
More people.
More people drink black coffee in the
morning. Yes, the mass population of men and women combined, they drink black coffee in the morning before work. Is that an ought or is that an is? If you're going to make that an ought, how do you get to that? How do you jump to we should do this rather than this is?
Making it like in the sense it ought to be this way for everybody, right?
I would say that like the ought, right? Like as soon as you bring in the question of ought, right? What does ought mean, man? What is the definition of ought to?
Ought
not to do something else, man. It's ought not to do something else.
I'm trying to tell you. Ought, when you start getting to oughts, okay, now you're talking in moral justifications.
Yeah.
And so, but how are you?
No, but how do you know, dude, right? Let me explain it this way, man.
Dude, I'm trying to explain to you, and then you can tell me what you think.
Passions are running high. Woosah is my safe word here. So when I say woosah, this means just let's take a breath here. But you propose like an interesting premise here, John, because if the is in this case becomes the ought, and all of a sudden we ought to all drink black coffee, just like most people do in the morning, like you're asking like what would be like the justification for like that ought? Is that what you were asking?
Yes. Exactly.
Because everybody else is doing it, and I don't know.
Wait, hold on. That would be fallacious because that would be an ad populum. That would be an ad populum fallacy.
I've never. Can you
So
enlighten me
I
on?
would say, can I
The ad
explain my?
populum, the ad populum fallacy is where just because the majority of people do something doesn't automatically make that correct. It just means that the
It's just what it
majority
is.
of people doing. No, but it's not just what it is, but it doesn't make it correct or wrong. It doesn't make it right or wrong. There, you can't have a justification. You can, but here's the deal. Here's the deal. You can't make a justification off of that. Like, how do you come to your epistemology for that?
To put every human being under that ought, right? Under some authority, right? Like, how do we justify like something to be what all human beings ought to do, right? Like, interesting question. Now, is there something more plausible than like the black coffee premise? Because like, what is one of these oughts? Like, you know, like even like murder isn't like one of these things, right? Like, we ought not to, you know, like murder one another, but we still.
Okay. Well, hold on. Okay. So yeah, you're correct, and I don't want to get your live. I don't want to hit any buzzwords. So,
I'm trying to prove to like TikTok users this whole like censoring that people are doing is like just ridiculous. Like, we ought to say unalive instead of just like kill or something like that, right? Because we don't want to get, you know, like this is the social experiment that I see playing out in front of our eyes, where it's just like
I can get it.
Adults are acting like children.
Okay.
So again, just be mindful. Be mindful. Don't come off just throwing off like these words like just rapidly. But you know,
I'm gonna say the N-word right now.
Trust me, like you know those people who just come up and they just start shooting that off just to get people banned. That's not really flying anymore.
I think you're actually probably closer to where I stand on this than I thought, man. Like, keep explaining what you're saying, man. Like I think I'm trying to describe the same thing, man.
Okay, so we all know that murder is wrong. Okay,
that we ought not to do it, right? That we ought not to do it.
Ought not to do. We ought not to do that. But we ought to kill people in some time.
Self-defense.
There's a
right,
yes,
like
so therefore we have a justification, but we don't say that just because we kill people, just because killing people is a thing, then we ought to do it. How do you? There's only one way to come to this moral conclusion, and that's only through Christianity. You're only going to find it there. You can't find it in any other religion, any other justification. You will not find it philosophically anywhere. Only under Christianity.
Hold on. I would say that basically, like what you're talking about, man, with the ought and ought not to be, right? Okay, but both senses, like the person that murders someone, right, thinks that they ought to do that, man, right? So
because it was self-defense. Right?
Yeah,
because
or whatever.
This guy was going to snitch on me, type thing. Self-defense.
Yeah.
Right?
So that's an ought, man. So they're going under the realm of like, okay. So what I'm trying to explain is that once you define what ought to be, man, right? In the definition of what ought to be is the definition of or the possibility of what ought not to be. Okay. So this is the way that reality works. Man.
Say that one more time. Can you say that one more time, Lacrosse? What ought to be, but not what I like. I think you said something brilliant. I just want to make sure you recognize it.
So, in the definition of what ought to be, as soon as I decide what ought to be, there is the possibility and the decision that what ought not to be exists as well. Yeah. And now basically what you've got to realize is that reality doesn't come under our complete control, man.
This is a dualistic mind system. There is no such thing as a
it's not a dualistic mind system.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I'll prove it to you. You have a dualistic mind system because you can have a justification for something why ought to be good and why something ought not to be good. When you come down to it, there is no justification for what is bad. There's only justifications for what is good. And what is bad?
Hang on a second. Wait. Define good for me. Really think about it, man.
Like, do that. If you would just stop and I could finish, it would come to it.
Wusa, everybody.
Wusa.
Deep breath. Right?
Okay.
Like
so what I'm trying to get at is what is bad. What is bad? 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 What is b is like evil, bad, sin, everything. It doesn't have an ontology to it. It is only the privation of what is good. Only good has an ontology.
See, I would suggest that there is a higher order, right? I would say that the
And what
higher
is it?
order
What is it?
No, I would say, let me explain it to you this way, man. The higher order is the fact that in the world of form, man, in the world of what exists and what doesn't exist, there is good and there is bad, right? What ought to and what ought not to be, right?
I
No, but
just told you.
listen, right? But what you don't understand, man, is that those two polarities are necessary to describe what is perception itself, man. And what I suggest is that what I suggest is that perception itself, right, or consciousness, right, is something that transcends both good and evil, man.
Yeah,
What ought to and what ought not to be.
That transcends that duality, that dualistic, or whatever you call it, John, right? Like the
duality mindset. A duality mindset.
Right.
Okay,
Good
what
and
I'm
bad,
asking-
right? Like
but what I'm
transcending.
asking you. Yeah, but I just logically proved to you that there is no such thing as an ontology for evil. There is no ontology to that. That is just a privation of what is good. We can only find ontological status within good.
Ontological status.
You're using big words again. Fifth grader, John. Fifth
grader. Hang on, wait. I would say that basically, I would say that what reality is beyond ontological. Then, man,
how?
Because
you're not saying anything, dude.
No. So what I'm trying to say, man, is that how can you have, man, if you take the duality of like opposites, right? Okay. Now, if you had a world of only tall people, right, and you were to say that these people are tall, right, it wouldn't make sense, man, because you would have no polar opposite to define what you're talking about. So we're talking about the world of what can be perceived and that what is unperceivable, like that which is perceiving it. You know what I mean? Like, so.
By you making the claim, by you saying, if we only had a world of tall people, then you are using some form of metrics to say, hey, these people are tall. So then, yes, we would know what that is.
Yep.
Right.
Oh my God, dude.
No, but hang on. Like, how does that differ from like what is good? Because it becomes an idea, man. As soon as you label what is good,
I'll make this very simple. Okay, so would you say that here in America, the standard for being tall is being over 6 foot?
Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So there's a standard. Okay.
I mean, at 5'9", yeah, that's tall to me. You know, like you're 6 foot, yeah, you're pretty tall to me, right? But in America,
I'm 6'4". I'm 6'4".
Are you okay? So there you go, right? But in America, there's a standard that anybody who is 4'11" or shorter is considered like a little person at this point, right? Like that's a standard, right? Like so, this is where like. You know, like I have friends who are like 4'11" and they're just like, I'm 5 foot, right? You just tell everybody.
Yeah, I'm 5 foot.
Right? But it's just like, I can understand.
Tell me, so this is what I'm trying to understand. Like, how can you define what good is, man, without some knowledge?
Yes, and this is what I'm getting at. If there's a standard for what tall is and there's a standard for what a little person is, then how do you have the standard for what good is?
How if you have a standard for what good is in this paradigm
I would agree with you in the sense that they are polar opposites, right? But what happens, man, where the imbalance occurs?
I've already
no. But listen. Where the imbalance occurs, man, is once you prefer something, man. Once you say once something ought to be. You are actually defining the opposite, man, in the same way that we're talking about tall and short.
No, but look, Krovsy, we're forgetting that in this like tall, like the little person and then the tall person, there is this third group, the middle group. That's just like what? We're average, right? So anybody from 5 foot to what 6'3"
no,
is
it's
average,
like,
and therefore John is tall, and
hey,
anybody
man,
else is
I'll give you. How could you know hot if there was no other temperature to contrast it with, man? Right? The definition of hot would not exist, man. Right? Okay. But this is the thing, man.
No,
So
no, no,
I
no,
think,
no, 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 no. You're mixing up. Okay, we wouldn't have if you're saying we wouldn't have a measurement, if no one came up with the measurement of it, then yeah, we wouldn't know the measurement, but we can obviously tell what is hot and what is not.
But what I'm saying is there's something that there's something that is aware of both, right? That needs, like, in order for perception itself to work, right? There needs to be the two, man. You know what I mean? Like, so that's the thing. So, but this is what I suggest. I suggest that the problem comes, man, is when we lean one side is to what ought to be, and one side is what not ought to be. So you see that perception, man, right, requires these two states, man, to be, right, to know itself, to exist. Right,
but you're missing the point. You're missing the point, dude. You're missing.
But he is like presenting a good like foundation here, right? Like in a sense where like these two like dualities have to be dualistic in order to even like
perceive, man.
For us to perceive,
to know something, man. To know something, man.
We have to have ugly to have beautiful, right? Yes. If we consider something beautiful, then we've already had to deem something not beautiful or therefore ugly, right?
Okay,
but ugly is not necessarily not beautiful, right? In this case,
but that's the thing. See, that's the thing. Like, I'll explain it this way, man.
No. You're missing the point, and I'll go to the beautiful thing. Okay.
Okay.
If we know what is beautiful, okay. If we know what is beautiful, but we never knew what ugly was, there is no ontology to ugliness. There is no ugliness. How would we know that it is beautiful?
Exactly.
Oh,
that's what we're saying.
Without the creation of another word that goes against what we call beautiful. Is that what you're talking about? The ontology?
No. I'm trying to find out how we differ here, man. Like, because what I'm saying. But what I'm suggesting, man, is that there's a realm of like perceptual awareness, right, that doesn't need to even go into what ought to be and what ought not to be, man. It's just what is, man. You know, like it's just
how do you? I'm asking you, how do you know that ought to be?
Yeah, he's asking us, Lekrovsky, like if we didn't know the word ugly, like in our vernacular at all, and we only knew beautiful, and we were just like, hey, she's beautiful.
You're beautiful.
She's beautiful. You're beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm beautiful. You're beautiful. Right?
Yeah.
How would we all of a sudden like come up with? Is that what you're asking, John? Like another word to say like that is not beautiful, Lekrovsky, right? Like everything's beautiful, but all of a sudden that's not beautiful.
Well, that's it, man. This is where it gets into like the realm of like what is perceived. And
so
what
is this
perceiving it,
consciousness,
man, right? Okay.
is defined?
Consciousness is the thing that links the two, man. Like that is aware of both, man, right? And the only problem, man, that comes is when you reduce the consciousness, man, to being one or the other, man, and that they are polar opposites. When instead of realizing that the two actually collaboratively create each other and they actually create perception itself, man.
No,
do you understand?
I'll prove it wrong right now. Okay. Do you and I? Would you agree that me and what's his name, Low Creed? I'm just gonna call you Low.
Yeah.
Would you agree with me that we are both conscious right now?
Well, I can only know my consciousness, man, but like,
dude, come on.
You guys could be AI.
I would agree. I would say my belief is that I'm talking to something else that has the same properties of my consciousness, man. Yeah.
Okay, so you like if we were digitally sitting next to each other, we can say, you know what, with confidence. You're not AI. I'm not AI. Host is not AI. The four people
with more
confidence,
more confidence than you two, right? I'm sitting here in front of you as a physical presence, so therefore I give your consciousness more like trust.
Yeah,
that,
I can just here. I can even give me some. Yeah.
There you go.
I need to be here. I need to be here. Okay.
There you go.
So
you've leveled up.
With,
You've leveled up right there.
I am AI. But we know these things have to happen, and we know that consciousness comes from something, and it doesn't come from anything that we benefit of. It has to come from a different concept from what we are capable of having, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. But hang on. Why does it have to come from something, man? Like, why can't something exist within it, man? Like, you know what I mean?
Because there's no monkeys. There's no like primates who have like what we humans like have, right? Like, like. Is that that's what we're talking about, right, John? Like the Christian foundation of like good and like light, right? And love, right? Like this is what separates
have that.
Right, the human species from the rest of the animal like kingdom, right? Like
and that's it. I would suggest that original sin, man, or whatever that concept is, man, comes from the misidentification of what is total reality with splitting apart what is already whole into two opposing parts, man, and suggesting that they it ends with each other, man. You know what I mean? Like, so this is the way that I see it, man. The way that I see it is that everything is in perfect balance, man. Right? It's just that we don't realize it. It's the fact that we've lent. Once we put listen. We've put the fulcrum of the fucking balance, man, towards one end, and therefore one seems higher and one seems lower, man. We've put the fulcrum in the wrong place, man. It needs to be in the middle. We can't lean towards one, because as soon as we do lean towards one, we create the opposite effect on the other end, man. You know?
Okay, so we're looking for something like this, as you said, like you see everything in full balance, right?
So,
and it's just
so right,
like this,
yeah. So
rather than like,
you're going to say that as soon as you say better, man, or higher, right, in any direction, man, right, you're going to create imbalance, man. You're going to create something that doesn't respect both aspects. That doesn't respect the fact that it's being observed by the thing that knows both, man. You know?
Go ahead, John.
Okay. Are you at all familiar with what value claims are?
Okay, go ahead, man. I'm not, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, value claims are when you make a claim saying that something is better than something else. Like, I got water here, okay? I got water, and I have an empty coffee cup right here next to me, okay? I can go get more coffee, or I can finish my water, okay? It would be better if I finish my water. Therefore, a value claim. But the thing is, when you make a value claim, you need a justification for that value claim. And this is what I'm trying to get at. You keep saying it's better. You keep saying it's good. You keep saying we perceive this. Dude, just hold on.
Yeah, okay, go on. Keep going.
You keep saying this. What I'm asking for is justification for why we ought to do this. Why do you think this is better?
Well, that's it. What I would say, man, is that basically there is that realm, man, right? Okay, of like better and worse. Okay?
Is it objective or subjective though?
I would say I'm not sure about that. To be honest,
that is like deemed like we know there is like an objective good, but within our own subjective like truth. That comes into question, okay, I would say, John.
If it is objective, right? Okay, like if there is like what ought to, are you still there, man? Like, so if there is what ought to happen, man, right? Okay, and we have to align. Like, I kind of agree with you, man. I think there is a what ought to happen, man. But I think it comes with right the non-denial of the opposite, man. You know what I mean? It comes with it's not that we must fight against the opposite, man.
Right.
It's accepting it for what it is, man.
Like in competition
the opposite side
with these dualities, right? Like we have to break away from that competitive or like survival of the fittest amongst like this duality state that is just inevitable, right? Like if there's a beautiful country, there's got to be a not beautiful country, right? Like a first.
Yeah,
But not to say
like,
like there needs to be first world countries though, right? Like that, or I mean like third world countries in this case. Let me think. I just kind of blew my own mind here on this thing with this, but essentially, like it comes down to this, right, John? My background here, just like the Bible in Christian paradigm, at least those who like know it like truly, you know, like this is where God comes in for humanity's conscious, I guess, like optimization. John, is that fair to say? You know, like God is love and light, right? Like there is no darkness in this. And it's this foundation that has allowed our human species, even our humanity, to transcend outside of like our primitive human nature, which, you know, in the Bible, it says like we're just like animals, like not necessarily just like animals, but corrupt and wicked in this sense, right, John? Like, please, like, correct me.
Yes, but this goes back to my point about like ontological statuses between what is good and bad. They're like, if God is only good, okay, if he's only good and he has an ontological status to himself, okay, then how can you justify anything ontologically bad?
No.
You can't, because it's only dude, stop. Just
sorry,
hold on.
Just give me your description, man, so I can catch up with you, man. So I can catch up with you. What does ontology mean, man? What does ontology mean?
Ontology is like the
origin,
the DNA, the origin of the DNA, the origin of this concept, idea, purpose, or anything like that. Okay,
the word, the ontology of a word is like the definition. Like, how did this definition?
I get you. I'm with you, man. So keep going, man. So if you're gonna have an ontology,
So if God has an ontology of what is good, then the only other thing would be that there is no ontology for what is bad. It is only the privation of what is good.
Yes, I kind of agree with you here, but in a different way that I think that you do, man. Like, so I would say that there is an overarching good, right? Okay, and that encompasses both what we understand about ontology, man. You know, like,
no, dude, no.
Why not? Why?
No.
Why would you not say that there's like a realm that is beyond both, man, right? That recognizes both, man.
Yeah, because if you're going to say that there's an overarching good, okay, then what would be a subversive good? Like, it comes down to, then what you're doing is you're breaking it. Dude.
Yeah, okay, go, keep going.
You're breaking it down to the beard fallacy. Are you at all familiar with what the beard fallacy is?
No, I'm not. But like,
so it's at what point in time does your facial hair turn into a beard, or like at what time? You know,
The 5 o'clock shadows, right?
Become tall.
Yeah. Like, at what time did this become into a beard where it was just stubble and it was, or what it was? You're delineating it down to what that is. What I'm saying is like, no, there is no delineation between them. There is only the privation of it.
Can you simplify privation? Hi, Serenity. Thank you for joining us.
Privation would be the absence.
I think you're both trying to say the same thing.
Yeah, I agree. I kind of think that vibe as well, man. Like I think we are. I think we're just saying it in different ways, man.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
because when he says overarching good, I think he means the same thing in us. Like, because we're all not all of us, but we believe in God, right? God sets the standards of where we get the principles, the morals, and the foundations of everything. And I think that's what he means by overarching. Like, that's the objective, the absolute truth, right? Doesn't matter what you try and do to change it, that remains true forever, eternally.
But not for everyone, though, right, Serenity? Because when John came on the panel, hold on, one second, Lacrosky, because when John came up, I had an atheist. He called himself an atheist, and his definition, like, he was very stuck on seeing God as the Sky Daddy, the Spaghetti Monster, a leprechaun, a
Yeah,
fairy, and I
yeah.
could not get him to transcend from that ontology of his definition of God to just understand that God is good. God is light, and he called me like somebody who might need like a therapist or something. I was just like, come on, really, dude? Like, and this is where John came into my rescue and was just like, Adam, let me present to you like this premise, and then Adam just kind of dropped off. So this is kind of where I kind of have to kind of catch myself and all of us up here, right?
Yeah, and that's
I totally understand
that's
that, man.
the difference between subjective and then objective. So whether people believe it or not doesn't negate that it's objective, right? That's the whole point of it being subjective. It's from your paradigm, it's from your view and your perception of what reality is.
Okay, so let me ask you this, man. What is the only objective thing that anyone can really determine, man, about reality, man? Like, is the fact that it's happening, man, right?
That God is love,
it's the
God
fact
is
that it's
good,
happening,
and God is light. Like, those are my objective realities that I have to
This is the way I understand it, man. It's like there is something that seems to be happening, right? Okay, we are conscious awareness, man. We are the light that lights up both, but it's beyond light and dark, man. It's actually that which is aware of both, man. Right? Okay. Now, what I was suggesting with these polar opposites concept, man, right, is that as soon as you define and you fucking bring something down into the level of what can be described, right, you're gonna have to run into these problems, man, of ontology and stuff like that, right? Okay, but there is something that is total and formless that is aware of both, man. Because how could you have anything? How could consciousness know itself to be if it did not have some kind of movement within it, man? Yeah.
If it did not have some kind of movement within it, how could consciousness have come to be? It's what you asked, right?
If it was static, then if it was a static universe, man, of only good, right? Only just bliss, man, forever, right?
Well, that's not possible. It can't be.
Why?
Right. So let's use a language that's just like one solid state, right? There's no duality.
Yeah.
It's just a single state of existence, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now introduce light. When God says, let there be light, in this state of just complete void, formless darkness, right? And then here is now an introduction of a new dualistic state of whatever we're going to call it, right? Light.
Yeah. So
darkness.
but they both those aspects, man, both those aspects of like negative and positive, man, is actually what creates the ability of perception and consciousness itself, man. You don't understand? So the trifecta or whatever, right? Of like light and dark, and then the formless state of awareness, man. They all come together. And if you removed one or the other of any of these aspects, right, consciousness would not know itself to be, man.
Yeah, so you're talking about, it's kind of a form of interdependency. It's what you're talking about. And so the thing for me is, depending on what area you're sort of going to dive into, any form of interdependency, it needs something external or independent of that dependency to create it and make it come into existence in the first place.
Yes. Yeah.
For us, that's the belief in God and the Creator.
Yeah, exactly. So this is what I'm like. What I'm sort of saying is that, like,
but at the same time, that's the only way that we can. Because you're talking about being aware, right? Awareness.
Yeah.
And this is what the other brother down the bottom was trying to say, because he's saying that in order to know something is good, you have to experience something's bad. If you don't experience it, because we learn relatively what is relative to us, that's how we have understanding and comprehension.
But
right?
sister, do we necessarily have to experience it? Because we can just be told that's good.
Well, you don't have to
that's
experience
bad,
it, but you can view
right?
it.
Like
you could
like,
see
you know,
it. You can hear about it. You have to have awareness of it, though.
Right. There has to be some kind of conscious awareness that created this authoritative kind of ought, right?
Yeah. So what I would say, man, like this is where my beliefs sort of stem from, man. Not my beliefs, but like just what I see as logical, man. Is like a lot of these Buddhist teachings, man. Like
right?
where they say basically, like, you know, if you are to desire something, man, right? The opposite side of that comes that is inherent within the desire is actually a form of lack, man. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing as what you're talking about with like what ought to be and what ought not to be, man.
No.
You know what I understand? So you're missing the fact that there's something that's changeless that is aware of the forms of change, man. You know what I mean?
But
The
just
forms
because you
of change.
desire something, it doesn't mean it's good. So this is
No,
where
exactly. Yeah. No. But just
It's
desire in
like,
itself.
I mean, like the
now,
Buddhist
right?
philosophy is just like to end like suffering is to just give up all desire, right? But it's just like, what if I desire to give up all suffering? It's just like I'm stuck in like this, like
Exactly.
loop,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. It's true. Yeah. That's true. Like,
Yeah,
so,
you
so
find
but
yourself
think
in
about it. Like,
contradictions.
so think about
Right,
logically,
right, we
man.
have
Like
to
when
transcend
you
from
desire
that
something.
state. When we desire, okay, continue, Lacroix. When we desire something,
As soon as you desire something, man, can you see that within, like, this is the yin and yang, man, right? So inside the white, man, the white half, there is a spot of darkness, man, right? There's a spot of black, right?
right,
So
there's some light
saying is
in the
that, like,
darkness and there's some
yes,
darkness in the light, right?
yes,
But these are
exactly,
but-
yeah. So
but-
what we recognize now is
No.
that there is no war going on, man. That everything is cooperating and perfect the way it is, man, right now.
Okay. Oh,
and it's
wait,
only
wait,
transcending.
No. Hold on. What if I am Jeffrey Dahmer and I think it's cool if I eat brain custard every morning? If I go out and if I do that,
What I would say, look, I'm not going to go into okay, but where does that come from, man? That comes from a desire, man. Like, I mean,
yes,
like,
my desire.
yeah.
No.
Yeah, so
is
that's
it a
why I would
desire
say that
or
it's
like
bad. You know what I mean?
An
Like, so-
instinct for like those cases, like Lacroix. Like, do you think
it's
like
not
he desired
necessarily a desire.
to do that? No, like it was some
not
kind of like
necessarily.
instinct that in his particular case, he had nobody to treat him, right? Like, and it ended up just playing out the way that it played
What
out.
if he was taught that? What if he was taught that? And so from
exactly.
his paradigm,
But what
that's
if I just
normal.
want to
So
do
this
that?
is where the brother down the bottom, I don't know his name. I think
John.
I'm not
John.
John?
No,
Yeah,
no,
sorry.
no,
And I think
no.
that's what he's saying, because he's talking about you've got to get the foundations right from somewhere.
Yes. I would say that this universe, man, has
Like,
been
here's-
created.
Here's an example.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. Perfect example was about 5 years ago when we had the CVID jibby jabs, right? Now they mandated it for everybody, so if you need to travel, you have to have this. Now, who decides, like based on basic foundations and stuff, like mandating something in healthcare, even though somebody understands and can consent and knows the consequences. So who's to say that mandating something like that is right or wrong?
Yeah.
And where do you get the foundations to say, well, this is right or this is wrong?
Well,
Because
that's
some
it.
people,
Some
people fully believe that you better go get it because you're going to hurt everybody else, even though they give you the same definition that if you get it, you're going to protect yourself. Right?
Look,
It's just like
contradicting.
if you got the
think,
vaccine, why are you worried about anybody who hasn't gotten the vaccine? Right? You're protected, right? Like, so that was like a logical breakdown to me too, where I was just like, yo, if you got the vaccine, why would you be worried about me getting you sick, right? So it's just like, but when my younger brother told me, if I do not get vaccinated, I cannot be around my nephew who was not born at that time. So he instilled this like ought that I was just like, who are you to put that on me? But it worked, and I regret it to say because I
And then at the same time, but then God created your body in such a way that if you're exposed anyway, it will create an immune response and your body will fight it off anyway, right?
Like a flu, right? Like getting a flu shot gives you the flu, right? So I'm just like, I don't want to go get my COVID vaccine and get COVID. But again, that real life like circumstance is a great example of just like, here is where the world kind of split in this way where like those who did not get this viewed those who did get this as something other right? And vice versa. And this was kind of like a first time, I think, like in
global thing for sure.
In like our modern history, right? I'm sure it's happened before, like with like the plague and all this stuff.
Well, where we're globally aware of it happening. I mean, like it's on a big, massive scale.
Right. And even just like within that, we are on like lockdown. Like we can't even like we're being treated like children, right? We have curfews and stuff like that. We have to wear masks, like all these like parameters and stuff like that. John, was there something you wanted to add?
No, you guys are good. Keep going.
So can I just say, man, like so the way that I understand like what a lot of like the Eastern spiritual traditions sort of teach, man, is that there's basically something that transcends the world of form, man. You know what I mean? Like so. There is the what can be perceived, right? And they say that this is like as soon as you identify like listen, right? So as soon as you call yourself like one or the other, right? You're creating something that you can't control, man, because the world of form is in a constant state of change, man. And the only way to escape it is to recognize that you are always the formless, the perceptual awareness of both states, man. You know what I mean? Like, so what you want and what you don't want.
Yeah, but that's an incredulity fallacy.
Why?
Because all you're just saying is, bro, I don't know.
No. I like what I'm saying is that like, so what they teach is it's actually called what is it, like nadi or something like that? Like, so you look at the forms within your perception, man, right? And you say,
Wabi Sabi? Is that what you're talking about?
No, neti. Sorry, neti, man. Neti. So what it is, it's the act of, right? Like seeing everything that arises within consciousness, right? And saying, hey, I am not this and I am not that. As soon as I say that I am this happens, man. I'm creating the opposite, right?
No, that idea has been proven wrong, because all that idea does, it just points to a certain time. It doesn't give any justification.
No, it points.
Dude, I let you speak, and then you keep interrupting me, dude.
Sorry,
every time I talk.
Woosah, everybody.
Keep going. Talk. Finish.
Okay. All that does, when I say I think, therefore I am, or I think because this is, or I know because this is, I am pointing to a time. I'm not pointing to any philosophical reasoning. I'm not pointing to any philosophical conclusion. I'm not pointing to any philosophical premise. I'm not pointing to anything like that, just to a point in time.
Okay, so this is how I'll explain it to you, man. Like, so what these traditions teach, man.
I don't care about your explanation, dude. I don't care about it.
Come on, we have to show
That's
something.
what it is.
I think LeCron is talking about like Bruce Lee's principle. Just like, like if we are like water, you put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle, right? You put it into a teapot, it becomes the teapot type thing, right?
Listen, it's basically
no, John, that just kind of like.
I'll explain it. I can explain this to you, man. Like, so it makes sense, man. Just listen, right? So basically, there's the world of what can be perceived, okay? And this includes your thoughts, man. What you think is real and what you think is not real, right? This is the world of form. They change all the time, man. Right? There's something now. What basic meditation teaches, right? Is to disidentify with the world of form, and you say, I am not this, I am not that, I am, right? I just am, right? So right now, when you look at objects in your room, man, as you're sitting there furrowing your beard, man, right? Looking and you're thinking all these thoughts, man, right? where are these happening, man? Where are these thoughts happening, man? Who is it?
Am I my Xbox controller?
But who is it that knows the thoughts, man? Your Xbox controller right there, man, right? Who is it that knows it to exist, man? At the moment, it's me, man. I can see it through my screen, right?
Yeah,
okay, but what's me?
I'm asking you about logic now, okay? This is going to come down to logic. Okay? The second law of logic is the law of identity. Is my identity me, or is my identity the controller, or am I able to combine my identity with the controller?
So what I would say is that you are both, man. You are both what is perceived and what is not what is witnessing it. Okay. So basically, can honestly, this is something you can actually understand with your mind.
No,
man.
this is
even though
basic
the
logic,
mind,
dude. This is basic.
No,
This is
listen,
basic,
man. Even though the mind cannot quite comprehend what is beyond it, right? It can logically understand this, man. Like, so think about where things happen, man. Who is it that knows things to happen, man? Right? Who is it that knows one thought over the next, man? Right? Who is it that changes moods, man? Who is it that changes states? Who is it that was you at 2 years old and you at 37, man? Right? I don't know. Like, so what is it?
I'm not that old.
What is it, man, that knows things, man?
I'm 44.
Okay, so
is that
what
going to
I'm,
be like
what I'm
like
saying,
senior?
man, is that it's the difference between a concept of something that can be observed and something that is formless and is observing the concepts, man, right?
Okay, perfect. Can I have the identity of a 34-year-old and a 37-year-old?
Yeah.
Can I? Well,
I mean,
you can I?
John,
Well,
they say 37 is the new 34.
like, dude, I would suggest that the open state of awareness, man, allows for anything, man.
If I just open my mind,
any
if I just
possibilities,
open my
man.
mind.
Like, this is, like, man, open your mind, man.
You got to step
Open
out of
your
the
mind.
box.
Like,
John.
what
Step
what
out
does
of
consciousness deny, man? Think about it. What does consciousness
Get out of my
deny?
brain. Get out of my brain.
Okay, like LeCroc, you've heard of like quantum and classical like consciousness? Have you ever heard like these
Yeah,
terms?
I have. Yeah. So you're talking about like quantum consciousness, like what's his name? What's his name again? Fucking Roger Penrose, man. So trying to isolate where consciousness comes from and microtubules in the quantum state and stuff like that, right? But that still comes down to the hard problem of consciousness, man, right? Whether it's a quantum fluctuation or something that preceded it, man. You know what I mean? Like,
Okay, so I mean, let me just kind of digest what you're saying, that like Penrose is calling quantum consciousness something like from nothing.
He's trying to look for a physical explanation, right? Okay, right. But in the reducing it in reducing it to something, man, right? Okay, you lose. It loses its essence, man. So your state of consciousness, man, it cannot become anything. It cannot become anything within reality, man. You know what I mean?
Now you're starting to get it a little bit. Now you're starting to get it. You can't reduce consciousness to evidence for like you need evidence for consciousness. You can't reduce something metaphysical down to something physical.
Yeah,
There's
I agree with that.
there.
Man. Yeah.
So then this is why I've been saying, dude, the whole time.
Yeah.
You don't have a justification for what you consider that to be. You just say it is.
It is, man. Yeah. Because that's the only thing. It's the only thing you can know, man. It's not a concept, man. Like do you understand, man? It's you have to get rid of concepts to be able to even remotely come close to it, man. You know what I mean?
Wait. You said we have to get rid of concepts to know what this is, but knowledge is a concept.
No, knowledge is within the concept, within the awareness. Sorry, knowledge.
So we need to.
Knowledge is a form, man. It's like the debate about intelligence, man. Like, is intelligence like AI, man? Is it conscious, man? Right?
No, intelligence is information.
Yeah, it's information. How do you divorce that from that which knows it, man? Yeah.
How do you divorce it from that which knows it? You don't divorce it. It's not a matter of divorcing. It's a both and. You need an interpreter for knowledge because you need an interpreter to understand what this is.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, you're kind of on the same page as me, man. Like I would
So,
say that.
look, Rob, like, have you seen this background? Like, artificial intelligence versus synthetic intelligence is what I think you're talking about, right? Like, how do we distinguish?
I can't do
like,
this anymore, guys.
No.
John, if it's like too much, thank you for just kind of like entertaining.
Synthetic, do you mean like man?
Huh?
Like men?
When
Is
you
that what
said like man, like yeah, synthetic.
Oh, like
man-made,
man.
synthetic.
In this
Is that what
context,
you mean?
sister? In
You
this
guys have a
context,
wonderful night. I gotta go.
you too, John. Thank you for being such a
Thanks for having me
good
up.
guest. Yeah,
Hey,
thank
man,
you.
good
Be
to-
well.
God
good
bless
chat,
you guys.
man. Have a good
Happy
one.
New Year. So, if I may, like, Sister Serenity, you were asking, just like, am I like referring to synthetic intelligence being just like mankind, right? Like man versus
Yeah,
artificial
like, you normally-
intelligence being
yeah,
like
synthetic,
robots and
refers-
like all that stuff, right? Like,
I think so, yeah, because normally when you refer to anything synthetic, they refer to it as man-made. Sort of ish.
man-made versus
Yeah. As
what
opposed
about
to like
what about
natural.
artificial? So artificial versus synthetic, like artificial would also be maybe man-made, wouldn't it? Like, so wouldn't that kind of
I mean, well, yeah. But I mean, in terms, because you're talking, I don't know, that's why I'm asking you.
Okay, thank you for asking. You know, like, and this is just my own personal like perception, and this is just what I've come to like know, right? So artificial intelligence is just like whatever we artificially like know, right? Like for me, the defining point between knowledge and wisdom is that anybody can become knowledgeable, especially today. We look up something on a Google search, we become knowledgeable
I
on
agree.
that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Wisdom is
But
knowing how to use that knowledge or how we use that knowledge, right? So here's just like a Eastern
I
kind of
would say-
spiritual kind of like
Yeah.
meditation, right? Just like I'm not trying to be more knowledgeable. I want to become wise, right? Like, so this is where
Yeah.
Bruce Lee says, life itself is our teacher, right? And we should always be in a state of constant learning, right? So it's just these principles just to kind of get ourselves to step out of our box and try to transcend. Now, in this case of artificial versus synthetic,
Word artificial kind of, like if you look at the definition, because I don't know, I'm starting to try and look at words for what they actually mean, like when we use them, if that makes
Beautiful.
sense. So
that's beautiful. I'm glad that other people are trying to do that, right? I'm so big on semantics, you know, but like this is where we have to begin.
I've only been taught this though. Like I never was like this before, so this has only been opened up to my mind like recently.
Beautiful.
So like, if you look at the word artificial, it's not real. Artificial, it's fake. Like it's, you know what I mean? So yeah, that's I don't know. That's where because it's synthetic intelligence and artificial intelligence. But then you were saying about like being knowledgeable and then wisdom. So, like,
Can I ask you a question? Have you ever said a word so many times in your head over and over again that it loses all meaning?
Like
I
a
think
boy who
people do it
cried
all the
wolf
time today.
state.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Like
yeah.
or like
when I
you
hear
say-
people just like say, I'm a Christian, I'm just like, yeah, that doesn't mean anything.
Or you say your own name, man. You say your own name to yourself, man, over and over again, man. It loses its feeling, man. Like what do I mean by this, man? Right? And so that's what I'm saying. Like consciousness is not fucking information, man. It's not the act of I don't know. There's something else, man. There's something else that's going on.
I mean,
man.
I would
Like,
say that I would reword that, Lacroix, by saying it's not just that, right? There's so much more that makes up like human consciousness, right? And this is where this debate comes in: artificial versus synthetic. Synthetic in this situation is just natural, right? We naturally just come to know what we know through God, right? We naturally know God is good, that Jesus is our Lord. You know, like all these things. We either naturally know this or we artificially can know this. Does that make sense? So like this is the case of consciousness in the debate of quantum versus classical. Sorry, sister, continue.
Yeah.
No. What? So what's an example of artificial intelligence in knowing that?
Okay. Can I use kind of like like Christians?
You just gave an example of synthetic. So I just want to know a definition, like an example in artificial, like of your, like what you perceive it to be, because this is your post.
Okay, thank you. This is only my.
I'm just trying to get
my thoughts.
understanding.
None of my thoughts represent any other like third party thing.
No, well,
So let's
of
just get that
course, I don't
disclaimer out,
know.
right? Okay, beautiful.
No, like I don't know. But I'm trying to ask, like, there's no, like, because this is the whole point when you converse and have conversations and discussions, right? You have
Amen.
you have to come to an agreement of what you're actually talking about, defining terms, what they mean, so then you can actually be on the same page and understand each other.
Yeah.
100%.
They're the foundations of communication.
All right, so like I would say, man, that everyone experiences reality, man, through the lens of like their understanding or the information that they've received, right? Okay, but what I kind of think that is true is that a true definition of like something that's beyond this world, or like, you know, like to see the true totality of
Transcendent?
reality, man, right? It's
Transcendence.
man. So you have to transcend the mind, man. You know what I mean? Like you have to go beyond what your projections are onto the world, man, right? So and this is what I kind of think, that language is kind of interesting in that way as well, because everyone understands words in different ways, man. You know what I mean? Like they're all
in the
putting
beginning
together
was the
their
word, right? Like the Bible says, it just like in the beginning was the word. Now, when it says the word was with God and the word was God, here's where like the consciousness interpretation, but like logically, it's talking about just words offer the means to meaning, and for those who will listen, an enunciation of a truth. But words like freedom, justice, like oppression, these are more than words. They are our perspectives, right? Like, so the words that we use expose our perspectives on the objective world that we all live in through a subjective perception, right? Like we can all agree on that, right? Like you have your truth, right, based on your perception. I have my truth based on my perception. But you hear people who are just like, there is no your truth, my truth. There's just objective truth, right? It's just like, whoa.
Exactly. I would say that there is like a reality that is the same within each every conscious being, man, that exists, man. Everything that is, right, is basically this same state of pure perceptual awareness, right? And that everything within it, right, our personalities, our different views, all that sort of stuff, right, is come down to the fact that we're going through a metamorphosis or whatever, right, of what consciousness is, man. We're trying to take it
transcendence. Just stick to that word, transcendence, LaCroix. Just we're going through.
What does that word even mean?
Transcendence.
What, a metaphor? No, a metamorphosis.
Metamorphosis. Metamorphosis. You mean a metamorphosis? Metamorphosis, like
metamorphosis. Yeah.
Okay,
As opposed to
a transcendence. What's the difference for you? Tell me what's the difference between transcending and metamorphosis.
Yeah, so it's like the state that is everything, right? The state that is just perceptual awareness, man, moves into the world of concepts and form, man, right?
I need to get a dictionary.
So no, like okay, so I don't know how to explain it any better, man. Like so it moves into the world, it forgets itself, right, and moves into identifying with one or the other, man. Well, a form within itself, man, right? Okay. And what happens then when you do that is that you start to feel yourself as a separate entity from reality, man. You know what I mean? Like you no longer recognize that which is present in everything, man. Every single form.
In a good or maybe in an unhealthy way at this point, right?
Right.
Like we could reach that point.
Is this metamorphosis? Are you trying to explain metamorphosis?
Right. We asked you,
No.
just like your definition
lost.
of like transcendence versus metamorphosis, and you were just like talking about like something else. But so again, like we have
I'm stuck in the past.
I'm with you, sister. We have to really build a foundation on like the words that we're using. Right?
What I'm saying, I'm talking about the world of like the world of separation, man. Like believing that you are one thing and not another. Okay, right? Okay, so I understand this, man. Like, so as soon as you reduce the whole into states of different differentiation, right, and you identify one as one you're gonna feel separate from the world, man. But when really everything exists within one conscious experience of right now, man.
All
Honestly,
together
man,
at
you
the
can do
same
this.
time, right? It's not good or bad.
Yeah,
It's all of it
all
at
of
the
reality.
same time. Right? Like,
All of reality, man, is happening within one formless state of consciousness, man, perceiving the abundance of eternity, man, right? And the thing is, right? The thing is that we don't recognize this, man. We like it's somehow being covered over by our belief that we are one thing and not another, man. You know? But really, like look at anything, man. Everything shares the same state of being known by you. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Energy, right? Like this is where just like Einstein, E equals MC squared. Like we are all energy. We're forms of energy, right? Like every living being is energy. Like that's what we share. But you know, like I think I get what you're saying. Like this is where I want to make it clear. Like this is what science, quantum mechanics, and string theory is now discovering to be like a distinction between classical consciousness and now what is being deemed quantum consciousness. In between was like the supreme, like right, like in the terms of like computing, it's classical computers, right? And then it became supercomputers. And now the talk is quantum computers, which are going to not make supercomputers like completely obsolete. They just function and compute in a different way. Supercomputers and classical computers do. They exist in states of a quantum, like both. It's not it's not binary, it's non-binary.
Not one or
it's not zero
not one
or
or the
one.
other. Yes.
It's both ones and zeros.
That's
at
exactly
any time,
right,
right?
man.
Right. That's
Exactly.
the difference.
Yes.
And that is what human consciousness is being compared to. We are like computers now. Our mind is essentially like a desktop where we can like literally pull files and you know, like do these things.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, man. It's so fascinating, man. Like the age in which we live in, man. And this is why, like, I'm a big, like, I really believe anyone that has the time to do it, man, is like meditation, man. Because meditation can actually put you into a felt experience, man, of what that is that knows both. You know, both states, man. You know what I mean? It's not either, but it is both, right?
All right.
You know what I mean? So everything is
this level of existing on just all like levels, right? Right. Yeah. I don't know if necessarily it's meditation, right? Like for me, meditation was something completely different. But again, to make that leap into just like the next state, right? In like Hinduism, it's the 7 levels of like chakras, right? Yeah. Like, and we want to reach like this top like point, but there are like these stages, right? Like it's all the same thing. And every different discipline, science, religion, philosophy, metaphysics, like whatever it is, has their own language to explain and describe the interpretation of the same concept.
Exactly. Yeah.
Divine
And
oneness
that's
is
the
what I
thing,
call
like,
it, right? Like we're all connected, right? Like
yes, I totally agree, man. I would say that, like everything, like you and I, man, at our essence, man, are the same thing, man. You know what I mean? Like we are the same.
Don't forget Serenity over here
man.
too, right? Like all three.
And Serenity. Yeah.
Let's not go classical. But Serenity, is that kind of making sense here? Is that making more sense, like on what I mean by artificial and synthetic in the context of like what you asked? Like synthetic for you is just like man made, and then I asked you just like what about like artificial things, like you know, like these are also man made. So I wanted to break down synthetic and artificial in this like context of discussing quantum mechanics and just quantum theory. My theory, which I call the Big Pang theory, it's like a play, but it's also my last name.
The Big Pang.
Pang. My last name is P-A-N-G in American.
Oh,
Pang.
Pang.
In Korean, my parents are from South Korea, and in Korean, my last name is actually B-A-N-G, but it's not bang, it's bong in Korean, which means room. And so like all these things. So when I hear Big Bang theory, I'm just like, I can play on that. But again, like I have this thing that I'm putting out in the scientific community to explain the difference between like quantum states of consciousness
Yeah, yeah,
versus
yeah,
this classical like artificial state. And the and I don't want to scare anybody, but like the like field of experimentation is this platform, like specifically TikTok.
Oh, cool.
Like TikTok allows mankind to travel at the speed of light to reach one another, right? Like this is the closest we'll get to the speed of light. Like, and science,
Exactly,
you know, I don't know if they've like admitted this yet, but you know, like this is what Einstein, like that E equals MC squared, you know, like I didn't think anything of that equation. And through whatever meditation I want to call it, like just YouTube videos during the pandemic, I found like this Einstein like video about like some lost letter that opened up my mind, that he was just like explaining like when he proposed E equals MC squared, he was trying to explain to the world that the energy needed for our species and everything to survive is love, right? That's it. Multiplied by the speed of light squared. And then it got twisted into, wow, if we can, you know, like I can describe it anyway. But if you break that formula down, Einstein says it's all relative, right? Therefore, energy and mass are interchangeable. Now, that word interchangeable doesn't mean M equals E times C squared, right? It just means you can factor these things out. I don't know if you know just basic like algebra, you know.
Man,
so if
I'm not a physicist or anything, man, but like
it doesn't take like a physicist, you know, like
basically get it, man. Like
You should have asked me when I was in high school, man. I knew algebra really good back then.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a while, man.
Okay.
You know, like,
so let me ask you both this: what is the square root of 2 or 4? I'm sorry. What is the square root of 4?
2. Is it? Like, hang on. Yeah, 2.
That's what they just said it.
Did you guys have to really say? Okay, but it's also -2, right? Because a negative multiplied by a negative is a positive.
It's also yes,
Okay,
yeah.
So keep that in mind. In E equals MC squared, right? Like science will try to trick you into saying C is a constant number and it's just multiplied squared because that's the speed. They try to trick you into thinking just like, don't look deeper into this. This is what Einstein was pointing out when he brought this up. Now, if you look at that concept of C squared, and this is what Einstein and Schrodinger were discussing as just like, this is spooky science at a distance, right? Here's entanglement, where C could be positive C, or it could be negative C if you take the square root of it. What does that mean? Essentially, black holes, white holes, darkness, light, good, not good. You know, Christ, Antichrist. Does that make sense? So it's like catching up to this.
It makes sense to me, man. Like I think we're like it doesn't like I'm not a physicist, but like I understand like the concept of like, you know, negative, you know, like there has to be an opposing. Like, I understand this duality, man, like of negative and positive, right?
If you take the square root of something, right? Especially a number, there's this tool, like it's going to be a negative and a positive, right?
Yeah.
Right.
It's like imaginary numbers and shit, man. Like, so if you get like the square root of negative 4, like what's that,
negative
man?
2.
Like,
Negative 2 is an imaginary number in this context.
Yeah.
Negative C is I in a mathematical state, right? Like that's the thing. Like a mathematical expression could be written about it, but then it's only for mathematicians, not for the people, right? So this is where Einstein had this brilliant analogy when like a bunch of rich like aristocrats asked him to explain his theory, which he couldn't even explain to the scientific community what he was talking about, which was God is light, right? Light, which enlightens people, is what he said. Good, right? The goodness that, you know, like allows us to like become a species and grow. And he also said, God is love and love is gravity because love attracts us to one another. So he was really speaking on a very philosophical like level, premise on this, trying to explain it in a mathematical sense. But then when he just like said, like they didn't understand like what I was talking about, like we need to harness like the energy of love, not like the energy that was going towards WW2, right? That's the time he was facing. Just all this darkness towards like all this thing. So he was trying to fight this. And then he goes to America, explains his theory, and then this is where like Oppenheimer is just like, hold on, what if we tell everybody we're trying to fight for one energy? American, like Western, like democracy. Therefore, we can get all the scientists to come in and do the Manhattan Project. This is where Einstein was just like, oh my God, I can't believe like they took it to this, you know, like, so again, this is just my own, this is my own, like synopsis of Einstein. This is, again, I have to put this disclosure out, but does that make sense? So like, this is where physics
totally
is now
does,
catching
man.
up to like Bible things. There's a Neil deGrasse Tyson like video where he's just like, if you knew nothing about science and I asked you to explain like the natural world using only the Bible, like what would you say? Right? You probably talk about like stars falling from the sky, like all this stuff, and like
You just took me back though. There is something. Sorry to interrupt.
No,
you just
you're
took me
good,
back though. Low crow, like yeah. Well, because earlier you said something. You were talking about the yin and yang. Yeah. And you were talking about there's always like a little bit of darkness in the light, and then there's a little bit of light in the darkness, and yada yada.
Yeah.
But like, so like, and I understand what you're saying. For like, I'm a Muslim, okay?
Yeah.
So I think.
Salam alaikum, sister. Sorry, I didn't give you.
Walaikum salam.
Yeah.
So this is where though I start to think about, you know, our purpose of being created in the first place, right? We have that, we know we're existing, we know all of these things. But this is where this starts to change a little bit in the topic, because I think everything in existence has a purpose for its creation. Everything has what it's supposed to be doing. So I think how we also should have that purpose. We're not just created for no reason.
Like a cause and effect. Like we are here because of a cause, or no, maybe not in this sense, right? Like,
sort of like everything was put in existence for some reason or another,
right? Especially human beings. But this is like the existential thing that human consciousness is kind of like a victim of its own creation, right? Like we're asking ourselves, it's like, what is the purpose of life? You know, like every, you know, like,
let me ask you this, man. Let me ask you this, man.
When you talk about the yin and the yang, right? Like it has to be that way though. Like in my mind, like if I think about it, it can't just be all white on one side and all black on the other side, because then when I think about creation and the belief in God, and as a Muslim, like God lays everything out for us and gives us an explanation for everything. So, you know, the reason why it can't be all white or all black is because we are here to be tested. We are here. This is a temporary test, right? So, but
Like-
if it was all white and all black, that means we would already be in what we call paradise.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Don't know why.
So let me ask you this, man. Like why do you think that the existence of both good and evil needs to like necessarily mean that you're in a state of like suffering, man? Like I mean, like why is it
But it's perceived as a state of suffering.
yeah? So
Is it actually a state of suffering?
I don't know. I think that suffering seems
for
to
some,
happen.
it could be probably
like-
right. And like,
yeah.
I would say
But-
Lacroix, it's because those who choose to only see that binary paradigm of good, evil, is victim of their own suffering, right? I choose to transcend from that and see just like, hey, there is good, and then there is not good, and then there is worse, right? Like I don't stigmatize it as just like, you know, like this is where kind of I don't know if you guys are familiar with like critical like social theories, but this is what is called queer theory, right? Like where it states that whenever like we as a like humanity or even any society deems something or things to be normal or the norm, there will always then be those that are outside that norm. Queer, strange, odd is what that word means, right? So when we say every human being has to have a 9 to 5, a career, has to go to college. You know, like that's the norm in America that kids are kind of like scrutinized to, right? But then this is where, as a chaplain, I tell parents today, your children are your like center of what you will deem to be normal from your perspective. Don't try to fit your kids in the round peg when they're squares or stars or something like that, right? We have to break that cycle in America specifically. And I see this trying to happen with just like gender ideology, right? Granted, like the whole like, you know, like body like changing thing went overboard. But the principle of it is addressing this whole thing. Like no kid should be told that, you know, when we're told as kids, like, you're a girl, you're a boy, and boys do this, girls do this, all of a sudden, our child, like freedom, kind of gets a cage on it, right? So this is where the concept of this is just like, you know, like, whatever the kid says, if they say, I'm a ninja, I'm a turtle, parents should just listen to that and be like, why do you think you're a turtle, right? Not just, I need to go put my kid in therapy or something like that, which is
exactly. I would say the concept of love, man, like of just like endless acceptance, man, like
unconditional, not endless acceptance, but
unconditional acceptance, man.
Exactly. Love, unconditional love.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you on that.
I think in that example, it's a little bit different, only because kids are kids, and kids will tend to grow out of those sorts of ways of thinking, right? Like that's a part of letting their imagination grow, letting them be creative and that side of things. But then as they grow, that sort of unrealistic part will kind of die down. Doesn't mean the imagination will die
hopefully,
down.
Right? And a lot of that relies on the guardians, right? Environment, nature, and nurture, right? So these are all like the variables that come into play, right? Today, parents are just I'll raise my children, not the government, not you teachers or anything like that. When I was growing up, it took a village to raise children, right? Like,
man, think about this, man. This is what I kind of think, man. Like, imagine if we were all taught from birth, man, that we are just the perceptual awareness, man, of the changing forms, man. You know what I mean? Like. There is
they're called like hippie babies. You mean like hippie babies?
I know. It sounds.
No, I'm just kidding.
But think about it. Like what constraints get put on us by our beliefs, man. You know what I mean? Like as soon as we believe like something should be one way or something like that. I know we all have to like. I'm not answering every question here, but I'm just saying that like, what good does it do to somebody, right? When you say to them, no, you shouldn't do that. You should not be where you are right now is not accepted by me, man. Right? What does that do to a person, man? Like honestly, everyone's felt that. Man.
But there has to be some kind of like rules and laws though at the same time. Otherwise, you're gonna have chaos.
Yeah, true. I understand that. It's not. It's
in
not
the long end, right? But if there isn't somebody present at that like moment of just like inception of like that like cage, right? To explain here is why I'm saying this, right?
Yeah,
rather than just like I watch TV and they said like, I shouldn't go like burn houses down, right? And this is where my father told me, like, Charles, there are children that like parents tell them just one time, if you see something on fire, don't touch it because you're going to get burned. And those kids will just never touch fire, right? Then there are kids.
I was not one of those kids.
Right. So then he says, then there are kids who are told the same thing, but they see a fire, they touch it, they'll get burned, and then they realize, oh, this is why parents say, don't touch the fire. They're not lying, right? In this sense. Then he told me, then there are kids like you, Charles, who we've told, you've touched the fire, and you just keep touching it, and getting burned. Are you saying we are bad parents? And this is in the context of just like when I was like in college and on like, you know, like going through like my addiction like phase. And I was just like, Dad. And just out of the grace of God, like the words that came out of my mouth was just, maybe I'm trying to invent an oven mitt. And I was just like, whoa, what did I just say? Right? So again, it's just like these moments of just intense pressure, especially within humans, that really breaks out. Like I think you were saying, Lakovi, like our true, like pure, like energy, like love and light, like and that's the goal. That's the goal. Einstein was like predicting, hoping for, right? That we can all understand that within the human heart, like beauty is the splendor of truth, right? And like we shouldn't fill it with darkness, fill it with light. Because the light of the human heart could blind, like everyone. But even
here's an example. Here's an example, right? Because you were saying just before when we were talking about all this, people going through suffering, right? People going through suffering, and when I said like, if that is that how you perceive it as suffering though, and the reason why I said that is because so I had a heart attack at the start of last year, or around May last year, right? Now, when I tell people about it, they're like, oh, like it's a horrific thing, or like it's painful, or it's really bad. But my experience of it was not how people probably perceive it to be, right? Because there's a big stigmatism to it.
You're like,
right?
But when I survived, right? Like I'm a survivor. Why is oh, we're so sorry. It's just like
even in the moment. In the moment when I went through it, like for me, I felt at peace. I felt at ease. I thought like I just was going to sleep. Okay, I felt very, and at the same time, I was like, oh, I knew it was happening.
Like at that point, just
Alhamdulillah. Like, yeah, I knew what was happening because I work in the industry, right? So I knew what was happening to myself, but I knew I had no control. So I was just sort of like, oh, well, like everything's just going to happen how it's going to happen.
Right. It's Allah's divine plan, right, sister? Like,
yeah.
We're all
and I
part
wasn't
of
stressed.
the plan. Okay. Just,
but a lot of people saw it as a bad thing. Like, oh my God, like it must have been scary or painful or whatever. They probably would have saw that as a form of suffering. But for me, I was very, very relaxed and I
not suffering, right?
well, that's it, man. Like, don't you find that a lot of people that have been through suffering, they end up saying that suffering was their greatest teacher, man? You know what I mean? Like, do you know what I mean? In some sense, man.
It's what truly makes us stronger, right? Like spiritually, right? Yeah. Like Bruce Lee says, like, don't pray for an easy life. Pray for the strength to endure the difficult one. Right? Like that's a change in like how you perceive, right? Like if you change the way you look at things, the things you look at will change. If you change the things you look at, the way you look at things will change. But this is essentially the duality of just how it's called the universal laws, right? Like it's already put out here.
Yeah, because that experience itself, like in the moment, that wasn't suffering to me. It's the after consequences for me now that I think is suffering, right? All the things that I like doing before, I can't do it anymore, right? Because it's a health risk.
Yes.
So, the consequence is actually the suffering for me, not the actual event itself. If that makes sense.
The side effects. Or kind of like we'll get you. Make us diarrhea and confusion, and you won't be able to do kind of like the activities that
I can't eat whatever
we
I
enjoy.
Want. Like I'm not a fan of it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a fan of exercise. But guess what? I have to do all the time now. Like I gotta try and make myself.
And so, as a Muslim sister, right, this is where we say like, mashallah, alhamdulillah, for Allah saying like, hey, we need to change our current ways, or else whatever, right? That's the hardest part of just kind of putting it in that sense for me, just in life, as a person of faith, right? And that's what faith essentially is hopefully supposed to bring for humanity, right? Unite us in something transcendent of just like our human nature. But we're still fighting with principalities of just like atheists or scientists, right? Like I couldn't get this like first guest to just like come meet me 50-50 that God, I define God as love. Therefore, I know God exists. Therefore, would you agree God exists by my definition? He was just like, yeah, if you want to go get yourself like checked into therapy, like he just threw in a lot of like shade where I was just like,
yeah.
I don't know. And so this is where, like
No,
John came up.
dude, I totally understand what you're saying, man. Like, dude, you're a very wise dude, man. Like,
Thank you very much.
I
Like
can
my
just
father,
tell,
I
can
had
just
good
tell,
teachers.
man.
I had good teachers, and like
Yeah.
alhamdulillah, like, and basically,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
glory to God,
I'm
in that
pretty
sense.
sure, brother. I'm pretty sure, brother. There's probably even like Muslims that don't understand where you're coming from as well in the same paradigm, whether they're.
You have no idea, sister.
I
Especially
do,
here on TikTok.
actually.
Especially here on TikTok.
do.
Like I
That's
just
why
get
I
it.
said it.
I get it from Muslims, Christians. Like, you
No,
have no
I
idea.
know.
I am the grand unifier, and just like if I see two parties like arguing, I can come in and probably be like the one that they just focus
Yeah,
like all
yeah.
the things. But again, like I don't know, like
Yeah, it's
I can tell that would happen. I already know that happens. Like just from our conversation today.
this guy looks like he's a punching bag, but a good one.
No,
like
not a punching bag.
I like
It's
that.
just because-
I'm that like one that like MMA fighters that actually looks like the guy that kind of like will hit back or something. I'm that thing. But I get what you're saying, sister. No
it's just
shade.
because it's not like the normal way of the way people would express themselves in the faith. That's how I know.
Exactly, which I actually try to maybe stir the pot by telling like Muslims here on
Yeah.
TikTok, just like I am a Muslim. I took my Shahada and I am a Muslim, right? Just to see, it says right here, in the beginning, people try to appear that everything about them is black and white until their true colors come out. And so when I started
you know what? Can I just say, man? Do you know what I think, man? Like with all these religious debates and things like that, I think there's not enough of like really respecting each other and saying like, what's worked for you, man? I really want to know what worked for you. Why do you think what you're thinking, man? You know?
Right? Just like
yeah.
Chaplain. I've talked to you for like an hour, man. Like, what do you believe? And if I'm like, oh, I believe in the Quran and the Holy Bible, you'd be like, oh, that's like a better introduction for somebody to be like, maybe I want to read that than just like, yo, man, Lakrav, you Christian or Muslim? Serenity, you
exactly.
Christian or Muslim?
Yeah,
and then basing my next move on that, which I agree. Like that is just the misuse of this, like energy,
Yes.
right? Like in this sense,
yeah.
like, and
Yeah,
we
I
see
agree,
the
man.
effects
Yeah.
of when like that energy is like dark energy, dark matter,
Yeah,
antimatter,
yeah.
right? When people are just talking about dark stuff and only talking about just like how the world sucks and like America's evil, like it's just like that's just
We already know that that's the case, right?
You don't need to just this is our escape, right? Like, is there
I think, man, if we're aiming, man, if we're aiming basically for like something that like that is a place that we want to be, man, why do we keep introducing like these like, oh, let's see the differences between you and me, man? You know what I mean? Like, why not start with the agreement that like, hey, man, where I'm at right now, man, I want to get better. I want to get better, and I want to see what's better, right? You tell me what you know, man, and we'll agree on what we agree on, man. You know what I mean?
You're talking about
you worded it like that.
About uniting on.
You worded it like that.
Uniting on common. He's
Like,
talking
just
about uniting
language.
on commonalities.
Uniting on the commonalities. Yeah. I would say so. Yeah.
Because
in humanity, right? Like the commonalities in humanity, not necessarily the commonalities in like any specific faith or politics.
You do need to know. You need to know the differences, not like, and the only reason why you need to know the differences is so then you can understand boundaries with people, and then you sort of know. You know where you don't like what lines not to cross, right? Because the whole purpose is to
respect.
Live together.
Like
because people think like it's an impossible thing. It's really not impossible.
Like talking over people, like when John was just like, "Yo, man, just like this guy." It's just like I'll tell you, like Lacroix, this mute button in front of us. It's a very powerful tool that God has given mankind that is not like used enough. Like again, like just trust me. Just like if anything, you just tell me just like you want to be better. Like I hope to become better and better rather than just like worse. So like
exactly.
So when you say that, just like my bit of advice, just from what I've observed and what I like interacted with you is just mute up, and just let people just speak their piece, especially when they give you that kind of like energy or that direct reaction where he's just like that big sigh or something like that, right? That is a signal that a conscious, sentient human being who is actually, in this case, like synthetic, who is in the present moment, not with some agenda, but here to like connect, right? Will recognize and be like, okay, hey, I hear you. I'm going to mute up, right? But even as the host, we have to establish, like boundaries. We have to also be tested of, I guess, our limits as especially hosting like TikTok lives, right? I can't specify enough. Like I'm specifically referring to this digital frontier, which is called the grid, the matrix, right? Like so many kids told me this isn't the real world. Facebook is the real world. And I was like, what? No. Facebook is not the real world. The room that you're sitting in talking to me is the real world. You know that, right? And he was just like, oh yeah, you're right. And I was just like, don't forget that, right? Because the
in all fairness though, if people talk, and because sometimes they will go from one thing to another thing, and it just continues because I know there's a lot to unwrap in their brain, and they're trying to express what they want to say, and then I guess it's really hard sometimes because unless you're sitting there taking notes, then you'll just whatever you wanted to say, it's gone because the person's gone to something else.
This is where I've actually took notes, and I'm just like, maybe I can make a career out of this. And the career is a social media communications expert. This is like a role, right? These things, right? But again, it's all just observing just human consciousness, right? This is the thing between the observer effect and then the NPC thing, right? You guys are now going to be more of the observer and have that observer effect where you can come into a life, right? And observe it and just say, like God, just yo, let there be light, give your light, divide the light from the darkness, call this, it's a basic blueprint in the Bible, right? If you want to think of it mathematically. But again, there's multiple colors that people can radiate in the context of just energy and light, right? The rainbow has 7 colors, 7 chakras, 7 colors, right? 7 lights of energy. But again, we hope to be white light, right? Because white light scientifically is the reflection of every spectrum of light, while black is the opposite, right? It's not reflecting any of the absorbed light, and then everything in between, right? So this is where God bathes us in his bright white light. And so in this American context of my political concept, I treat this whole thing about black lives and white lives as a faith thing. Those who know God, who abide in God's attributes, love and goodness, are bathed in just this radiant, beaming kind of energy, light, right? And those who don't have God or just are just angry and want to vent, right? TikTok is called TikTok, so that's what people do, right? They're just and they're just talking here, right? But again, just whatever we choose to use this for, that is our heaven on earth. Does that make sense, guys? So what's being observed is just
I totally agree.
How do we each conduct heaven if we are given the power of being God, right? I've seen hosts who just drop people, just mute people up, and just you listen to me, right? It's just very it's on a broad spectrum,
Well, you think about it, man. If that was going to work, man. If there was something that's just not going to work, man. You know what I mean? Those things would not.
It only works to a certain extent. Well, okay, so now there's an existential. Revelation right there. We are coming to our own destruction unless we make a conscious choice, not agreed upon direction, right? So this is where the talks of like a one world government, just a one world like standard, and everybody seems to be, especially on the Christian faith side, resistant to that, saying this is the sign that like the world is ending, and like you see true colors come out, right? Like so again, it's playing on so many different like layers.
There's a lot of reasons for that, though. There's a lot of reasons because you're specifically mentioning this platform, and there's no real consequences for people on this platform, right? Because they're at home on their own. There's nobody in front of them. There's nobody around them. So really, they can they can unleash themselves to somewhat degree, because like it's not like they're in face to face.
They can
with
put on
somebody,
can put on their 50 Shades of Grey like mask and just be like,
Yeah,
they're free.
But who,
we can get a
but
free
think
card,
about this,
right?
man. Like, who does that appeal to, man? It appeals to people that have not been heard, man. The people that have not I don't know, like. Can you? The way that I
It
understand
appeals
it,
to
is
every
like,
human being, right? Whatever,
yeah.
But those are our
Like-
aspects, right? Like it gives us a voice,
Yeah.
right? It gives us connection, or whatever it is. It fills some kind of like desire or need or want in the human.
But people are their own worst enemies sometimes, to be honest with you.
True. I agree.
Always.
I'm telling you,
our
man,
own
I
worst
see it every
enemy as
day.
human beings are ourselves. That's the spiritual warfare, like sister. Like that religion, especially like in the Quran, they call it like the jinn, the haughty evil whispers of the jinn, versus just the normal regular people, right? But again,
The whispers.
the whispers, the whispers. But again, just where we have to make a conscious, like sentient, like choice, right? Synthetic choice to say, look, I'm just done with those like TikTok lives. Going on them, like just like seeing them. I want to do something different. That is
But
is
people are
going
drawn to that though. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying, right? So people are actually, it's like me at work. In the same way, people are drawn to that chaos, and they're drawn to that
drama
stuff that they complain about.
there is. Man.
Like,
it's
shadow
reality
aspect, man.
TV. It's reality TV on like a billion stations.
It's
Like,
do you know
you
that-
go to a live where, like, just like this one, we all can express what we want. We're all different in our own ways, right? But there's no animosity, there's no conflict, right? It's very kind of chill, right?
Yeah.
But we've only got
like,
three
that's-
people here.
That's what I'm like trying to like create. So thank you, sister, alhamdulillah, and mashallah for just recognizing that, because it just doesn't happen, right? Like it has to like start with like the Lord of hosts, like the one who hosts the life has to be the one who sets the boundaries and all this stuff. Granted, I can't
Because
control
I used
everything.
to try and do that as well, bro. I used to try and do it as well.
We all
right?
try. We all try,
And it's just
and we've all kind of
impossible.
just like felt the frustrations and kind of just like the
And
burn.
even
Where
at work, it's like if I like
that's
at
the thing.
work,
Where
right?
I'm just like,
My
when you're
boss-
at work, be at work. You shouldn't be on TikTok. Like I'm just like
but
when
I'm
people tell
trying
me
to
just like, yo, I'm at work right now, and I'm just like, who's your boss, man? Like the
I know,
confidence.
I know.
But then
But
when we
what I'm
realize
trying to say
people
is,
who
like-
get themselves in trouble by becoming their own worst enemy, like on TikTok, like just saying like I hate these people, and then like they come into work just like, yeah, I saw your TikTok like viral thing, and you're fired. And they're just like, what? Like they don't get how that happened. It's just like
But like
You
you
know?
see people too, like so there's people like that, like at work, right? And like it's like there's people that show initiative, and then
on
there's
break.
people,
Let's
like,
just say
you've
people on
gotta,
break
like-
at work, just to keep them.
No, like you've
just-
actually got to tell them and give them direction and stuff. Otherwise, like they'll have these great ideas but expect everybody else to do them, but not them, right? Like so, like everything it applies to everybody else, but I'll just stand here and just like say stuff, and I'll say this, and I'll tell you what to do, and whatever.
I'll tell you what I think, man. Like, I
How
kind
did
of
you
think
become
that,
like manager, right? It's just like, I'll be man. It's just like, I want to be the quarterback. I want to be like the other quarterback. I want to be the referee.
This is the thing, I've got thoughts on this too, man. I kind of think that like everyone is just basically, I don't know. I think a bit differently. Like I kind of think that everyone is just experiencing this reality, man, with the best of what they've got, man. You know what I mean? Like, and
we're essentially trying to like shine our light, whatever that light.
I
may
totally understand that. Yeah. I totally understand that. Like,
I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah, I kind of think that like, I know when we get into like when we like this is Jesus's teachings, man. You know what I mean? Like judge not, lest thee be judged yourself, man. Like so as soon as you judge someone and saying, like, oh, this person is not this, he's doing the wrong thing, right? Like you're essentially bringing yourself into
it's called karma.
Yeah.
Right? There's also a saying,
bringing yourself down, man.
When we point a finger at someone or something, there's usually 3 fingers pointing back at us, right? Like
exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So we are our own
and it's a tough
worst
thing to
enemy, right? We have to defeat the demons within ourselves. That's what Jesus was like trying to teach his lost tribes of Israel and the Gentiles, right? And all of humanity, which after, his ascension, right? And this is where like Islam is stuck at saying that whole crucifixion thing didn't happen, right? Like, and this is where I'm just like, what? Like,
But the principle is still the same though, right? Because we do know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will only judge you by what you know. By what you already know, right? So if there are things that you don't know, how can you be judged on doing something good or doing something bad if you don't actually have the knowledge or the awareness of what you've done? Like, so you can't be judged on something and this is justice, right? Isn't it?
Is that justice?
This is
like Allah's?
I think super hard about this, man. I think really hard about this, and I think like basically, it's just like, I don't know, like everyone gets born with different circumstances, man. You know what I mean? Like everyone gets born with different paths, man.
Isn't that the test?
So why is my test harder than yours, man? Like why?
Because you are gonna handle things differently to me because you're different.
In what way?
Hold on, look, Kavi, but like, what makes you think your test is harder than mine? Right? Like, who are you to say
that too?
I'm
like living easier than you. That's Serenity's living easier than you.
I would just say like, okay,
how you chose to perceive.
Hang on, but wait, what if we call it? Like, what if we identify?
I'm not trying to put you under like the gun, brother.
No, but wait. What if we call identification with salvation, man, as to like the belief in God, man? Right? Okay, this is my problem, man. Like the way that I think is that. I would like to, man. I would like to believe in, God. But the thing is, like, I see around me, I see people that believe in God and things work out for them and they seem happy and stuff like that. Yet I can't control my mind to grant reality that basis, man. You know what I mean? Like I just can't, man. My thinking mind and my intuition comes into play, and I just go like, no, this is a very basic explanation of like what reality is, man. You know what I mean? Like,
okay,
it's not. I can't get on board.
Are you doing a comparison based on what you see other people do? Because people are the problem.
Right, like saying like you are abnormal to what you are seeing around you, deeming to be normal right here, right? Like I think is what Serenity maybe is saying. Like, if I may,
okay, for
example, it comes down to the belief, man. Like this is what I struggle to.
Right,
to
you said
understand.
specifically you want to believe like God exists.
I would,
right?
yeah.
But
I
when you see people who believe God. Living all kumbaya, hunky-dory, and then you ask yourself just like, I can't be like that because I have like inner voices and just all these like stumbling blocks in front of me that like you can't achieve that level of, I guess, like bliss.
What I'm trying to say is, if I made decisions in my life based on what I saw, like other people do, or what they think or believe, like I would never do half of anything I do. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I chose to be a Muslim based on seeing Muslims, I probably wouldn't be a Muslim.
It's exactly why I wasn't a Christian on TikTok, right? Like, this is where I tell Christians, it's like, I took my shahada because of...
So what you're saying is it comes down to like a priori intuition that you were just born with, that you felt like what is it? Like,
it's not that. It's because you look at it how it is, and you look at how, like, okay, for me, Islam, right? I look at what Islam actually presents itself as. What does it say? What are the rules in there? What does it tell me? I look at the actions of people. I'm like, well, that's people, okay? Because people do a lot of dumb stuff all the time. So I'm not going to listen to people, but I am going to look at that, and I'm going to see what that tells me. And if that aligns with me, then there's like, that's a good thing, right? I'm not a follower, man. I'm not a follower of people. That's the thing, right?
I'm not trying to say that, like, I don't want to be like, I want to be a follower because people look blissful and shit. In some sense I am, man, but like, I'm saying that, like, I admit that if I believed in the holy books and stuff like that, right, and I adhered to their wisdom, right, like, and believed that, I could be very, very happy. Yet I seem to have thoughts that go beyond that, man. Like, and I can't reconcile my own intuition with something that's a holy book, man. You know what I mean? Like, so
so it seems like you're still doing shadow work, is what it's called, right? Like, this is like the like, we have to explore like the darkness within us that like comes from this. So like, you're not at any point in like your life that no human being has never been at. Like, that's all I want you to know, LaCroix, right?
But also, the other thing is, I want to say too, is like, okay, that's fair. Like, you've got all these questions and stuff, but the other question to ask is, if you get the answer to those, like, is there any benefit? Like, is there any benefit, or is that going to help you at all? Like, to know the answer to some of those things, because, you know, people will ask certain questions. They will not really.
Is it just gonna be followed by another question? Okay, well, now answer me. That's just like, Jesus.
Don't you think that that's a lot of the problem with like the world, is that people that claim to know these answers to these questions, man, right?
Okay,
and then, like, it's presenting a problem, man, with other people, man. Like,
right.
You know what I mean?
Like
you know?
Knowledge is being like confused with like wisdom, right? People just like know an artificial like transcript, literally, like in the context of like TikTok, like religious, like apologetic debates on any side. It is like artificial intelligence, where they have like their specific script. They don't even listen. They only listen with itching ears, is what like religion calls it, for that word, where it's just like, oh, I heard that word. Hey, now I can go to this point. It's just like, yo, did you even hear me? And then you can conduct spirit like tests where you're just like, yo, testing, do you understand what I'm saying? And they just, you know, like, it's amazing how unconsciously, like on autopilot, like people who are conducting lives are behaving, right? And when you say, sister, there's nothing that can like kind of like, you know, like correct us like in this like realm, you know, like that's the irony where TikTok is the one that steps in. It's just like, yeah, we're just going to start just like giving strikes, blocking accounts, banning accounts. And what do human beings do? They just think like, you know what? I'm going to make like 21 backup accounts thinking I'm like clever, outsmarting these things, when instead I should be realizing like, why did I get banned? Why did I get a strike? What should I do differently, right? Like, I've been on my same account my entire time. Right? Like, you know, like, and right? When I get a strike, I slow down. I'm like, okay, this is a sign that God wants you to take a break, right? Or I appeal it, right? And every time I appeal it, I'm like 95% like in the right? And so when I hear people just like, oh, I got like another like strike because people don't want to hear the truth about Islam or Christianity, I'm just like, yeah, I'm sure I know exactly why you got struck.
There's a way to articulate your point, though, without having to do that, if you're smart. If you really want to articulate your point, there is a way to get your message across without having to get a strike or a ban or whatever it is.
You think, right? Those people just think it's impossible. Just like all you people who are on here, just like without any strikes, you guys are just the fake news. And I'm just like, okay, so because we are doing good and we are being rewarded with like privileges to have TikTok, we suck, right? That's the like inevitability of humanity that I believe, like in the United States Declaration of Independence, like the forefathers specifically said, you know, like all experience has shown that while evils are sufferable, mankind will like, I'm paraphrasing at this point, but you know, like mankind has a harder time giving up those evils than like, you know, abolishing those evils completely. Does that make sense? You know, like we had prohibition.
I was listening to
right? Like prohibition is a good thing.
Steve, I don't even know what your real name is, but I was listening to
call him
you and
John
Lacroix and John arguing back and forward like earlier, and I was like, I really feel like they're saying the same thing and they're just going backwards and forwards.
Yeah, exactly. No. They're just trying to
that
get
assumption
to
too, man.
that common foundation of just like we're talking about the same thing, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
And he was like,
Yeah.
no. And then he was like, oh, I can't get my point across.
Right.
Yeah,
that doesn't help.
Yeah,
that doesn't help the process either, right? Like that's where the more like metamorphosized, I guess, like consciousness will recognize just like, hey man, you don't need to sigh at me, you know, like type thing. You know, as the host, the first guest who was the atheist, like when John came up, I was just like, hey man, we're not here to debate. We're not here to argue. We're here to just like discuss and have a discussion. And the atheist told me just like, yo man, we're grown adults. You don't have to like monitor us. Like you don't have to tell us what to do. And I was just like what who does this guy? I want to boot this guy. I want to boot this guy. But you know, everything in my power is just like, no, I can't, you know, but essentially he exited himself, right? Like those energies cannot like compete with just like this, this energy. Yeah. Does that make sense, guys? Like, so.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
So
that's it. Like I do kind of believe that a lot, man. I kind of think like, I don't know. You know, it's some sense of like solipsism, man. Like the more
solipsism,
like,
what did you say? What did you just say?
Not solipsism. Like I don't mean solipsism. I mean like there is
just like another one of those metamorphoses.
Yeah. Fifth graders, man. No, use words that you would say to a fifth grader, expecting them to like know.
All right. So do you know what solipsism is, man? Like
no.
Solipsism is like the idea that like there is only really me, man. You know what I mean? Like I'm the like this is not what I believe, but like I can only prove my consciousness and therefore no one else I will grant that same privilege. You know, like
borderline narcissism. Is that like narcissistic behaviors?
No, yeah, it is. It's very narcissistic, right? But like, but what it does.
But how do you prove your own consciousness?
Well. That's obvious, man.
Through
like,
words, through you know, like to demonstrate.
Any experience, man, proves your own consciousness, man. You know what I mean? Like,
hold on. Let's be careful with that. What did you just say? Every or any experience?
No, any experience proves your own consciousness, man.
Proves
any
our
experience
own consciousness. But do
some people will say that?
Right? Do those experiences necessarily prove that we are indeed conscious, though, having these conscious experiences? Does that make sense? Like,
no. So
yeah, because some people will make the claim they're conscious, but like if I was to look at them, I'd be like, mate, you're in another planet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I was saying about solipsism, man. Like so this is the practice of basically seeing everyone as a reflection of your own fucking beliefs, man. You know what I mean? Like, so when I look at you, I'm interpreting your words, everything that you say, and I'm building up some kind of external persona about you based on what my beliefs and what my experiences are. And that's all you can ever really get.
I'm relating it to what I say.
Like, do you understand that, like, basically you will never have anything other than your own reflection, man, right? So what I'm saying is that basically the less you believe about other people, right, or about yourself, man, the less you believe about yourself is going to give you a more detailed description of what's actually there, man, right? And so what I'm saying is that basically the more you give up about your own assumptions about reality, the more you will see what's truly there. Okay, so you will no longer see somebody else with a differing opinion or something like that. You will see yourself, man, because if you have no opinions, man, right? Who can have a differing opinion, man, to you? Like, okay, like it's basically the practice of like.
You have no idea how much I get that. Where it's just like, where are you from? And I'm just like, Colorado, and they're just like, no. And I'm just like, that's not even an opinion. It's like you're telling me I'm not, like, so I get what you're, like you're absolutely right. Like we have to break those like walls, right?
Yeah.
Like
So
those
that's it,
those
right?
agendas.
If someone asked me where I'm from, I'd just say my parents.
Yeah, your parents, man.
Ultimately, right? You
Yeah,
ask Christians that on TikTok, it's just like, who's your father? Jesus Christ. It's just like, who raised you? And then they'll be like, don't even go there, man. Like we don't even want to talk about that. But then as a chaplain, I recognize here is that trauma that needs to be healed, right? And that's what, like, the prophet Esau, Jesus, peace be upon them all, like was showing humanity, just like the Shaitan, the Satan, right? Like he distinguished it in a binary way. It wasn't just like the 12 tribes of Israel and then the Gentiles anymore. It was just those who are now of God and those who are of Satan, right? Like he made it binary at this point, which again, correct me if I'm wrong, sister, is what like the meat of like the message that I received, like when I like took my Shahada, was just like the word Muslim, just the word at its essence is just defining a human being who submits their will to serve God, right? Like just in its essence, a very broad brushstroke. No faith, no religion, right, sister? Like,
well, it's funny that you said that. It's funny you said that because when I read the Quran and I don't I don't understand Arabic. I only read the translation, obviously. However, even in the translation, when I read it, right, I only ever see Allah talk about believers and disbelievers, like. Everything
and
else
losers,
that's put
right?
in there,
He calls those. There's a group called the Losers, where I was just like, as a Christian, I can never call.
Like,
but again,
anything else that says like the Muslims or Christians or Jew, like that, it's just describing the people at that time. But like, I don't take it as specifically that because people can be believers or disbelievers regardless of where they're from. That's how I see it, though. But that's just me. Because I'm trying to
would
look
you say
at
also what faith they embrace as well? Like they can be believers and disbelievers.
You can tell in people's essence, like in how they are in their character, right? You can tell who's a believer and who's a disbeliever.
Okay.
Somebody that comes to the aid of somebody in need, regardless of like their faith or whatever it is. If you see someone suffering, if you're on the good path as a believer, your innate nature is to help somebody.
Yeah.
Okay, but what about when we recognize bad, incorrect, like behavior, and we, as believers of whatever faith, choose not to act on what we know is right and correct, like one of our, I guess, like tribe members, but rather just stay complicit and just stay silent, or in like worst cases, like side with the guilty and condemn the innocent, right? Like a Christian comes up and
and I don't have that in me. I don't have that in me to do that, right? Because I called it today, bad behavior today, and they tried to stir me up by saying like, oh, well, then here comes the haram police. So then I said, get a grip. And
they even had like these catchy
but then they tried to throw it back at me. But then they tried to throw it back at me, and I was just sort of like, listen, all I said was this is not appropriate. That's all I said. Like, and then you instigated everything else and made it worse than what it had to be. And I was just calling out your behavior. That's it. I didn't do anything else.
Our fellow Muslim, like brothers, like I can only imagine what like the brother Brotherhood of Islam
Oh,
on
it was,
like
it was
TikTok
another sister.
said,
It was
just
another.
like,
It was another.
men are
Yeah, it was
talking
another.
here. It's just like I didn't sign up
Yeah,
for
but
this.
I did like because I don't. For me, I don't really. I'll call it out. Like I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but like if your behaviors are not acceptable, that's what it is. Like just accept it, and then or just say, well, what did I do wrong? Fine. That's self awareness and self reflection, right?
And
that's the thing,
someone
man.
of a high
Yeah.
standard, right? A high moral standard to stand up and call out like something that isn't right, right? Like so, like alhamdulillah for that, sister. You know, like, and again, I refer it back to what it talks about, like Iblis's role, right? Like you have proven Iblis can't lead you astray, right? So he has to go somewhere else. Like Allah
You
knows.
know what the way that I see it, man, is like there's just there's conditions of like what it's like to be a kind and gentle human, man. You know what I mean? Like you know, like you can be friendly, you can be accepting of different opinions and things like that. Like all those kinds of qualities, right, lead to a better outcome for you, man. It's just like been proven, man. Like it's what is, man, right? Okay. Now, as to say that, I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to say that basically, yeah. I don't know. It's just like, it's just caring, man. It doesn't have to come down to a religious text or anything like that. It's just basically you want the best outcome for the other, yeah, right? You know what I mean? Like so.
Love our
Even if
neighbor
you're-
as
if
we
you're-
love
if you're in a
ourselves,
de-
right?
If you're in a debate, man, with someone or something like that, right? You don't have to dehumanize anyone because of their belief systems, man. You can simply fucking be the open space of awareness for love, man. You know what I mean? Like
Right. But it's
okay,
even
yeah,
using that word debate, though, brother. That is a wall that's built that people don't recognize, right? That's why I really stop people and just like, no, we're not debating here. We're chatting, right? There's a difference between talking and chat. Talk is very intentional
So,
stuff.
you know,
Chat is
what's
just friendly and open.
What's the difference, though, man? Think about the difference, man. The difference is like I want my point, what I believe, man, which is an external source of like, you know, my identification with a particular ideology, right, to be right over yours, man, because I invest my beingness so much into that ideology that I'm willing to fucking go to blows with you because of your ideology is different, man. But when in reality, man, like in reality, man, like my ideology is dependent upon your like difference, man, in opinion for it to even be an ideology, man. You know what I mean? Like, do you understand that? Like
in that dualistic sense, it's just like, yo,
Yeah,
man,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
You
So, like-
need me to have your but
Exactly.
Can you actually like Lakrov? Can you apply it to what you were talking about like the mirror, right? Because you were right about that. So when you apply it to that, like they are looking in a mirror of their own reality of themselves, and what they're using TikTok for is some kind of reassurance, just like, hey, if I'm smiling in this reflection, is it going to smile back at me? And if it doesn't, like, what's wrong with my mirror, right? It's either a one-way mirror or it's just like, you know, like these things where people don't realize it's ourselves, right? Like, and so there's a saying, just like, if we look at our reflection in an actual physical mirror and our reflection is like frowning at us, what do we have to do to make that reflection smile? We have to be the one who smiles first, right? Like, otherwise it's never going to be smiling. So when I hear people just like, you're getting cooked, bro, or just like, I see them, like the term is, I guess, crash out, right? In this like whole thing. Oh, you're crashing out. Yeah. We are just like reaching our breaking point where you see just who we are. And this is where like it gets real dangerous, because then people start throwing out derogatory terms that will be held accountable, right? Like I record everything and bring it back to people on TikTok and they call me weird or like crazy. It's just like, I don't know anybody who does that. It's just like, well, now you know one and you're not safe, right? You know, and
exactly.
So again,
I kind of think that like as soon as you go into that realm, man, as soon as you enter that realm of like it's like what I'm saying has become defined, man, into something that I need to defend, man, right? Or something like that, like, right? We lose the essence of what it is, man. You know what I mean? You lose the essence of what it is, man, because the truth does not need to fucking prove itself to falsehood, man. It just is, man.
I mean, it's a delicate balance, like you said, like that fulcrum. It depends on where people decide to put that fulcrum. If it's like too far one way, where it's just like this way, you know, like you have to find that delicate balance, and this is where like the whole narcissistic like behavior disorder comes in. Every human being, by definition, is a narcissist, and any human being who refuses to accept that term for human consciousness is double narcissist, right? Like if they cannot immediately step out of just the word and just like understand that it may mean, you know, like even the word gay. This was an interesting like experiment where I don't know if you guys saw like these TikTok videos where it would be like parents with their infant babies, just like, gay baby, I got a gay baby. And people in the comments would be like, how do you even know? Like it's like sexual orientation preferences. It's just like, why did your mind go to that like interpretation? When I see a baby, I see a parent saying, I have a gay baby. The definition I'm thinking of is one that is joyful, merry, not the other one, right?
Exactly,
so this is where you distinguish the square root of the person's light, right? By doing something. This is the test that's like being conducted, right? And so when I see people just, especially on these like religious like kind of like like foundations, right? Because this is where it gets dangerous, because these are the most observed people. And what we are trying to decide, like, how do we kind of help this?
Hang on a minute. You said these are the most observed people. So do you mean like these are the people that people look at the most? Is that what you mean?
Can you define like who are you referring to by the group that people look at the most? Like people in this context is just like quantum scientists, the TikTok algorithm, whoever is watching,
the general population,
right? Whoever is
the
watching
general population
at any time,
these people the most, like
But specifically in a scientific,
is that what you mean?
Like study, I'm talking about that, but I'm also referring specifically to those like me who are looking at this platform as like a like new frontier to be able to like pursue scientific theories and stuff like that. Just like me pursuing a theory that just says God is love. And if I can demonstrate that I am love and just good and light and patient and all this stuff, therefore I am proof that God exists. That was my theory, right? Like people didn't understand what I was trying to do, right? And granted, I got like questioned by like psychiatrists, just like who diagnosed me as somebody who has clearly a messiah complex, somebody who just thinks that they're the savior of the world.
Is that like? Are you being like? Are you being serious? Like actual psychiatrists, or are you talking about just people that are just making judgments on you, and you're just actually calling them a psychiatrist because they're making a judgment?
Both. There are people who just looked at me like at the surface. They're like, "Yep, he's got this." I'm just like, "You don't even know me." And then there are people who I went into their office.
Hang on, how can you take what a psychiatrist says if they don't even believe in God, and that's just their reality of what they think exists?
You're absolutely right, sister. But here's the other catch-22. Psychiatrists are driven by the person who pays them, right? So if my parents pay the psychiatrist to get me to not think I'm like the savior of the world, that's what the psychiatrist is going to focus on doing, right? It's not going to try to sit and like listen to me.
Okay, so this is my idea on that sort of side of health, like the mental health side of things. So my idea would be that people should be allowed to have their opinions or have their thoughts and think what they like, provided that they are not a harm to themselves or anybody else, literally.
I agree.
But again, like I know, like we say that, but it's just
this is where the conversation
that's a slippery slope, right?
So
just like
yes. this is where the conversation went before, whereas who actually decides what's morally okay and what is harmful and what is not harmful, right? So this is where we were going before in terms of who sets those boundaries of those things.
Do you know who sets the boundaries, man? Do you know who sets the boundaries?
Hello.
Wa- Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I was just gonna say, man, who sets the boundaries, right? It's a bit of a gray area, man, because like the way that I see it, that we're all of us are lost in our thoughts, man. We're all lost in concepts, like different beliefs of what, like.
I can't say that about myself anymore. Like this is where just like I hear you, and I'm not trying to like put myself above you, but just like we can get out of that state, right? Like, and again, like those of us who have like gotten out of that, like people like you and try to guide you, right? Like that's what I try to do.
I understand, man. I totally understand, man. Like I would just say that like that once you recognize that what is like eternal and unchanging is unchanging, right? Then it just becomes like a superfluous fact, man, that like there are people that don't know that at the moment, right? But there is no separation, man. Like everything is perfect, man. You know what I mean? Like everything essentially is perfect.
There's no
like,
normal, like right? There's no normal, or crazy, or there is normal and crazy, and that's okay, right? It doesn't have to be.
I call that normal though.
You call it normal, normal, pizza.
Yeah, like abnormal is the new norm.
It has become, yeah. Like,
I don't know. I could be
the
wrong.
tables have flipped, my friend. Yeah.
Again, and this is where kind of like the whole like LGBTQ like movement like rise, I can see like be like treated as just like a threat to, I guess, like what the other side, like I don't see it as that way, but like this is where that whole thing just like abnormal is now the new normal. That's where the slippery slope, kind of that fulcrum, balances, right? And so both sides are guilty of the same issue of pride, arrogance, right?
Yes,
I disbelief.
agree with that.
This is what I'm saying. So that ideology becomes a problem when you're trying to force or impose your views or what you think that ends up causing harm to other people because you're forcing something onto somebody, right?
That causes division in a sense of like the harmony of everything, right? Like,
no. Let me explain it this way, man. It's because you're not accepting the fact that in reality, man, the balance is already there, man. The balance is already there
in the form of the yin and the yang, right? Not like this scale with the fulcrum, right? Like that's the difference.
Yeah. So in reality, man, like the like what they're trying to uphold or whatever, like what anyone else is trying to force onto them, man. It is in itself just illusion, man. It's an illusion, man, of like of trying to sway one way or the other, man. You know what I mean? Like as soon as you make that, and this is where the fulcrum comes back into it, man. As soon as you put that fulcrum somewhere, man, of like saying it's not a fulcrum, man.
It's taking the fulcrum away, and now it's just like a plank that's just like
it's more of this
stationary,
man.
right?
It's more of reducing what is to what it ought to be, man. You know what I mean? Like what is man, right? Okay. If you greet everything with like love, man, like no matter what your beliefs are, right? You think that this is a necessity to exist, man, because for me to have my beliefs, man, right? I need to, how do I define my beliefs, man? My beliefs are defined by what I don't believe, yeah? So it's this polar opposite, man. Like, so you don't need to reduce yourself into the level of like what ought to be or what ought not to be. It's just rather letting what is be. But that makes sense to a point, right? But where it doesn't make sense, is the fact that you're going to come across people that are fucking doing the opposite, man. You know what I mean? They're not doing that, right?
Yeah, so
You're anti.
They're not doing that.
You're anti-force,
what he's
right?
saying is, ironically, what people were fighting for to begin with, they become the very thing that they were fighting against.
Yes. Yeah.
Like they stand for something in the beginning,
Yeah,
like, and these are my rights. Then they do this whole 180, and they don't even realize they're not aware or conscious of what they're doing, and then they become the very thing that they're trying to fight in the beginning.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, you
but
reduce
some people
yourself
are
into the
grounded
level.
in reality and truth, though. You can't forget about that. You know, grounding
It's that-
yourself in reality and truth is different than being in la la land, delusional, or making excuses for your bad behavior. Right?
Yeah. True. Yeah.
Right, and there's that. That fulcrum comes back in. Only it's not a fulcrum.
I would say that
it's a spectrum.
I would say
now,
that
right?
bad behavior comes from the fact that you're doing things that are not in alignment with your soul, man. Like, and what's your soul? What is your soul? It's absolute.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolute
right?
love, man.
Absolutely.
Like absolute love and unconditional love, man. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but there's only one
But people are not
unconditional
aware,
love
though.
that you should
They're actually-
hold towards God. Well, how can you be unconditional love towards a human being when we are all sinners? You can't unconditionally love sin, right? And this is the problem where people get off balance. They want to be balanced, but you want to stay hard right, all good. That doesn't happen in reality. Sometimes we have to take things with what they are. If you're dealing with something that is outside the norm of good, right? Outside the norm of sensible, reasonable, plausible, and you deal with it with all good, you're going to get taken advantage in America for sure. I'm not going to talk about other countries, but America, you will get
see your
stuck,
point, man.
right?
I would say it depends on what level of awareness you have, man. I'm a true believer, but the fact that
define
define
that, Lucroft. What do you mean by true believer? But if I may, just like put a pin in what you just said here, because again, you use the word like bad behavior, right? Like elevate yourself, like forget the bad, right? Just like not good. You know, just there's good. And then there's just not good. But, you know, like when we start just using the language just unconsciously, just like we still see bad and good, right? We're trying to transcend from this.
Well, I'm defining it from what God says bad and good is, not what society
Right,
or
okay.
social
So
norms,
then
social
we
norms
can
or
apply,
taboos are, right?
we can apply
Because
that
some people think
lens.
it's good to go out on and do whatever they want on a weekend and dress however they want, right? And there's no law against that. And it's not really bothering anybody in our society, but in reality, it's not right, right?
No, okay, so we were specifically talking, Habibi, in the context of behavior on TikTok. Like, we're specifically talking about that.
No, yeah, but it
Sister
still fits
here,
with that.
like was sharing how like earlier, like before she came on my live, like she like called out just some kind of behavior that she deemed was just not right, like behavior and whatever it was, you know, like and what's that?
Solid.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
But yeah,
her
we see
saying
that
this like
daily,
she
right?
is a Muslim, you know, like all these things is a good like representation for just like all us who like also identify as Muslims and stuff like that, right? But then when we see people on TikTok call themselves Christians or Muslims or atheists or whatever it is, acting the way that they do, if we perceive them to be like, yo, man, this ain't my guy, we are just naturally inclined to say like, yo, like everybody who calls themselves whatever this guy and this behavior calls themselves, we just start making like that like judgment that this is how they all are. And that's where is the slippery slope where we like as a human being, when
rather than saying like people are just people and they represent themselves in a way.
When I find myself using words just like all of you or everybody or just like all, like, you know, this is where I recognize it's like, oh gosh, I have to woo-saw myself and just like Charles, you know, like what am I really saying? Does that make sense, guys? So it's just self-awareness, right? Like, and it all comes from what I was telling you, Lucroft, like that shadow work, you know, like when you have those just like other thoughts that come to mind when you are getting into these scriptures, don't try, you know, like I know the natural thing is fight or flight.
I'll give you a really good example of today. So there was a gentleman that was on a panel earlier today, right? And a lot of people will equate women that dress modestly, like Muslim women, that cover themselves, wear a hijab and stuff, they will equate them to being oppressed or like they're not doing it out of their free will, okay? Now, I turn around and I said to this guy, because he's like, oh, well, like women, you know, in these countries don't have a choice and blah, blah, blah. And so I turn around to him and I said, okay, so I've grown up in the West. I live in a Western country. This is all I've ever known. I made the choice to come to Islam and everything because he thinks it's like evil for women or it's bad for them or whatever he thinks. So I said to him, but I have to, if I want to go to the beach, for example, and enjoy my time there, but I said, I don't have a choice because I have to go and see all of these people half naked and half of them look disgusting. But I don't get a choice in like making them having to put clothes on because I don't want to see it. Right? So here's the opposite. Like, I will cover myself because, like, I'm like,
I would say, man, like even like it's just whatever's normal for your like what you've grown up with, man. Like for me to say that there's something wrong with the like people covering
look,
up and
I don't
wearing-
want to see like a
And wearing-
7-year-old half naked man,
Seven-year-old. Let's not.
right?
I think
on
what
the
you're
beach,
pointing out, sister,
and
is just like
things just-
the hypocrisy that like us men like do not like see when we like try to put ourselves like in the perception of like the sisters, right? Just like we men are just like persecuting like females for just like how they dress. When we're like on here just
women.
like you know, like so when you say just like, you know, when I go on a beach and I just see some of you who
even other women. Like, I don't want to see other women and just everything all hanging out. Like, it's not nice.
But again, sister,
I don't
though,
like
but you
it,
throw that pitch at them, you know they're gonna either like strike out or try to swing at that back at you, and then it's just like, oh, you're one of those like blah 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 women that just don't look good or something like that.
So the
And then it
response
just
like that is, oh well, it's like, oh well, you just have to deal with it because that's how the country is. Like, really, man? Like,
so. Pack that
do you
chop.
see? Can I throw in something here, man? Like, so do you see where they're both ideologies of like denying the other, man? Like,
yeah.
Do you see where they're both like ideologies of denying the other, right? But
because like in all honesty, I've grown up here, right? So obviously, if I want to go to a beach and I don't want to see it, I'm not going to go to a beach where that's present, right? Obviously. But I'm just saying it's a double standard.
Yeah, it is. It is a double standard, man. You're right, and it's always going to be a double standard until people just.
But can't people
like,
just be like,
no.
why can't people
It's
just
getting rid of a preference, man. It's getting rid of like there is no right in this answer, man, because one defines the other, man.
Just how
one
we perceive
defines
it
the other.
in the present
Right.
moment, right? Like, sister, if I was on a beach and I just saw you just like in the traditional like dress, I'd just be like, sister, just like you must be like just sweating so bad. You want me to get you like some kind of liquid fluids or something? You know,
Give
like
me an umbrella, bro. Give me
You're
an
right.
umbrella.
Let me give you a parasol. Come here, girl. You know, I got you, right? Like, I wouldn't, you know, like I would hope to try to not fall susceptible of just judging, just like, oh, there's a Muslim, or just like, look at her.
Well,
you know,
that's it. Like think about it. As soon as in either of these cases, man, whether you dress modestly or whether you dress flamboyantly or whatever you call it, right? Like basically, you've drawn yourself out into a belief, man, of like my emotions are going to be fucking disturbed because of the fact of something that I can't control. Okay, now
which is what
other
people's perceptions, right? Or what else?
Yeah, other people's perceptions. Yes, yeah. So wouldn't it be smarter to say that like, hey, it doesn't matter whether you dress modestly or immodestly. Like what I'm going to control is my reaction to it, man. You know what I mean? Like my reaction to whether this is condemned as
how
good
we
or
react,
evil, right? Okay.
Right? How
I think there's two sides of that, to be honest. I agree with both. I think that we do actually have control, right? Because then that's called being thinking of other people and being thoughtful towards other people.
Yeah, of course.
Having
Yeah,
that
yeah.
courtesy.
Yeah.
Right. So whether you think like, oh well, who cares if I don't wear hardly any clothes?
Man, if
Like,
if I went to a country, right, that had the ideology that modest dressing is the better idea, right, I would respect that, man.
hang on a minute, hang on. I'm going to give you an example, okay? Because I don't think it's like, okay, here's an example. So it doesn't matter if you're living in the West or not, right? You've got a woman that is half naked and she goes to her best friend's place where her husband is. Now, if she really cared about her friend and she had respect for her friend's husband, don't you think she should be dressed modestly and cover herself up? Just because we know innately men have that tendency to look at other women because they're attracted to beauty and things.
They know our
Right?
primitive sense. We can't break this like
It
Right,
would
that's
be
just-
like
that's
I would
just a
say
no-brainer.
I would say in today's society that yes, you're correct, right? Like okay,
Yeah, because
but,
everybody's
but-
like hypersexualized.
Yeah,
today.
I agree, man.
Which is
I totally agree with that. But like what I'm saying is that the potential like for moving past these differences, right, man, between somebody that like thinks that there's nothing wrong with the human form and stuff like that, right? We have to transcend these things, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so, at the end of the day, it's not going to matter whether we dress modestly or not, right? It's not going to even matter, man. It's not
what
gonna even
matters.
matter.
But what matters, though, brother, is like being aware of how our existence is
it affects others,
connected to others, right? So
exactly.
Well, I mean, like, all that
yeah.
stuff. But you know, like if I was like a sister and dressed up modestly and stuff, I know I'm going to probably receive XYZ, ABC type kind of energies, right? People who are just ignorant, people who will like.
Sinning. The problem is making sin okay. That's where it becomes severe. It's like getting burnt on a sunburn, then going out and getting burnt again. It's
and getting like that leather look, just
severe, being burnt on top of a burnt. When you sin and you make it okay, now you have fried yourself. And then if you persist in this action, you're going to become clamped. Your heart's going to become black, right? You should admit when you do wrong and try to do better. Ask God to forgive you. If you fail, ask God to forgive you again. Don't make the sin right in order to serve your ego or your self denial. That's where people go wrong. They're in denial of reality. The reality of life should be taken so. We're in America. You live by American laws within the action of right and wrong. Now, religion, you follow your religion, right and wrong. Now, if they have a problem within each other, Islam says leave. Doesn't say cause deception, cause problems, cause issues. If you have an issue living in the land that you're at with what the land is doing, then you should leave, right? Simple.
Right. Not trying to kick everybody who is like not like you out, right? Like essentially. But again, thank you, Habibi.
We should be the people of the middle, peaceful, action, wavering only within the portions of what's allowed, right? So if you say how you dress doesn't matter, it does matter because we have society and what people that look up to you, me, everybody, we look up to people. When we start making things right that is wrong or wrong that is right, this is where we go severely wrong, right?
Okay, well,
and it's
you know, and you know, like mashallah, alhamdulillah for you, just making us aware of that. But again, if I may, I wasn't really necessarily just saying this is okay or this is not okay. What I was trying to point out about this whole thing about just dress, practices, we have to be aware, just as conscious, sentient, synthetic human beings, just what
Other people
kind
are
of
not like you, yeah.
right, what kind of presence we put out to others,
what
right?
expression you're giving to the world,
Right. I know I'm Asian.
Absolutely.
I know people are going to ask me, where am I from? And I know if I tell them Colorado, they're going to tell me no. Right? And then I can tell them, oh, okay, I'm from Aurora, right? I can now play that interaction to whatever
Yeah.
I choose to. This is how I gain control of what you were deeming just like what we cannot control, right? We cannot control how other people perceive us, but we can control how we react to when people
Yeah,
perceive
yeah,
us
yeah,
in a
exactly.
specific or like way, right? And
Yeah.
that's what
Yeah,
pattern
exactly.
recognition is. So when the sister just like came up with this thing, just like, when anybody just like starts kind of going at me about how I choose to dress, like came to my own choice to do this, I just like kind of, just treat it as just like, when you go on a beach, just like nobody goes to all these people on a beach, just like,
Exactly.
you should
Yeah,
like
yeah.
dress this way. Like, it's that kind of just hypocrisy and just almost
Yeah.
like bigotry. Like, it's no longer ignorance. It's just like bigotry where they're just exposing themselves as one of their
Like,
colors.
for the record, just so you know, like people don't actually say anything to me.
Right. I mean, this was all kind of like thought experiment figurative. So, like we got to make that perfectly clear, like
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to drop out, man. Sorry to go somewhere, but
hey.
like lovely to chat to you guys, man. It was
You as well.
really lovely to chat to you.
I gave
Yeah.
you a follow, brother. I hope you
Yeah, no worries.
you know,
Yeah.
just check out my stuff.
Wait,
And
Serenity,
yeah.
I'll give you a follow too, man. Like, yeah, nice to chat to you.
You as well.
You
Hey,
take
All right.
be the change, brother. Be the change that
Yeah,
we need
man.
this to be.
That's it.
All right. I'm here for you.
Yeah.
Be well. Happy New Year.
Don't tell people to put their clothes on at the beach.
I'll remember that. I'll remember that.
Even
All right,
some of these
have a good
people
one.
on TikTok, I'm just like, do your daddies know what you're doing? And then I look at the comments, I'm like, I guarantee some of these daddies are on like these, so it's just like, I don't know. I'm at a point where just like this TikTok thing, I don't know.
It's toxic, man. TikTok.
I
To be
mean,
fair, though,
but
out
it
in
doesn't have to
public-
be, right, sister? Like it
No, it
doesn't
doesn't
have
have
to
to
be
be.
this way, right?
But
Like,
that's the funny thing, right? Because in public, I don't know, like, I hear a lot about people saying they have problems with people, especially like sisters, because they're seen wearing hijabs and stuff, right? Alhamdulillah, I don't know what's going on, but for me, like, alhamdulillah, every time I go out, I just have random people do nice things for me all the time, like, and I'm very, very grateful. But like, I
Alhamdulillah.
just never have, I never have that problem. I never have people go like, oh, like you're wearing a hijab, or oh, are you oppressed, or oh, this, or what. No, like I'll be packing my car by myself, and just a really old man will come and say, hey, do you need a hand putting that into the back of your car?
Just
Right.
like,
Or
I don't
like-
live in this like victim world that
I
other.
mean, there is a lot of nice people in this world in reality too, right? I mean, people are
That's what I
genuinely
mean.
nice.
Generally,
Doesn't matter who.
I
mean,
know.
I'd say for the most people, depending
Right.
on where you're at, there's certain areas where people are genuinely mean, but
think
that's a minority situation. I'd say
And I
at
think
least
that's
in
what we see
America.
on TikTok. I think that's what
In
we
the
see on
world.
TikTok. It's like
Well,
all
TikTok
the
has
people
toxicity, right?
yeah, like because
Like excessively.
half of the people you see on here and how they are, they would never do that face to face.
Hell
Ever.
no, ever.
Like
Which is
The
why,
majority.
which is why they never show their face on camera, right, sister? Because they don't like.
Yeah.
People have told me when I first started using TikTok and was showing my face, like in the comments, they were just like, "Does this guy not know? Like we can just like find him out in real life and just like take care of him." And I was just like, "Excuse me?" I'm like, "Yo, like I don't deal with that." And like this was like my
Man,
first
it's not hard to find anybody, even in a hidden. I mean, there's are slick people out here, and there are people that have money that they can waste. So this is a cowardly bullshit action, man. Especially when you're not threatening. I don't like certain people. Sometimes I'll tell people I would beat your ass, but generally I don't like talking like that. Right? I mean, it doesn't make sense. But if you're acting in such a bad behavior, I mean, come on. This is ridiculous. This is TikTok, but you're also your words. You want to be a troll, be a troll. But you're going to be held accountable for your trolling also. Right? They act like this is just free willy. Oh, it's just an app. When
So
you
why don't you just be like who you actually? I don't understand. Like I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I just don't understand
be
why you
you
wouldn't be who you are.
on
like
one
yeah.
platform, right? Like it's the thing. Is it just like I stopped
Just
using
all the
Facebook,
time.
right? Like yeah, you just right? Like, especially on social media, especially on
I mean,
TikTok.
I'm
Just
pretty much
be
me all the time. I don't have a problem
right.
with that.
I mean, like, you're Jamil all the time, right? But we know, like, people who
Sometimes
have,
I act
like,
angry because people piss me off. I try to control myself, but sometimes they're just so rude and so ridiculous. I got to put them in their place. And if they
right.
want to act that way, I'm going to show them I can act that way better, buddy.
And they
Right?
recognize your name, right? This is like, oh, this is Jamil. Like, you're just Jamil something else, right? But the people who create like that Slim Shady kind of identity where it's just like, I'm going to make up like a new character that like people won't know. Like, it's just me just needing to troll people where I just get to act out in any way, thinking like it's not going to have any kind of consequences on me or anybody else. Like,
I think the problem is a lot of them's younger, and me being older, I forget that this younger action. There's a lot of people that just like to joke or get under people's skin, and that's their pleasure.
right.
It's
And think this is just all like a game, right? Like,
know,
like this is
So
nothing.
I've just tried to. So people that don't do anything of consequence, I don't care about. Act stupid. Act dumb.
So that's the slippery slope.
That I know, or you start talking bad about things that I hold dear, then I give you a chance to say, I ask them nicely, please stop, please stop, please stop, and then eventually the please stop turns into F you little PB, I'll beat your ass, right? You know what I'm saying? So stuff for Allah. It's
Yeah,
not
they're pushing
proper.
boundaries. But they're the same
Proper,
people
but,
that have about 50,000 backup accounts, and then every time you see them, they change their names.
Not even that. It's just like the same name,
Like-
2.0, 3.0, 52.0. And I'm just like,
Yeah, or they have totally different names, and then you don't even know who they are. They change their profile pictures all the time. Like, I have not changed anything about my profile, I don't think, ever.
Oh, yeah,
Like, what you see is what you get. Like, that's it. This is
I love
me.
it.
But Charlie, when you say God is love, you realize how big of a sin that is, right?
Hey, again,
Because God
Habibi,
is love. God
if
is
you
the
if
most
you
love.
choose to like just automatically deem just like what I said as sin, I forgive you, and I know Allah may
you don't
forgive
need
you,
to
but
forgive me. I have to say it because you said it. Do you realize when you say God is love, that puts a parameter that he didn't put on himself, right? I mean, according to the Christian paradigm, you can say that, but Islamically, Allah is the most loving, right? It doesn't mean when you say God is love, that means he's void of hate, right? But God hates things. He hates certain actions, right? So how is love hate? So you got to be careful there. That's all. I mean, if you want to keep saying it, it's up to you, but I have to warn you.
And I appreciate that, Habibi. But again, like it's just that kind of voicing of just like the contrast between the Christian like God versus Allah, like right? Like Allah's the most loving, but he's also like he has like the debasing part, right? Like, and this is where
No. You're taking it out of context.
okay, forgive me,
So
correct
the
me.
reality of this is that definitions are defined by the people of the definition, right? Because we can define things for whatever we want if we want to, correct or right?
Correct.
But there is a
Absolutely.
reality of definition, right?
There's a reality of information?
Of definition.
Definition, a reality of definition.
So who created the definitions? Allah, right? So certain definitions were created by the devil also, right? So if we follow the devil's definition, then we're going to go to hell. If we follow God's definition, we're going to go to heaven, inshallah, God willing, right?
No, I got you, Habibi. So, like, correct me if I'm wrong. I just want to make sure I'm tracking. Like, again, just by your words, it seems that you've already deemed just the word Christianity, God being love, as of the devil, right? These are creations of the devil, not of Allah.
I said what defines right is God. What defines wrong is the improper action of men that are coerced by the devil, and that's reality. It's not my thing. It's the way it's taught. No matter what the definition is, Christianity, Judaism, any of that.
And so, sister, I think this kind of touches back to kind of what we were talking about between the believers and like the unbelievers, right? And I'm not like saying anything about anybody here or anybody out there, but again, like how do we like distinguish the true believers from just the non-true believers, right? And therefore, Habibi, like in the Bible, like from the first epistle of John, right? Who I know it's not the full Injil, but like this, like especially as like Muslims who just like embrace Islam and just Quran only and persecute like this book, it's just like, yeah, we can't take anything it says about like God through our prophet Isa, peace be upon them all. But again, I came into this Quran, the opposite, origin from, I know, I read this first. I came to Jesus
Yeah, but
before.
I grew up. I read the Bible before I read the Quran. I grew up in a Muslim Christian household. Chaplain, you remember that, right? You understand that the first prayer I ever learned was "Our Father who art in heaven." I learned by nuns, literal nuns from the Catholic school, St. Stephen's. So within those measures, the value of right and wrong was skewed for me very early, and I had to figure things out. But what I'm saying is this, like it or not, how we perceive it or not, it isn't a me thing, it isn't a you thing. It's a right or wrong thing. When you say God is love, there's certain aspects of people that take this to the extreme, meaning that there's no hate in God, right? And you got to remember that God hates the what? The wrongdoers, the action of. Now, I'm not putting myself in his shoes, but this is what we're taught, and it makes sense,
That's only
right?
for Allah to do that, right? On us,
Well,
right?
no,
Like
we
to
should
say,
love what God loves, and we should hate what God hates. Doesn't mean we hate the person, we hate the action. So this is the value of understanding that. Listen, be careful, right? Because your soul is going to be on the line. God says the best thing for us is to be forgiving. Forgive you, forgive me, forgive ourselves. These type of things, right?
just in like
So
that
if we
prayer,
can
right? Forgive us of
forgive
our
within the
trespasses.
action of this, it tempers the hate, right? Because hate is a strong word and love is a strong word. We forget that there's values that shatter the concepts and shudder the in between, right?
Through our words? Like, is that what we're
Words, actions, understanding the depth of it. We can't be simple, but we can't be too precise either. We should be in the middle of precision and simplicity.
I agree. And like mashallah,
We should be
alhamdulillah.
forgiving. We should be forgiving first because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that's the best for us, right? Choose to forgive. You don't have to forgive, but choose to forgive, because on the day of Yom Kippur, the day of judgment, the more you forgive individuals, especially when you know you're right, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to be more forgiving towards you on that day. So why wouldn't you want to do that? Have the best of intentions. Let's come together with camaraderie, with dignity, with intent to be good, with intent to have love, with intent to be strong, with intent to serve justice. Is different than let's feed my ego, or let's feed the situation for a benefit down the road, right? It doesn't make
Mashallah.
sense.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Habibi. I'm like seeing the switch that you just put in here. So thank you. You're absolutely right. And again, this is where I get a lot of kind of, that attention from both sides. Where it's just like,
I don't think they understand you very much. You're a very kind person. You're very
clear.
You'd much rather be kind than angry, and you even put the kindness to hurt yourself sometimes.
I used to do
actually
comedy.
that's not a good thing too, because I do that. I used to do that actually as well.
Which part? Which part, sister?
Because you have you are so kind that you end up hurting yourself.
I mean, like, again, like this is where there's a fine line between like just negative energy versus just
See,
like
you looked at it like someone's looking at that as weakness. That's actually a very strong strength, but it's not good for yourself.
right.
Yeah,
Self-deprecating like comedy was not good for me, like becoming a comedian. That's why I like told myself just like, yo, man, I can't even imagine a decade of like just this continuing on. And I had to make a very hard choice, like leaving behind this future that I invested so much in, or trusting God. And when I said, God, I will trust you, that's when he finally just as direct as possible, just like got me to read like his like scriptures in this order: the Old Testament, New Testament, and the Quran. And I am like so grateful from it, and I will never trade that for anybody. And people will
But
try
you
to
understand a certain principle, right? If we were under the truth of the Old Testament, there would be no New Testament or Quran yet, because there would be no need to reveal truth to a people that have salvation already. The reason why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent more prophets at the time he did is because humanity lost their way for salvation. And that's because human beings failed their custodialship of God's word, right? And that's why we don't hold. There's certain people that do things that there's certain people that do things and act a certain way because they want to. It's not because it's right or wrong. It's just they deem it. There's certain people that look at things like it's weak when it's ultra strong. There's certain things that people look ultra strong that is very weak. These are perceptions. If you choose to live in these domains, you're going to be in a bad shit crazy or in some serious stuff, right? The measure of what we do, we should be able to look at ourselves genuinely, I would think. I mean, I try
and conduct ourselves genuinely as well, right, Habibi? Like,
well, that's the personal preference or personal perseverance
what do you mean
of
personal
the
preference?
individual.
Like,
No, that's the personal preference or perserverance of the individual.
oh, perseverance.
Yes, I
Okay,
agree
okay.
with that.
I thought, hey,
right?
Usa,
But if
Usa,
you look
Usa,
at things
Usa.
like right, if you look at things like it's good enough, and I look at things like it's horrible, that's our choice, right? But in reality, if it's good enough and it's horrible, there's someone has to be right and wrong, or we're both wrong, or we're both right. This psychology thing gets tricky in stupidity, in my opinion.
Tricky in stupidity. Yeah, I mean, I can see where like you feel that way, but again, just like
I'm not saying you're stupid or I'm stupid. I'm just saying I'm saying that
I wasn't saying that at
when
all.
the
Like,
definitions get skewed and we find that we're following a definitions that's skewed, but we like this definition and we don't want to let it go, it's a me problem, right? It's a you problem. It's a them problem if they do this, right? If the action is proper and we choose not to absorb it properly, it's definitely a me problem or individual problem. It's easy to know right and wrong because Allah has already put it in our heart. But some people harden their hearts, meaning that they don't care about right and wrong. They care about what they decide. Because
especially
to
on
me,
TikTok, right? Like,
it's
okay.
not easy to be admirable or kind in a pool of dissent and deceit, right?
I mean, but does that, like, like that's the trick right there. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I said for me, for you, it's easier. I've seen you do it. I've seen you be
It's not-
kind when I don't know how I couldn't be kind. And I'm sure you've seen me be kind when you don't know how I'm keeping my mouth shut, because there's times where I see your facial expression like, oh, Jamil's going to say something. And I didn't say nothing.
In my head, I'm just like, 3, 2, what? Where is it? He's like, so this is again like where I'm just like, I'm so grateful that like you, Habibi, are kind of showing, at least from my perception, just like more of just, I guess, like the discipline of just kind of, hey, like, I don't
like
need to
the
say
other
that.
night on what's his name on when I jumped in what's his name's live, I got thrown a lot of stuff that didn't happen. I remember thoroughly. I have a great memory, alhamdulillah, and I took a lot of it because it doesn't matter, and I can take it individually. When it starts to spread outside my individuality to other people, now I have to address things. That's why I left abruptly, because old boy was pissing me off and I was going to act outside of my character, and I didn't want to cause more dissent or problems in the issue, right?
Alhamdulillah.
And you knew I wasn't happy leaving, so I
knew
just
that.
took it for that, and I left before I caused more L's for myself and people, right? I didn't want you to feel bad or anybody to feel bad.
Right. And I was very proud that you like realized that, Habibi. Like, like when you left, That's what I would just like had to make it clear, just like the host. I'm just like, look, man, like I know what we're doing here, and just like I had made it like just prevalent. But like you made the right choice. You knew when you were about to just crash out and just decided from experience and wisdom, just like, yo, I gotta exit myself from this. If I like even stay on this panel muted, I'm gonna do something.
It's not my right to judge anybody in the room or to deal with actions that it was the new guy that came in that was totally going too much, right? And I tried to say be kind, and then that didn't work. So the opposite end of me was flaring up. So I had to, because I know I'm very sharp with my tongue when I get angry, and I've tried to calm that. Right?
I can recognize when like the Hulk is like just like I'm just like guys.
I'd rather be loving and kind, right? My premise is more like your premise.
I know. I have video. What was that, sister?
That's why I haven't been on TikTok. That's why I haven't been on here for so long, because because I've had to make changes in my life, right? But the reason some of those changes, like I used to use that as a way to release
escape
stress
work
and be calm,
to avoid doing your work.
Can't do it. But now I can't do it anymore, and I just snap at things, and I'm like, I'm just better off being quiet and not say. I'll be an observer.
Yeah, and I'm the same way that way. It's not worth it for me because my prayers suck. My anger, it doesn't leave me right away. It's much easier for me to leave before I get too angry. This way I don't have to do extra dicker. I don't give my Hassanet away, my Baraka away, my blessings. I come here for a purpose of truthfulness and good behavior. If now I'm goaded into acting bad behavior, now this is a test from Allah, and if I fail it every time, I'm not learning, I'm not advancing.
And this is where you were talking earlier, brother Charlie, just about you can't control the environment around you, but you can control what you do and how you respond to things.
Absolutely. But again, if we are the one who is hosting a live on TikTok, then that turns in our favor, right? And so here's where I believe I get put like to the ultimate test in my judgment day from Allah. Just like when I have the full reins on who comes up, what is talked about, how it's talked about, where it goes, that's what I take very seriously. When I go on another person's live, it's still that, but like I don't have the control. So when I get muted, I get dropped, and then I get goaded into just being like, oh, he left or whatever. And I'm just like, man, I'm done. I'm going to go find other people because, I've reached my limit. So like we were talking about, it's knowing our limits. I know the limit to where I know like these guys or whatever my environment is trying to push me to snap. Either not necessarily for bad or good intention, but ultimately I'm being tested to my breaking point again so that I can become stronger. Once I realize that was my breaking point. Like, how do I not make that my breaking point without just completely avoiding it, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, we can all like choose just to be like, yeah, I'm no longer gonna stay, like, I'm not gonna go to bars. I don't even like have anything, right? And we quit drinking. That's how my father is. But if I put a drink in front of him, he'll take the drink, right? So it's just like discipline, right? We have to learn.
Isn't that sort of a part of what you ask for though? Like when you, like for example, you will make a dua, so you will ask God for something, right? And not realize, like, so you'll say just like, give me more stubborn, give me more patience, or give me more wisdom in, being calm, or whatever.
Give me more
it is,
TikTok
right?
followers, right? It could be any of those things, right? Like,
and then you end up like in this predicament where it's like you start getting tested in those things, and then you forget about what you've asked for, right? And then later on, you're like, hang on a minute, I did ask God, like, to give me strength in this, or to, like, some people actually completely forget they've asked for it.
This
Well,
is where
they've
that
asked for
movie
it,
Bruce Almighty is like very like wise, where it's just like, well, you think that when people pray for patience, God just says, okay, like there's patience, or does He give you opportunities to become more patient, right? Like it's just like, huh? You know what? You're right. I got to start looking
That's
at those doors a little bit closer, right? Like that's
Because sometimes I know. Because sometimes I'm like, man, did I ask for this? I probably did.
like. I'm pretty sure I asked for like 100,000 subscribers. I don't know why. Like it's just. But again, people like that where I recognize and I meet them, they're just like, you know what? I don't know why my life is just going this way. I as a chaplain, just have to sit down.
The good and take away the bad anymore, because when I ask for specific things, like the sister said, I don't make good decisions that way. So when you call upon the all-knowing, the all-wise, and you ask Him to give you the good and take away the bad, then your destiny is that, and you're going to be held accountable for that. So we got to be careful for ourselves first and foremost, and then we got to remember that we are representing certain things, and when we misrepresent that, if it's just to us, it's different than if we expose that to people, because certain people look up to people, right? And then certain people utilize certain things of tactic and reason. Oh, well, you said this now. That means that's what it is. And now they're going to try to hold you accountable to everything they did because of the premise you gave them. So, we got to be careful.
I'm like we can be like the voice that ends up being the representative of an entire group, like voices, right? Like that's the thing where I, again, am at this position, Habibi, where I'm just like, look, I'm not representing anybody but myself, Chaplain Charles Pang, and what I'm here to do. And yes, I, as this person, am an embodiment of a lot of different identities that I come across with. But when people try to hold me to just like that, like confined single like definition, that's where I don't know. That's when I realized like this is my breaking point. Just like, look, what I believe and what I say is what I believe and what I say to its truest form. And anybody who knows me knows that people have tried to convince me otherwise or have
none of us
shared.
are perfect, though, right?
Right. And again, like we are perfect only to the extent of just like how well we kind of just represent ourselves truthfully, right? Like at least I feel that's
I'll say that's a premise that's skewed also. You might be feeling that way because that's your intent, but there's a lot of people that have bogus intent, man.
Right.
You gotta be careful, right?
So why do they have bogus intent and like we don't? Or why we have it?
I mean, that's their perseverance, that's their parameters of how they want to be. That's their pragmatic way of looking at things. That's their plausible, reasonable deniability. But is it skewed? Is it real? Is it this? Is it that? They don't have the depth of understanding. I don't know. There's a million different reasons. I think it's just because they've corrupted their heart. Right. And the beauty of it is that individuals corrupt their own heart, right? Because inherently, and this is why we don't have an excuse. Allah has made it clear what's right and wrong. These are clear. If you choose not to listen to your heart, that's a big issue, because now your heart's going to get blackened and closed. And if you don't understand that, I don't know what to tell you, right?
Okay, so can I ask you, maybe, like, what is those like parameters of right and wrong to Allah? Right, we should be loving.
It comes from the Quran.
I know it comes
and
from
the Sunnah, right?
But what comes from it? Like what is it that comes from it, right? Like, yeah,
Well, the first one is what's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us to, and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam tells us, is to have the best of intentions. Intend to be the best person you can be. Intend to be the most loving you can be. Intend to be the most kind you can be. Intend to be the most forgiving you can be. And so on and so forth, right?
Absolutely.
Intend to be the best image you can be. Intend to be the best role model you can be. Intend to be the best son you can be, the best brother you can be, the best father you can be, the best man you can be or woman you can be, right?
Neighbor we can be, right? Just
all of it, right? So It's not that Islam says don't love your neighbor. Islam says love everybody to a point within reason, right? It makes sense. Have
Yeah,
a
well, because you
care
don't have
first.
to, you don't have to love somebody to be kind to them and to be humane and nice to people. You don't have to love them to
Right.
do that.
Exactly. So the kind button is different than the hate button. The love button is different than the lack of any sympathy or empathy, right? You should
I'm
have
really
sympathy
shocked that
and
social
empathy.
media doesn't have like the dislike and the like, and just like allow us to do, like that's something very like intriguing to me. But sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I wish it had a dislike button, to be honest.
Yeah,
for
Well,
me.
without
in
being some
reality,
kind of
if this media platform was religion only, it wouldn't be so popular, right? So you got to take the good with the bad. The reason why this social media or social media apps are so popular isn't because they're so moral. I would say more immoral within
right.
within
It
the
gives
capacity
human beings
with
an escape
uh,
from like reality, right, Habibi? Like
I
it
wouldn't.
is.
Yeah, I don't agree with that concept of escape from reality. I've never really needed I believe this is my reality. We're not in reality. We're not face to face. But reality
Oh,
is what interaction. If I'm talking on the phone to my cousin, I'm telling him exactly how I feel. If I'm talking on the phone to my friend, I'm the same person everywhere. Right. Sometimes if there's more people, I try to be more governed than if there's less people, or if I'm just around myself, I'll be a little bit less governed, but it doesn't change me. I'm not going to I'll cuss in front of a bunch of people, but I try not to. Right? I got potty mouth at times.
Look, I'll say those same.
You, da, 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 da. It's not a good thing. It's a sin. I'm not making it right. But on social media, I try to not cuss so much. Right.
But then
To better
sometimes do you go through times sometimes where you're just, I don't know about you, but for me, like I'll be just thinking about my day and just thinking about things in general and life, and then I'll be like, is this really real? Like, is this really reality? Is this what it really is? Like, or am I just in an illusion of, something that's not really what I think it is?
I'd say maybe.
And then you realize it's like, I'm at work.
But like you said, if you're at the bar and you're trying to be churchy, it's probably not a good spot to be churchy at the bar, right? Depending on if you want to be a fun governor is different than you want to have fun. If you want to bring your ideologies to a place that is already cursed, that's stupid. You bring your thoughts and your aspirations and cares and concerns to a place that is uplifting to that. Now we got to realize sometimes they could jump up here and say, "Oh, a bunch of nice things," or the most evil things, right? And that's where I'm trying to remember is that we're in this reality to where all of a sudden people can come up and say the most horrible things about your mom, about your children, about your religion, about this and that, and then not be governed in that. It's to know that we're fishing in this poop and tuna pond here that also has blue water in places, and it also has thistles and thorns and all the things that make you uncomfortable, right?
But then at the same time, and the reason why I brought it up is just because, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does tell us, this is just temporary anyway.
This
it's like, sometimes it's like, I have to think about, like sometimes I'm like, okay, I have to think about
temporary but precious, right? You got to remember that these are precious. Psychological profile of a person, you may be able to uplift somebody to make them a better person, or you can put them down and make them a worse person. And these are the tricky ins and outs. I don't want to make anybody a worse person ever. Right? I would rather help
Have you
to be
ever
better,
seen
right?
Have you ever seen like those, I don't know if they're videos or even just like, it's just like I don't know, not really a movie, but it's just like sort of like the butterfly effect. Like one action leads to another action, which then
pay it
has
forward
an effect
kind
on
of thing,
someone
right?
else
Like
that you've got
one
no
good
knowledge
action
of.
leads to another, right? Like somebody on a bus sees looking out the window, somebody like giving like charity to a homeless person, and they're like, oh, and then they see somebody and they're like helping a person out. Then that person, like it's the pay it forward thing, right? Like it just takes
almost
like
there was something like a story of a lady, and I think it was during the prophet's time, and then she knitted. The only way she could feed her kids and stuff was through knitting, and she would knit this blanket or something like that, and then that's how she'd get money for food every day for her and her children. And then one day this bird came along and it took all her knitting and her blanket that she knitted for the day, and she couldn't sell it. So then what happened was that she went to the king and she was like, what am I supposed to do? This bird just came, it took all of my source of income away, blah, blah, blah. And then later on, this other man comes in. They were lost at sea and they were merchants, and their sails got torn. And they were like, we just had like we were just out at sea and our sails were torn and we didn't know how we were going to get to shore. And then all of a sudden this bird came by and dropped off like all these knitting, like stuff in this blanket and everything. And we were able to make sails and then come to shore. And so then he's like, so we just actually wanted to give you the gold to pay you just, for whoever, like for whatever, I don't know, something like whoever like provided like the source
almost
of
like
the knitting
Cinderella,
and stuff.
kind of just like we're looking for whoever fits like this glass slipper, right? Just like whoever
That's
knitted this.
where the Alhamdulillah for the good and Alhamdulillah for the bad is so powerful.
Yeah.
Mashallah.
Alhamdulillah.
Was that is that hadith? Is that from hadith?
No, I heard it. I don't know. I just heard it from somewhere. I can't remember where.
From hadith, I don't remember it ever.
Shukran.
Yeah, but I think it
Shukran for
wants
sharing
to
it
do
with
with
us.
one of the prophets. Yeah. So
the
it's just one of
concept-
those things. So her misfortune ended up being their fortune, but then she ended up getting more than what she ever
Right.
wanted because they gave her all this gold and stuff, right?
Yeah.
That's
So that's
divine
tawakkul on Allah.
compensation, right? Like
tawakkul.
Allah.
To know that Allah is the provider and you should have confidence that He will provide, and don't think bad is not good for you, and
Yeah.
don't think good is always good for you, because you should rely on Allah and have tawakkul in Allah first and foremost, right? So
And that's the
reliance on
beauty
Allah.
that taking my shahada has brought me, Habibi. Like it's just like realizing that I have to just believe that everything that happens to me for me is Allah's like plan that He has for me, right? And if I just try to like say like, oh, that sucks, or wow, that's awesome, like that's where I find myself just like, hey, like that's great, but either way, just like it is what it is, and just be appreciative of it. And again, this
So
is
we're
just
all
more for
the
myself.
sons and daughters of Adam alayhi salam, right? And we're all rooted together, like it or not. The atheist, the Jew, the Christian, the Muslim, the non-denominational, the whatever. We're rooted together, like it or not. The measure of what are we going to really be sincere with is up to us. Do we have sincerity for ourselves, for our knowledge, for our care and concern? If I love you, if you're Asian, or if you're Mexican, or if you're Indian, or if you're Arab, or if you're white or black or African, Puerto Rican, we should have love for humanity first, right?
Exactly. It's
But
just like
we should
we
have
don't need
love
to-
for our Creator and the Prophet over all everything, even our parents, even our loved ones, our brothers, our sisters. And then when we have that reliance on Allah, and we have the reliance and trust with the Prophet because he's the prophet of our time, right? That he did and completed the final message from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the promise of Allah to humanity. And we're rooted together. Everything the Bible has that is good in it, the Quran has. Everything that the Torah has that's good in it, the Quran has. Because
Right.
they're rooted with each other. So the problem is this: the Bible isn't the Injil at all. The Torah claims to be the book of Musa alayhi salam, which isn't. Now, was a Injil revealed to Isa alayhi salam? Absolutely. Was a Torah revealed to Musa alayhi salam? Absolutely. Was a Sabor revealed to Dawood alayhi salam, David alayhi salam? Absolutely. Why aren't they complete anymore? Because that's the qadr of Allah. Allah had ordained this custodialship for the people, the blessings to keep this properly. But Allah knows the past, present, and future. It's already happened with Allah, right? Because why? He knows everything. But it doesn't mean we know everything. The action of everything is to Him. The action of knowing, needing to know, is to us. So when we talk about the Torah is corrupt or the Bible is corrupt, I don't believe the Bible is corrupt at all, because the Bible isn't ever claimed to be the word of God. It's the inspirational word of men saying from God's word. So
edited for kings
that,
in my
if you want to
version.
believe that, that's up to you, but that doesn't mean that that's correct. What is
Right.
truthful is only Allah, right? We can claim to be truthful. It doesn't mean we are. We can claim these things. Doesn't mean we are. But we know 100% Allah is the truth. Allah is the light. Allah is the salvation. Allah is the bringer of good and the only source of good. So now when we utilize those terms and those values and we put them in the proper action with the variable placed in the proper formula, now we have a chance to have the right answer. But if we dilute what the formula is, we dilute what the variables are, we dilute, we're never going to get the right answer because we're serving our own ego.
Right.
Right?
It's just
When we serve,
talking a talk that we don't walk as well, right? Just
Right.
like, anybody like can say like words like, yeah, their shahada, or like confess that Jesus, whatever it is. But the true like test is the proof is in the pudding or not, right? Like our fruits.
right? Sincerity and intention. Are you
Right.
sincere to being do you really want to be under the shade of Allah? Do you really want to care for people? How can you care for people if you don't even know what right and wrong is? In
Exactly.
reality, if you are, like I told you this before, if I'm the one that's meant to expose or to enlighten somebody, and I fail to do this, now the exposure that I failed to do is now going to hurt somebody down the road, right? Or cause people distress. There's a lot of things. If I misinform a good thing, it's a big problem for me, right? Especially if I hold strong to this misinformation. Right? When you say Allah knows best, do your due diligence to check what I say, and we should check what everybody says. We should make sure, especially when people say this is what the Prophet said, this is what Allah said, we shouldn't take this as face value. We should have proof. We should utilize proof. We should bring proof to these type of situations, right? That's the proper way to do things. Now we see, I'm guilty of it. We're all guilty of it at times, I believe, is that we say things that we hold dear, and we might not have a depth of understanding there. The depth of understanding saying that Allah said this, and then we speak English, we failed, because Allah doesn't speak in English to the people. He speaks in Arabic to the people. So if you say Allah said this, and I'm going to translate it from the Arabic to the English, is different than you say Allah said, don't eat pork. Well, Allah didn't say don't eat pork in the English terms. Now the meaning, yeah, don't eat pork, right? Or pork is forbidden. But khanzir is pork in Arabic, right? So, we got to be careful in certain aspects of things. And even in the Bible, the Greek, the Latin, the Hebrew, these are we're reliant too much on translations to hold our foundation solid, which is lacking in general. Because one word in the Arabic language has a plethora of definitions, and then people, like the other day, want to say, no, it only means this, or only means that, or it means this and that, which is a lie, because that's not how Arabic grammar works, nor the Arabic to English translation works. There's 12.5 million plus words in Arabic. There's 650 plus words, 1,000 words in English. There's no way you can bring Arabic to English without paragraphs on paragraphs on paragraphs for one word, like ahad. Say Allah is one, the one and only, and the one of needing nothing, and so on and so forth. The attributes of Allah. The ahad is the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which we know there's 99 names and attributes. So, when we fail to express it that way, then we're lacking in the definition for the person that doesn't understand the grammar of Arabic or the grammar of anything, right? Because there's some
logic,
that are
like the standard of just like
the measures, right? What's a pronoun? What's an adjective? What's a verb? Right? What's a conjunction? What happens with said action? What's a fallacy? What's a sentence fragment? You know, there's a lot of people that don't understand these values alone, right? They didn't pay attention.
Straw manning. I'm just like, what the heck are you like saying?
Right, and then there's jargon that's made up within this, like the straw man, right? This isn't a something that is just inherently in the Webster dictionary. It's a concept through metaphysics, and then metaphysics is also a concept through action.
Right.
So,
but I'm more pointing out, Habibi, like that it is like finding itself in just like every like person's lexicon, especially here at TikTok, because just like they like we want to try to like sound smarter than maybe we are. You know, like I have guests who just like use these words just like I'm just like, can you like talk to me like I'm a fifth grader?
Unvalued action of, but I know there's certain behaviors that bring you in danger water. I'm good enough to know, hey, I'm not dabbling in this, because to me, I don't want to be that smart. When you have too much knowledge, life becomes drudgery. Really.
It becomes like that beautiful mind scenario, just like
that don't mean lack in knowledge on purpose, because when you what's the word I'm looking for? When you blatantly deny, or you become guilty by association, or you man, I'm forgetting the words here. Willfully deny. When you willfully do things so you don't have things, you're still going to be governed under that you should have did, right? It's like walking down the road and you see a $20 bill blowing down the road, you're going to run over and grab it for the most part. If you got a huge pocket of money and you don't feel like running to get that 20, you probably aren't gonna. Right? But the majority of people would run and get the 20, right? Because just inherently money floating down the road, it's free game, right? But when we willfully deny something,
this is where like I stop and I'm just like, nope, it's a trick. I'm gonna get punked or something like that. Like, you know, but unless it's just like right in front of me, then I'll like pick it up. But if it's just like blowing by me, like Habibi, you know, like yeah, there's a part of me where I'd be like chasing after that. But
it's
at some point,
there's certain aspects that put you in the depth of depths quick, right?
Right.
And then judging people. People are so freaking judgmental, man. I don't, you know.
It's not that it's like a judgmental, I guess, like thing. At least for me,
they are. They really are.
I said people, not everybody, right?
Right.
People are.
Like
they really are.
Like I ask myself,
The more
why?
you know, the more responsibility you have. The more you know, the more responsibility you have.
Absolutely. And then, like, you say some things that I don't want to yell at you at because I don't want to yell in front. But sometimes I think you don't understand the depth of things. Like God is love, right? There's you should do your due diligence.
But Habibi,
hold on before you get upset. You should do your due diligence to understand the depth of what that means in Christianity, what that means in Judaism, what that means in Islam. Because everything else to me, I don't hold dear. I don't Taoism, Buddhism, Sikhs, all these things. I've did a couple comparison religion classes, and I found lacking right away. Hinduism, these kind of things. Not saying that.
I've heard a lot, bro. Do you know what I've heard a lot too? We are allowed to judge what is apparent to us.
Like our parents, or a parent, like as in APP, like aware.
Like Allah tells us we are allowed to judge what is apparent to us, right?
Apparent. Okay.
The best of manners and the best of ways, and be careful when you're judging because you're under a strict code of conduct.
Well, and this is the thing, because how do you know? Like, look, let's be real. Sometimes when people go through things, like, and this is where I was saying earlier today when the other guy was here, is like everybody handles things differently, right? So something that I might not be able to handle or tolerate, you might actually be able to deal with it. It might not be a hardship for you, but it might be a hardship for me because we're all different. So when we're going through something difficult, sometimes we react but we don't think about what we do. We just react to it, right? So then we do our actions, or we do things based on our emotions that drive us to do those things. So like when people do things, they might not necessarily mean what they're actually doing. That's a flaw in us as people, right? So who are we really? Yeah, okay. Maybe they're behaving in a way that they shouldn't be, but it's apparent to us that's what they're doing. But it doesn't mean that their intention is to do or be that way. Do you know what I mean?
No, yeah. People play a role. I agree.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know, it's a fine line. And then I think, but then that's when I'm like, you see that in people over time. Like you can tell who people that are genuine and good, and that is something that you see over time. You're never gonna see that straight away. Why? Because you have to go through the ups and the downs of people. They have to be with you in your lifetime, to go through your hardships, to go through your times of ease, and then you know the people, like, and the type of people they're going to be. That's what I think.
Yeah, I agree. Right.
Alhamdulillah.
And then you get your most learning from the mistakes you make. And
Yeah.
I think a lot of people don't realize that. Right? You don't get a lot of learning from all the success. You get a lot of learning from the failures. And the depth and the wisdom comes from the failures than the success. Now you do get stuff out of success too. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying the high majority of good action, the good reasoning, the clarity or depth of understanding you get from the failures. And Allah knows that. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Right. Alhamdulillah. I don't know, yeah. Does everybody learn? No. Like for me, I know myself so well now. I'm so stubborn with some things. Like the best way, like for me to be encouraged to go a particular way or to do something good, like you can't tell me, oh yeah, like you can't do that. As soon as you say something like you can't do something, I'm like, where is it? I'm gonna go and find it. Like
the disclaimer just makes me want to do it more. So just tell me I can't do something, and that's the best way.
I need to set myself up for success. If I put myself in a position of failure, I'm probably gonna fail.
I mean, yeah, like that is the ultimate. Like say that. Like did I hear that correctly? Like if we put ourselves in a position of like to fail, then yeah, we're gonna like end up a failure, right? We're not gonna succeed in that sense. Like, but
are you gonna fail though? Are you gonna fail, or are you going to learn?
I had I told you before I used to gamble a lot, right? I played a lot of poker, they're doing this and that. I'm very good at it. And I went to Vegas and I didn't gamble at all. So I was put myself in a position of failure, but really the motel room that I was put in, because I was going to buy some cars, it had the ultra poker tournament going on. It was so tempting. I had to leave so many times.
WSOP?
Right?
Like
I was
that?
successful in avoiding anything. I didn't even gamble a penny there. So I was very happy that I was able to go against that, especially in Sin City, right? But it wasn't an easy thing. But alhamdulillah, I won.
That's self-discipline, you know.
I mean,
but that's an oddity, a rarity. It's not the norm. The norm is if I'm going to put myself in these positions, I'm going to fail.
Right.
And I don't.
Can you imagine like moving and living there, like as a car dealer or whatever you were doing out there to like buying cars? Like, could you imagine like what it must be like living in that city and even like being raised in that city? Just like just. I don't know. Like, like I can imagine it's probably one of the most testing
I thought I've seen some disgusting people in Detroit doing things. Like I've seen women taking baths in puddles. I've seen the very horrible behaviors, but it was a new experience. I've never seen such filth. I walked up to a 7-Eleven because it was very hot. I was going to see the Pawn Stars place. And then I walked to the 7-Eleven adjacent to the Pawn Stars, and there was like 5 people there, homeless, shoeless. And their feet were so black, it was like they had tar on their feet. It was the most disgusting thing I ever seen in my life. I was like, oh my God, these poor people, what are they doing to themselves? But there's like, I was like dumbfounded. I couldn't even, I'm like, there's nothing I can do for these guys. There was nothing I could think of, say, do anything. They had to be on immense drugs, right? They had to be either just so far gone that, I mean, these were white people with the blackest feet I've ever seen in my life. Right, I was
maybe it was a hangover moment where they like ended up like winning a ton, and then this is how they like spent it like in a weekend.
A month, but a year of months to be able to get feet that black.
Okay, but like the irony of the situation you found yourself in is that right across the street from this 7-Eleven is the Pawn Stars, like Hollywood like TV show like site, right?
Yeah,
so
legend,
here's like
Hollywood
like
legend.
the other side of the tracks like difference, like you know, like you see how just we don't know the true reality of even like what we see like on our programs and stuff like that. You know, like when my parents went out there, like they were just like, Charles, we're here with Chum Lee, and you wouldn't imagine just like how handsome he is, and I'm just like, what? That was just a random phone call. But like, you know, like it's just amazing. Just like that Hollywood like production of what we know to be what reality like shows, right? Like Pawn Stars is considered a reality show. Jersey Shore, reality show. Like MTV Real World, like that. It all started from that. But when society is just like programmed to hear like this is a reality show, and we just see this. I believe like this is when we just
reality,
kind of. I mean, the Jersey Shore reality, the Pawn Star reality, the American Chopper reality. Like we can choose whatever reality resonates with us by what channel we subscribe to, like our streaming services. Just like you know, like right, like this is how like again, whatever it is, like we are just on our own fruition, just like.
But I think something very similar, like I went to go to this place because apparently like they had Malay food there, and I really struggled to find good Malay food. So I went there and stuff.
As
and
in Malaysia?
Like
from Malaysia?
Yeah, Malaysian. Malaysian food, yeah.
Good to know. Malay food.
And so then I went there, and then I was going to my car, and there was this homeless guy, and like his hair was a mess, and he was looking down, and he was walking really funny, and I looked down at his feet for some reason, and like they were swollen, and he had a big huge chunk of skin out of his ankle, and it looked really painful and sore, but it just looked like gross. And then I was just like, bloody hell. I'm like, and I can't do anything. Like, I can't help him. I can't say anything. I'm like, what if I say something or try to help him, and then like he just lashes out and does something crazy?
Automatically, you're assessing the situation. Just like, oh, if I say this, if I go this way. If I say this, if I go this way.
You're like me. We were impotent. We were impotent and dumbfounded.
Yeah,
and then like a deer in headlights.
Other guys
like
around too. There were other guys around, and then there was this other guy staring at him, and I think there was like a bit of tension there. I could feel it. I was vibing it, and I'm like, yeah, this is not a good situation right now. I just need to go.
You brothers take care of that, right? Like,
yeah, I was like, I don't even know how. I mean, if it wasn't so hot, seeing those feet of those people, I would have turned around and left. I had to get something to drink. It was like 110 degrees. I walked down the strip like way too far to go to this Pawn Stars, which is a little like hole in the wall, comparatively speaking to what I was thinking it was going to be. And
what did you think it was going to be?
And then now I'm
Willy Wonka's chocolate factory.
I'm just like drenched in sweat. I'm like, oh, this was so stupid. I should have just took a cab, drove down here. What the hell was I thinking? Now I walk up to the 7-Eleven, and I'm like, I was so grossed out. I wouldn't even have went into the 7-Eleven if I wasn't about to unalive myself from dehydration.
Like these are like, were you not inclined just to buy one of them, like a Slurpee? Just like, yo, man.
No, I was grossed out, man. I'm telling you, I was so grossed out. I mean, I've seen a lot of gross things in my life, but this just took the cake, man.
Yeah, that was me as well. But then sometimes I wonder, like, if I was a man, like, if I was a male, like, would I do things differently. Like I saw a guy lying on the ground. It's really cold. He's lying on the ground with the sleeping bag and stuff, and I felt really sorry for him. But then I was like, I'm a female and I'm by myself and it's nighttime, and I'm like, I really shouldn't stop or do anything. I should just go home, right? Like that's the smart thing to do. But then I was like, I'm not going to invite him to my house, but I'm like, I know like down the road there's like people that chucked out couches. I could just get some cushions for him or something, just to give him, like, so he could put underneath himself, one, to give himself comfortable and keep himself warm. But then I was like, I'm a female by myself. Maybe if there was a guy with me, I would do it. But like, or maybe another couple of women with me. But
We're
like,
not
because I'm by
making
myself, I'm
excuses.
like,
We're just explaining, like.
I don't know, man.
But again,
then
this
I'm
is
like,
where
I don't know, would I
this
or
is
not?
where our own like consciousness starts like almost working against us, right? Like when I was told, like a lot of panhandlers, like growing up in the 90s, were like making like as much as doctors, and they were just like pretending to be homeless, and
What's a
therefore
panhandler?
the people who just like are like asking for change and like
People on the
money.
corner begging for money.
It's called panhandling, kind of like panhandling for gold. You know how like gold miners would
Yep.
have like a pan. You know that's where the
So
words
I will
origin come
do
from.
that a lot. I will just be like, what does that mean? What does that mean?
No,
don't
I
know
love
that
it
stuff.
because you and I are the same. When we were just like, you're gonna have to explain metamorphosis and transcend to us, to the brother who was up here. So I love that, sister. So please, alhamdulillah and bismillah for just like your genuine, just like I know I'm ignorant on a lot of things, and I'll be the first one to admit, like, I don't know what that means. Tell me, right? Like, so it's just like that is.
I don't have a problem with that, or
right.
I'll Google it real quick if I feel like I need to. Right?
Yeah, and then when
Yeah, I
we
don't
Google
care,
it,
like, if
that's when I'm
people-
just like, do you know what this word means? Because like, I just want to fact check you guys, right? Again, that's what I do. But again, just like we start thinking of maybe just like these other thoughts that either like justify or kind of like rationalize like how we acted in a certain thing. Like when you said just like, that couches like were across the street, and therefore you were thinking like, I could go get the cushions and then bring it. But then again, you're just like, but I'm still a woman, right? It's just like if I had a man, like this would be a whole different thing. And I'm not saying like just about you, sister, but this is one of those things like Aki, like this is one of those, like, I recognize, I don't know if it's maybe a lot of like just our brotherhood and humanity's kind of like contribution of just why so many of our sisterhood feels like scared or, like kind of like restricted from behaving in like a righteous act because of our presence or lack thereof, right? It's just like catch-22 here, right? Like when I see the same person in my neighborhood just sleeping on this, like there's this guy, and I'm really at this point just like, I don't know what his situation is. Like he clearly has friends who like hang out with him like in his little like area, and I just see him and I'm just like, clearly he's made a choice. And it seems like everybody, like the businesses around him, have accepted this. But like a part of me would have been just like, oh, here's a sign from like God, Allah, telling me like I got to help this person, and I get myself in trouble where I'm like, yo, come back to my house, and then I'm just like I just get into that point where I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I like just got this far. So again, this is the human nature, and it's just like natural for us human beings to be like fearful of one another or like untrusting, like in real life, especially, right? TikTok, it is what it is. But again, like, I don't know. Like, I was never raised by my parents to kind of have that just standoffish, which I'm grateful for, that they made me like a part of it. Like my parents named me Charles, and I didn't know that Charlie was like a slur for Asian people. In America, and until I grew up, and it was just one of these funny moments. But again, like my pains that like God like wanted me to learn from, heal from, and become this person that I try to just represent on TikTok, right? I have a hard enough time being consistently like me here. And I can't even imagine how people manage multiple backup accounts, like all these things and all that stuff. But again,
don't they call it, what do they call it?
Multitasking?
Not borderline personality disorder, is it?
I call it.
Was that a bad joke?
No, it was good. That's where it's just like, potato, right? It could be borderline personality disorder or multitasking, depending where you sit on that thing, but I just like that's the thing about perception, right? Like, depending on at what human being is like perceiving it, it could be anything, right? But the minute a human being starts coming in and just saying like, nope, your perception is wrong. Your perception, that's the thing. When we think that we know what others know or are thinking, like that's when we are like T minus like 3, 2, 1. Like here's our own enemy in like the universal mirror reflection. Remember that, sister? Just like this is when we are like saying what we want to say to ourselves. Sometimes, most of the time. I have a guest request. Oh, our friend Alice. Greetings.
Perception and perspective are different.
Okay.
Well, no, what you were saying, a perception and perspective are different. One of them is what is occurring to you, and one of them is what you are you're observing from a secondary point. Perspective and perception are not the same.
Okay, so perspective is which of those definitions? The former or the latter? The former being.
Think about the two words.
I know. I'm just trying to make sure my other gay guests also understand
but it's
it.
still subjective. That's what they have a commonality that they're both subjective to the person.
Yeah, the
But your
perspective is what you're
perception
assuming
is
gonna
not
be.
the perspective of other people.
Yeah.
No,
That's the thing. The
It's your own.
perspective has an emotional component. That's your own views, which can actually deviate from the other. They're very closely related.
Yeah. It's like for me, they're both through the lens that you look through. Like the individual, I mean.
But you can't. So your perception is what you have, and your perspective is what you view others are having. And unless you have, I don't know, their same brain, or like you plug in like in some like Avatar ass shit, you can't understand it.
Okay, so it's kind of
that's
like
what I'm saying.
like compassion and empathy type thing, where it's just like
It's first of all, like I'll be like, yes, I understand the Earth is round, but I will entertain your thought about how Pluto is no longer a planet, kind of shit.
Hey, it was a planet when I was in school. The fact that like it's not a planet.
Yeah, and I said you that I was like, why does Pluto have all these red spots? And it's like it's been abused because it's going back and forth from being a planet.
I can vouch for it. But then it made me think about just like even the Disney character Pluto, right? And then Goofy. Both dogs, but one dog is a pet and the other dog is like sentient. As a child, I was just like, why?
So here's a weird question, because we both speak in both of those terms. I normally, I do little hot-headed. I don't always do perspective correctly.
Your perspective?
But like we all.
What do you mean you don't always do perspective correctly? Okay, so your perspective is faulted by your perception of the situation?
Because there's a component that's added to it. There's what is there on the other person, and then there's the burden you place on another person to somehow bridge a gap that you have not communicated.
Oh, that's your cynical side.
Hold on.
You haven't seen that shit, bro.
No, but they're both.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I have actually.
They're both.
Hold on.
Jamil Jamal for Jen. We talked.
You guys tracked what she said? I got lost in just like, hold on, like the
No,
first
well,
thing.
but they're both the way that you understand something. Like it's still your understanding of what it is. Perception and perspective.
Perspective,
It's
right?
still the way that you understand it to be. They're both the same in that way. Like it's still the way that you understand it.
But there's one that is
Yourself.
what you have, and there's one that should include observation.
Perspective being
Well,
perception
no,
being
because they're
the
both
observation.
they're both your observation.
No, one of them is your own bullshit. Like I could be like that countertop's like brown. And I can say bullshit on my observation of like what it doesn't matter.
But there's there's an objective truth. If I look and I'm just like, really, sister, this marble is clearly gray, and you keep telling me it's brown, I
thought it was a sucker. I thought you were gonna put it in your mouth.
Well, maybe it's like because I'm partially colorblind.
Did you ever see? Wait. What was it like the Hangover movie where it's like I got light gray, I got dark gray, I got light medium gray, and he's like, wait, I got red, yellow, blue. He's like, oh fuck, I'm colorblind.
Okay, but so perception is So perception is the ability to see, hear, or become aware of something through the senses, or the way in which something is regarded, understood, or interpreted. Okay, and
Yes.
then perspective is a particular attitude towards or way of regarding something or a point of view.
Yeah, that's a perfect point. That's what you
But your
accept
point of
versus the
view-
external.
But your point of view is still the way that you understand or interpret something.
Right,
It's the
like
same thing.
a perspective.
Which one of those?
is
What one?
Perception, right? Perspective
Your perception
is perception.
is how you understand or interpret something, and your perspective is like your point of view. That's your perspective.
Yeah,
That's
so
your point of
you
view, which
first
is
of
the
all
same
you
thing.
have to interpret something and then have the knowledge to know that like you could be doing it wrong. And then the perception is that you kind of like tunnel vision that shit.
This is the
I don't know if that makes sense.
The spiritual growth moment, just like the awakening, just like, oh my gosh, I'm the one that's been the dick this whole time. Just like, and then the 12-step program.
And then you
is
say like I didn't mean, I'm walking here. I didn't mean it.
I'm walking here, guys. You know, like, and that's the thing. I'll teach you how to stir fry, you know, in your walk here, sister. So you know,
No,
like,
we're not adding ketchup. We're not adding ketchup.
oh my gosh, don't.
We're not doing ketchup tonight.
It depends what we're stir frying.
You have to add some vinegar.
Whatever you want to put in my walk,
It's just
brother.
the different viewpoints versus your viewpoint versus the understanding that there's a deviation between what you see is not exactly what someone else perceives. It's not the same as the other eyes. Does everyone want to know a fun fact?
I mean, I guess you're gonna tell us anyway. Yes, I want to know.
I'm trying to be polite tonight. Stop.
Again, you have a lot of room for growth in this politeness, like awareness. I'll tell you that. But I
Go
missed
fuck
you.
yourself.
I know, but we'll save that for later. We're conducting.
Yeah,
a live here.
yeah. You evidently have hands moving. We saw your straw sucking. It's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be an ass. You're gonna be an ass. So a weird fun fact is that every baby is born with the same colored eyes, and only doesn't matter the race, doesn't matter anything, because like again, melatonin and everything needs to like kick in. So I think that that's actually magical, so that every baby or every person in this world sees and has the same eyes at birth. And only through growth do we have division.
Not through growth, through division, because that's based on the environment you are taught, basically.
Time.
There can be
It's a result of time, right? And not
No, but
any
how beautiful!
envi-
No, how beautiful is that? How beautiful is it that every baby born has the same eyes, the same color, the same way that they react?
But do you think that if those things change, and if we, for example, if we had the same environment and we were raised in the same environment, do you think, regardless of that changing, we would still see things the same way?
No, definitely not. I'm just thought it was
So
poetic.
So just because
It
the
is.
color of our eyes change, that means that we'll see things differently.
No, I just thought it was poetic, being like it's the same eyes at birth, and then we change them over whatever factors, life, bullshit.
I appreciate the perspective that you have demonstrated. In just like sharing your perception.
I think it's fascinating. I think it's
How you
fascinating.
perceive how our birth takes place.
Actually, no, I just think it's fascinating because like there's other things that occur, but like how does this occur the same across like all arenas?
It's one of those commonalities of humanity that I guess goes overlooked. Again, being Asian, do you know how many like diagnoses I got? Like I had jaundice. They thought I had Down syndrome just because of the way
Wait,
my
are your eyes open when you're talking? Just kidding.
yeah, that's the thing. It's just like this is it. This is why they go.
That was mean.
right?
That was mean.
No. But
I'm
like
gonna take a minute.
one of the serious things is just like my father told me like I had been diagnosed with jaundice. I don't know if you guys know what jaundice is, but it's like a condition where babies are born like looking yellow and stuff like that.
Are you saying that you look yellow?
Right.
You had to be put under a lamp. They had to cook you.
My
you had
dad
to be like the
told the
stir-fried
doctor,
rice. They had to
was
be able
just
to
like,
walk through like
he's-
swishing you around like, now, come on. What, you
When
on
my-
25 coming up in 30 minutes.
No,
You
when
were-
my father
you were
heard the
undercooked,
doctor,
man.
no, I'm Asian. So my dad was just like, you know, he's Asian, right? Just like we are supposed to be yellow. So it's just like it's nothing that he was worried about.
You were
But what
you
if I
were
truly
undercooked.
had like, I mean, like, hey, whatever it was, just like, what if I truly had jaundice and my father, who didn't really take it very seriously, but the doctors who might, you know, like it's just, thank God it happened the way that it happened, right? Like, but I mean, it's one of these things where I'm just like, wow, you know, the information that I didn't know and could have just like lived life not ever knowing, but
Well,
now
I just
that I
have a
know,
question though, bro. How like if you do have jaundice, how are they gonna know? I'm just asking.
it's all a visual
You're
like
already
diagnosis.
yellow.
So it's just like if it was a white person, like a Caucasian person, it's just like, yeah, you guys aren't like Oriental. Okay, your kid has jaundice. You know,
So do you turn another color?
I mean, like that's the thing. This is considered like yellow in the like the ethnic spectrum. You know, like black people, brown people, white people, and I'm yellow. Like this is yellow. I'm just like,
Didn't Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala like use different color sands to create us? I'm just saying this.
right. But then how did we become like? How does this become yellow? And it's just like I get like you know like, but it's just like. I don't know. No, I'm glad, you know, the sun is yellow. So it's just like, you know, the Simpsons.
Maybe you'll go brown. Maybe you'll go brown then.
That's the thing. I can tan if I like didn't like, you know, do my little like my self-medication in my own way. Don't judge me. But and then got a tan, I would get like confused with as being like Hispanic. Like it's happened. Like, people just come up and I'm just like, no, man.
And then I turn brown.
Right. I don't burn. Do you guys burn?
Dude, there's no way anyone has looked at you and went Hispanic.
Do you know?
No fucking way.
When I come back
At
from
one time, I went to
Hawaii,
Mexico and I'm pasty as fuck, and someone was like, "Are you reflecting the sun from like the fact that you can't retain color?" And I'm like, "I don't know why I'm not burning. I don't know why I can't have a color. I have no pigment. I don't know what I'm doing." There is no way someone looked at you and went Hispanic.
They're just like saying this to you in Espanol. No. In why do you have to just like just like?
Because it's not true. There's no one that would look at you and go Hispanic.
Yeah, if he was brown, probably. Because I wouldn't be
Is that a
surprised,
challenge?
Like,
Is that a challenge now? Do you really do?
Yeah.
Look
Do
from
it.
the back. From the back, I would totally. You know, like that's the thing.
Little American Indian though.
No, I wouldn't even say that. First of all, I would wait. No, wait. I would guess that you have an O-type blood type.
a lot of people like tell me that I'm a
negative.
lot of things.
A negative. Oh, you a simple bitch. You're not even O positive.
I'm just glad that I got in the A's. Remember, I told you this joke. You're like,
Yeah. Because your father's not proud of you.
no, just what the fuck? Like you're cutting deep, sister. Just slow your roll for a second, all right? It's the new year, okay?
It's not
20
new me.
Well, we're already 5 days in, and just like come on, just
fan yourself.
make an effort.
Sweat. Come
better.
down.
Do better, will you? Just for my sake
All
on
right.
this panel.
So
all
from
right.
now on, then, when people ask you where you're from, just say, "I don't know. I'm confused." That's what I tell people now.
I'm just like, how much time do you got, bro?
Wait. Can I tell a horrible story for like it's like 30 seconds long? Can I tell a horrible story?
Can we put a timer? No, I'm just
Yeah,
joking.
do it.
Yeah, you
It'll
can tell
actually be
us.
30 seconds.
Okay.
I don't have a timer, to be honest.
Go.
I'll do it really
no,
fast.
I'm a comedian right here. Hey,
so
this is me giving you the light. When I start going like this, that means you got 10 seconds left, okay?
I don't think you can count. You failed algebra. So I was summoned for jury duty, and they like listed off a lot of stuff, and I like had to go, and I was like answer all the questions, and they like listed all these things like how do you identify, and I definitely wasn't paying attention, and I have no idea why my dumbass brain went, say you're a cat, and I was like, I identify as a cat, and then my dumbass mouth went prrr, and he went, ma'am, you're dismissed.
That was at the jury summons, like here?
Yeah, it was for jury. I don't know why my brain was like, just say you're a cat. I was like, I was like, I just said like, yo, like I'm a basic ass bitch. I'm this. I was like, I checked all the boxes. Why are you like verifying it? And then he read off like too many things. I'm a little old, and I was like, I don't know why my brain said just say.
The funny
say you're
thing
a cat.
is, you gave everybody in that like courtroom, like at that jury summons, just like, yo, man, I think we found another way to get out of here. It's just like, I'm a dog, I'm a cow. Just like, remember the old way was just like, I hate gays, I hate blacks, and I hate like.
The fact I followed it up with, I identify as a
Yeah.
cat in my brain. My brain
Yeah.
should have been like, stop,
You
don't
double
do it. And I
down
went,
with your
no, I
went. Yeah. She rolls those R's like
I wanted to send like a notice to the electricity company to tell them my bill's identified as paid.
do it.
Just like, yeah.
But no, they like the dude looked at me and he was like, ma'am, you are dismissed. We do not need you here. And I was like, I didn't even fucking mean it. I was like, I don't know what my brain was thinking. You know when you have like intrusive thoughts and like sometimes you like kind of do them?
There's no part of those intrusive thoughts that make you think, Al. It's just like, I wonder if the judge is just like, yo, get that person's name. We're going to keep an eye
But I was like, I did all the check boxes. I did it. They're like, you're reading it off to me. Like, yes, like the paper's in front of you. And you said too many things, and my brain was just like done with it. And I was like, just say you're a cat. And I'm like, I don't know why my brain said that.
I have a question though. Like, so how are you actually supposed to identify as?
Depends on the state.
For jury duty? For jury duty?
Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm from
be on a
Australia,
jury?
mate. I don't know your system over there, right?
Okay.
Oh, we're fucked
Interesting.
up.
She doesn't speak for all of us. It's
Oh no! The jury
so
duty
if I
form
look
like went
at
from
jury
just
duty-
male and female and not answering
Hold
to
on.
like 30
Look,
things.
Alice, just mic up because now we are ambassadors of our country to, like an Australian here because, like.
We can't go farther. It's Trump. We have a president that says shit. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Quiet.
yeah. Just simmer down, kitty. But again, like here in America, sister, like every year we have one like jury summons, and whether we get picked or not, we fulfill just like that obligation. And like many
we
people,
get the same thing.
okay, every year,
we get-
or like how?
No, I don't know every year, but like I know that before, like I'd had summons for jury duty, but I just got my employer to say I can't do it, so I never go.
because he wouldn't let you off. My boss, who I like work for him on TikTok, you're double playing your boss. Just
No, actually, what she
I'm just
said
kidding.
is actually close to what my mom said. So I said, apparently I'm a cat. That's weird. My mom got a doctor to write a note being like, you shouldn't trust her opinion.
Well, that's
And she submitted it, and they were like, we will not enter you for 5 years.
and look at that parent. You know, like again, these are all warning signs. Where if I was like an honorable judge sitting in a courtroom today, just like seeing this.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. My
unravel.
mom's got a medical excuse for 5 years. I identify as a cat and I purred. Yeah, we're
Hold
not
on,
what
but-
you want to
but Alice-
judge people by.
Clearly, you don't want to be picked for jury duty, right? And like Jamil, like, are you the same? Like, I would love to be able to like be picked to like be on a jury, you know. But I
First
even
of
just
all,
identify as
it'll
my
cost
true
me
self.
money. No, first of all, it'll cost me money. It's during a work day. Second of all, I judge
That's the
people
thing.
regularly. I don't need the law to be involved. I
That's
make
the
really
thing.
quick
So-
knee head, like, yeah.
The
and
pay
do
for
knee
me
jerk.
was a thing. The pay for me was a thing, like what she said. Because like for me at the time, like it would actually make things more difficult for me to do it because like I couldn't get paid my wages, and what they would pay me would be less than my normal wages. So it wasn't, you know, I would actually go and do it.
Okay,
But-
okay, like if it didn't interfere with just like your like
Oh,
compensation,
look, if
right?
I was in a position where finance wasn't a problem for me, then yeah, like I would do it. So like whether it's a work day or not, but or if they offered okay for
It's just
for
a
that
Tuesday where I got
hour,
some time to spend, right? It's either
or
this or
for that
TikTok.
hour, we'll pay you what your employer pays you to
Yeah,
take you
pay,
out of
pay
work
me
to
what
come
they
and do
pay
it.
me.
Right.
Yeah,
Equal,
or something like that. Like I
equal,
would do
equal
it, and then go back to
compensation.
work.
So
Yeah.
do you think that if they upped it, like anybody who gets picked for jury duty gets higher compensation than their normal wage? Do you
Why
think
not?
that would drive more people to try to be selected for jury, or they just still act
Yeah,
the way where it's just
probably.
like,
It's not going
eh.
to impact. It's not going to impact the
The
you know,
motivation?
financial. No,
No,
like
I'm talking
it
about
won't
like
have
the
a financial
motivation
impact on
for people in society to
wanting to do it.
partake, to just partake in it, right? Because in America, it's just like a burden. It's just like, yo, man, it's just a waste of time. I could be work. You know, it's just
But
we
then-
don't want to do it, right?
Right.
But it's a
I
it's a
look at
right.
people.
Like
Yeah, but I look at people and the state of society today, and half of the people that I see, I'm like, it's probably a good thing that they're
I
not
do
there.
not want to be judged by these peers, not these TikTok people. Like, I recognize that face.
It's a bad pool we're picking from.
Right.
But no, I
okay.
think my state offered $10 an hour, and I was like, I make 100 an hour, like match like what the so you want me to for a week lose all that income, and you're gonna give me what New York would account for a parking ticket, which I'll still probably get because I'm gonna park someone incorrectly. To show up for your court date to be dismissed because apparently Miss Meow Meow didn't know what to say.
You have to
Like
do
no,
it for a
like
whole
yeah,
week.
match
a whole
your
week?
employer. Like I would love a break from work. Like if I had a week that were like, hey, you legit don't have to show up for work, I'd be like, yeah. And they're like, I'm gonna pay you 1/10, and I'm like, no.
Here's where your heart posture is just completely wrong, Alice. It should be like, look, I make $100 a day. Yeah, I should. You know, I'm gonna take a day off. I'm gonna go do something for 1/10 of the money because I'm a good person. Instead, you're just like, yo, if you don't.
The
match
only
it,
time I do 1/10 of something for the money that I want is when I'm going on a date with a guy and I pay for the appetizer.
And he breaks out a coupon. This is why I break out coupons on dates, people.
And also, like, you don't even know like what people's biases are like and stuff too, you know. And then they're actually, even if they're getting paid $10 an hour to judge you with the
Get paid
bias.
for shit. They're just like, no one
Right.
wants to be here. We're all angry. We all have an issue.
I mean, just when you say $100 an hour, so I'm just like, man, I am like still at like $20, you know, and I'm good with that, you know, like. But then I hear like people at McDonald's
still.
like protesting for $20 minimum wage. I'm just like, how much is a Big Mac in California? And my father was just like a like a Big Mac extra value meal right now, it was like $17. I was just like, what?
No, just so you know, like to have some humble porridge, for the job I have now, after college and stuff, and I had about 5 years experience, I actually, with again 2 bachelors and a master's, took a job for $19 an hour because it would gain experience. And like you have to understand what it sounds like. Oh, I sound like a hooker. Like, understand what you're selling. Like, are you doing jiggle jiggle? Like, what you putting on the plate? So sometimes you have to never take that incorrectly. Like, first of all, my company loves it, but
The
like
jiggle
again,
jiggle loves what? The jiggle jiggle. The company loves the.
no, you have to understand that sometimes you have to like do different jobs or go back to education so that
Apprenticeships,
you
right?
can,
Like just like
so you can
residencies and
learn
stuff like that.
something.
Like
No,
hands-on
and
experience rather than just like a doctor who only knows like being a doctor through like textbooks and then like gets put in like a surgery situation. It's like, okay, let's do this. It's just like,
it's
you know,
like sometimes you like it almost is like swallowing your pride. No, you're not swallowing your pride. You're learning something new. That's why I changed, and like I actually worked a job after college and did that with everything for writing documents at 19 an hour because I was like, I don't have this experience. This is something I want to learn. This is smart. And I don't need to be like over the top and think that like I somehow know something I do not know. And that's every job.
it kind of sounds like you saw it as just like an investment for you, right? Like it's a minimal investment that in the long run will give you more value today, right? Like, sister, you know, like that's what I'm hearing.
Both
it was
that.
it was an opportunity.
No, both that and also I think no one should ever turn down a learning opportunity. We all should learn something. So something I was told is like a day is not wasted if you learn something new during it. That is the only way to not waste a day. You have to learn something
Well,
new.
what if at the end of that day I find myself self-reflecting, just like I learned like 13 new things, 13 of which I wish I didn't learn at all.
But you still learned. A day is not wasted if you learned something new.
Okay. So the answer is just like I didn't waste that day. Good.
No, even if you learn something where you're like, ooh,
oh God.
you still learned something.
You're reminding me of the morning I had this. I like just like took out a entire meatloaf by myself, and I was just like, oh no, you know, like I was just like, I'm gonna have some like stomach problems like in the morning. And
No, it's not even that. It's so like if you learn something new, a day is not wasted.
Right.
So you should always seek to at least learn one new thing every day. And then slowly you will not only accumulate knowledge, but you will then have the wisdom. And a great example is having knowledge is knowing a tomato is a fruit. Having wisdom is knowing that it does not belong in a fruit salad.
Which is clever. I don't know if you guys like caught that, but that's like a very like wise saying there. It's like that saying, time flies like an arrow, but fruit flies like bananas.
Yours was a lot worse.
I didn't mean to make it a pissing contest here, but
and I just want to say, for me, ignorance is bliss because with knowledge comes more responsibility.
I would
Just saying.
so sad. I want to be stupid. I had a therapy appointment
I
today.
wish I knew less.
Yeah, and I actually talked to my therapist. I was like, I just don't want to know. I want to sleep at night. I don't want to know shit. And she's like, you already fucked up. You know too much.
Actually, it's funny though because I used to do that all the time at work. That people would ask me stuff, and I'm like, I don't know. But now they just ask me everything because I'm like, damn, that didn't last very long.
That's the
It's not even that.
the law of
It's
polarity.
like the
It's the is that what you're?
just like frustration because like anyone that ever like learns something is like, oh fuck, can I go back to being stupid? Can I go back to stupid me? Stupid me was happy. Smart me now has to deal with problems and solve them themselves.
The eating of the humble pie that sometimes gets served.
But you gotta make your own fucking pie.
No. I mean,
bacon pie.
I think that we are the ones that give the ingredients to the pie makers who.
Yeah,
like,
it's called knowledge. That's knowledge. We put it in our hands, then we're like, oh, now we gotta eat it. What do? We put it in pie, and then we're like, fuck, now that's the pie we eat.
Woosa, Alice. Like you're
Sorry.
coming in very,
That's
very.
the pie we eat. Like we literally put the knowledge, the ingredients in our hands, and we're like, what do we do with all these things? And you're like, I know exactly what to do with them. Then you make a pie, and you're like, oh fuck, I gotta like, I made something great. Oh, can I go back to being stupid?
Yeah,
We're feeding it to ourselves, basically, because someone else is making it.
And even worse
right.
on TikTok is when people think that they're making like whatever pie or dish they're cooking up. You know, it's just like, yeah, eat this. And it's just like, no. Like, like, no. I don't know what to do, like, but then, like, it's just the same thing. But again.
Can we just not eat the pie anymore? Can we choose to not eat the pie?
But what if you make the pie yourself?
Can we bake cookies? Can we just like forget pies and just like bake? We're baking cookies. Just like,
No, that just means you can't regulate your salt and sugar intake, and you should probably look at a doctor and sleep upright.
The cookies can be soft too. I'm just saying.
I got cookie dough in my refrigerator, so I mean.
No. For medical reasons, you should definitely check your salt, your sugar, and your blood pressure. And I think you should sleep upright slightly. I'm not a doctor, but if you want to not talk about pie and talk about cookies, I assume you eat them more.
What?
But what type of pies are you talking about? Because you guys have different pies to us.
We were talking about the figurative humble pie. I mean, we eat like sweet potato pie,
right?
pumpkin pie.
We don't do sweet pies, man. We
do meat pies.
Shepherd pie.
Same thing at the same time. We do meat pies.
Meat pies, man.
I gotta have my protein with my realization of the shit I have to deal with in the next minute.
What are we, like in elementary school? Meat pies.
No, it's the fact that we need protein metabolically to sustain ourselves to deal with the bullshit that is precluding the episode of eating.
Therefore, fruit pies are just like completely just out of the realm of possibilities for
It was out of the realm of possibilities when I was growing up.
Dude, I totally agreed with you. I thought you were talking meat all the time. Like, so I was like, pot pie.
I don't even know what a fruit. I was like, really? They don't do meat pies? What's the fruit pie? And then I was like, ooh, how would that even taste? Like a fruit pie?
In Australia. Like Australia.
Have you ever had rhubarb pie? Rhubarb.
No, I've heard of it. I've heard of it. I don't even know what a rhubarb is. What is a rhubarb? It sounds like
I grow them.
It's a vegetable. Okay, like it sounds like a piece of construction like material. Like
it can be for a pie.
Pass me that rhubarb. Right. He's just like, oh my god, but like.
No, but seriously, I never heard of fruit pies. Like. Seriously.
Apple pie, blueberry pie.
It must be called something different because, like, when I was talking this, I was thinking like, oh, it's a meat pie, it's a pot pie, it's like a chicken pie. Like, I was thinking like hearty pies. At no point did I think like, here's a pastry.
Right, like if somebody hands you just like this like pot pie thing and you bite into it, you're gonna think meat. Not fruit, right? You're gonna be like, what? It's
Yeah.
right. This is where
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
taste
yeah.
tests are very valuable
See, and
to
you were
like
thinking
food
of fruit
companies.
pie because you went to cookies.
I was thinking of cookies. I don't know where you guys are still stuck on pies.
No,
Like,
you said that.
right, because my mind was on
You were
cookies.
thinking of something sweet. You were
Yeah,
thinking
that's
of
why you said
something
like the
sweet.
other like you weren't thinking of like a pie, you were thinking of a pastry.
I was thinking of cookies. Forget adding any more like adjectives or words onto it, like cookies. You know,
Okay,
like
with choc chips or what?
what's that?
Jam. Cookies with choc chips or jam. Or
I mean,
coconut.
like it's the pre-mixed like Nestle's like cookie dough thing, where like
Oh, so you don't
dough.
even make it.
I mean, this is the thing. I can choose to wait 30 minutes and like have fresh baked cookies, or just indulge on an entire bucket of like cookie dough if I can't regulate. Just like I'm like a dog where I like I don't know if this is true, but dogs
Is that
like
good
don't
Dude, your
know.
fingers are showing you're going through an emotional moment right now.
Yeah, because you're coming in very hot, Alice. No, I'm
No,
not.
I was first of all, I would cook that cookie dough. I'm not. You're having a moment. Go have some cookie dough. It's late at night and you guys are awesome, but I gotta go to bed. It's fucking late.
Happy New Year to you.
It's only the afternoon here.
Is it in the future?
Yeah, it's like 5.
Right.
Yeah, in the future. Yeah, I'm from the future.
So
5:26 p.m.
Tuesday
afternoon.
Tuesday, 2000 January 6th. So this is where it's just like, what's the future like? What do I have to look forward to, sister? You know, like
Well, I don't know about your side of the world, but it's hot over here, man. Oh, because you guys do Fahrenheit. See, we don't even do Fahrenheit, but I'm pretty sure it's
hold
about
on.
30
You're
degrees
going
Celsius.
through your summer, like
Summer.
spring season,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Like
No,
the
spring's
hemisphere
nice.
differences.
Summer's like, well, I just went to visit my mum and I came back like yesterday, and it was more hot over there. It was even worse. But I'm glad I'm back down south because we only get like a few days here and there of hot weather, and then nighttime's usually really cool, and then we'll get the rest of the week like we'll be cool. But then every other day will be like, and then every now and then you probably get like a total, maybe a month in total over 3 months of actual hot summer days.
Like where you get to like go out and just like, I guess as a Muslim there, like you probably don't go tanning as like the people do on the beaches or something like that, right? Like,
I can tan in my backyard.
oh, well, there you go. You've already found like a solution.
You don't
So
have
then,
to tan
okay,
in
so
public.
then, can I ask you, sister, just like as a female like Muslim, like believer and follower, like, do you just completely eliminate like that desire to just hang out on a beach and jump in an ocean just with a crowd of people around? Like you just don't do that, and you're just like the backyard and just privacy is like that thing. Not to say like any judgment on this, but like it's just something that I think about.
I actually want to get a proper swimsuit like that I can cover myself. But like even that, I look at that and I'm like, I just don't like tight things around my body. So even when I look at that, right, I'm like, oh, that's still gonna like, because when something gets wet, it clings to your body anyway.
It is the
So, I would rather
inevitability of
actually-
just like the shrinkage
Yeah,
for
and I'm
men.
just like, oh man, that's so annoying. So I would rather just wear like a long sleeve. I will actually wear a long sleeve shirt and a t-shirt over the top, and then actually like long pants, baggy pants, and I would just wear that into the water. To be fair.
Hold on, like baggy pants and just like I thought we were talking just like like maybe just like a modest like just a one piece, but there's like kind of like I don't know if you've seen like surfers, like how surfers have just like bodysuits or something like that. Maybe if that's what you're kind of like
Yeah,
talking
no,
about.
that's what I was thinking of doing.
Oh,
but
okay, I
don't
thought you were
have
talking
one,
about
so
like
I
I
would
thought you were
just
talking
wear-
about like Eminem like walking into the ocean like
No,
just baggy
or
pants
the only next
and like a
best,
t-shirt.
the next best thing that I have is like leggings because I don't have like a swimsuit. So the next best thing I have is leggings and a baggy t-shirt with like or a long sleeve, and then I wear that to go into the beach.
And this is like
But I'm not like a full-on beach person. Like I don't.
Well,
like,
yeah,
it's nice to go, right?
especially
Like,
when
but
you
I'm not
see
a full-on
just
beach person.
other people.
But
just
I do like swimming. I like
Okay.
swimming.
not
But the
necessarily
thing about the beach is,
having it
years
at the beach.
ago. No, but like the thing was, years ago, a crab bit me on my toe, so I really don't like swimming in the water anymore. So, yeah, like
That's
I
adorable.
prefer a swimming pool.
Just that one moment has just kind of really turned
It
my
killed it, man. Yeah. Nah, because I just don't know if there's a crab in the sand anymore. Like, and
I
someone
mean-
nearly knocked me out with their boogie board. Okay, so like,
This is where when I was in Kauai, I like dove just like off like into the ocean and just like smacked my like the bridge of my nose on like this coral that I didn't even look out for. It was just like whoa, and it just got so infected, and I was just like, nope, never again am I going out in that ocean.
yeah. See, that's what happened.
Yeah, one and done. I've seen it. I've experienced it. No more. But like I don't
Yeah,
know.
so
There's
I'd
those
rather
phobias.
just go to a swimming pool now. Like I do go to the beach, but I just go because it's relaxing. Like I go normally in the evenings, and I go because I can listen to the waves. It's peaceful. I can like get some clarity in my thoughts and stuff.
Some
Yeah.
vitamin D, right? Every human being needs like vitamin D.
But actually, yeah, I don't go during the day because, well, I don't know. Here it's nice here during the day because the water's actually quite cold. Whereas like where I'm originally from in Australia, because the sun hits the water, like the water's actually warm. So when it's hot, you don't really cool down because the water's just feels as warm as outside.
Right. It's just like temper. It's just like, well, I don't know. At least yeah, I get it. It's just like, oh, what is this? But I actually prefer that. I don't know. I mean, like Hawaii was something completely different. So like there were like warm beaches, warm waters, but then that coral reef incident where I was just like, yep, that's it. But like in Mexico, like it's like freezing, but like
The water.
yeah, the ocean water, So I'm just like,
Yeah,
pool's
see,
cool
that's
with
really
me.
nice. You just like make yourself get in there, and when you come out, you feel so fresh and you're so awake and alert.
I mean, then I see people just out there just like doing what they do, and I'm just like, have you never seen Jaws? Like the last thing I want to witness with my own two eyes is just somebody in a situation, But like the beauty of like the time in Mexico was just like I got to witness just like the release of like sea turtles. I don't know if you like have ever seen like a nature show, but like turtles just like go on beaches and lay like a ton of eggs, and then they all hatch at like the same time, and then it's just like a free-for-all feast for all like the animal kingdom, where like you want to talk about just like nature, just how nature is like on one another. Just watch like how like baby sea turtles are just frantically trying to make it to the ocean, and in the wild like almost like 5% only make it out in the ocean, and the rest get picked off as food, which is like a valuable like asset to the rest of the animal kingdom. But you just watch it, and then I got to witness like a protected like release where like all of these were gonna survive, and I was just like, how did they got but
That's pretty
again,
cool.
it was amazing to witness. I even like try to pick one up and like point it back towards the thing, and it was like, don't touch it, we can't interfere. And I'm just like you don't consider this like interference? Like, what the heck, guys? Like, all right, I'm gonna back off, like whatever.
Go sit
But
down, man. Just go sit down.
just ruined my experience. Like I'm doing something wrong, just like, yeah, just like whatever, but again, like it was just an amazing thing. And I just try to appreciate
cool.
just like the beauty in like all these moments. But again, just like,
Well, we have like penguins here. So we have a place called Phillip Island. It's about an hour and a half away from me. And on Phillip Island, it's like right at the bottom of Australia. And they just have like all of these penguins from the Antarctic. They come here. They lay their eggs and nest.
for
And
migration.
then like you can actually, yeah, like so then you can watch them like they have boxes and everything, and like it's all blocked off, so like you can see them and you can see them nesting, and then eventually they'll just go back out to the ocean and they'll have babies and all that sort of stuff. But you can still see them and watch them. They have night shows and all that, but it's meant to be sort of a little bit protected, so you can only do so much, but you're not allowed
But
to.
like, I'm sorry, right? Do you ever wonder just like how the penguins kind of see that like? It's
I
just
think
like,
they're just
who
used
are
to
all
it now.
who are
like-
all those guys? It's like, I don't know. They've just been around since.
Yeah, I reckon
We've
they're
been-
just used to it. Hey, they're just like, oh, these people are perverts and staring at us again. Like,
It's just like,
I don't know.
or these guys end up like keeping away all the other predators, right? I don't know if you heard about this, but there's like in I believe Thailand or something, like one of the Asian countries, there's like a festival where they allow all the like wild monkeys, like the little cute ones, to just like feast on all the fruits and stuff like that. But like the rest of like the tourist season, these monkeys are known to just like steal like tourist like items because they know that they will be rewarded with some kind of treat. Like these monkeys have evolved to know this is how they get food. It's like an amazing thing where they just run up and they'll just run and grab somebody's cell phone. And like people are like, what do I do? And it's
That's
like, just go give them some food. And it's like, okay, this is like a $500 iPhone. Here, monkey. And the monkey's just like, here you go. And it's just crazy. And then the monkey just moves on to the next. It's just like these little hustlers, you know? But
That's funny.
it's-
I wouldn't be
it's-
surprised.
it's just these things.
I remember I went to Bali, right, in Indonesia, and I remember there was this tourist family. I don't know where they were from, but anyway, the monkey stole the kid's hat, and so the parents were like thinking maybe they could negotiate the bananas for the hat, right? Not thinking that the monkey uses its feet and its hands to grab things, right? So the monkey had the hat in one hand and they were trying to give it this banana and they had the other hand out to get the hat. But then the monkey just took the banana with its foot and then it ran away with the hat and the banana. Like, it was hilarious.
That's a bad monkey right there. That's where it's just like, no, you know, like the Monkey Kingdom needs to go to that specific monkey and be like, yo, you do that kind of stuff, they're gonna just like start turning. You know, like this is how Asians are in like America. It's just like when we like found out, just like they all think that we're smart and that, you know, like whatever. It's just like, so we have to hold that like stereotype, you know, like. But again, it's just funny that you say it like that, sister. But again, just like these animals that are now kind of like evolving with humans, right? Even birds like learn to make like nests out of like litter, right? Like birds will just take straws and like all this stuff and make like a nest. Like it's amazing, like how like these
They
animals.
adapt though to the environment. They do adapt. We got a bird here. I don't know. It's a magpie, but like it actually is not scared of me. It's weird. It's really friendly. I was like giving it apple and like, yeah, like normally it would run away and be scared, but it can't fly anywhere, right? It can't fly anywhere, so it kind of has to, I guess, in a way.
By Nate, like magpies don't have flight
Normally-
capability. Are they like
They
turkeys?
do, but there's something, I don't know. I don't know if this guy was attacked or not, or like he's missing some tail feathers and stuff. Like
he's
so
been
I don't know if it's a part of his survival instinct. Like I better be nice to this person. She's giving me food. Like
right. Once you
know.
find a hand that'll feed you, it's just like, yo, man, I got my source, and you don't tell anybody, right? It's just this lone magpie. Like, but again, like this is the thing where, what about like kangaroos and like, are these things just like rare to see like in
I don't know,
Australia?
like, no. So when I drove so my mum's place is like a 19-hour drive away from me, right? Now
From southern
I
Australia
drove there.
to like, I guess,
Well,
northern.
she's on the East Coast. She's like near
East
Brisbane,
Coast.
Gold Coast.
Okay, 19
Yeah, and
hours
I'm
you
in
can
Melbourne.
drive just along east coastline of Australia from where you are. and reach your mother.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
in Melbourne. Melbourne, down the bottom. Melbourne, Victoria, down the bottom of Australia.
I'm an American. I really don't know.
Okay, you don't know where that is.
I
Look it
know
up.
Sydney. I know the Opera House, but I really don't know in like
Okay,
geographical
so
like relation.
Sydney is
Southern?
like about 8 hours northeast of me.
But what about and Melbourne is southwest?
Ish, yeah.
In the context of just like the state of Australia, which is
East Coast.
essentially just kind of like
Yeah.
an elongated thing. Like here's Melbourne, and then you're saying Sydney would be like up here, and then
Yes.
your mom's town, which goes like 19.
No, she's
like,
north. She's probably another 8-9 hours north of Sydney.
north of Sydney. Okay, so Sydney is
Yeah.
more like in the middle of Australia. and
In the
there's,
middle, yeah.
Okay, so that's how big your country is, right? Like as an American, it's just
It's
like
huge.
Right,
And
right,
then to get to where I grew up, right? That's probably like another 10 to 12 hours north of where my mum is. Drive.
Did you move away?
And that's not
like,
even
so
the
far
tip.
from the. Why are you so far? Like,
Everything's so far.
right. I mean, have
A
you
lot
ever
of people
done
actually come to.
cross country or like how long would it take?
I've only done the East Coast.
How long would you say it would take to drive from your starting point one direction and like go all the way around just the coastline back to your starting point? Like a couple days?
Oh god. It'll be weeks.
Weeks? Really?
At least I reckon 2. Well, it depends. Like, do you want to enjoy the drive too? Like, or are you just gonna drive endlessly with like not enjoy the
Yeah,
drive?
I mean, it depends on what's on the drive. It's just like you seen a kangaroo, you seen them all. You know, it's just like-
No, like, because I saw an emu, man. I've never seen a wild emu. And I was like, because I was driving and I was like, geez, that's a big log. And then I looked in the rear vision mirror and this emu just like runs across the road. I was like, that's so weird.
Are there like emu crossing
then-
signs? Like,
But no, there wasn't. I've never actually seen, I've lived here all my life. And that was the first time I've seen a wild emu.
really?
Yeah.
Just
and
running
then-
by. Interesting.
Even like and then on the way back there was like so many kangaroos and wallabies on this, and it was freaking me out because it's like 100 or 110 kilometers an hour, right? Which
Speed
is pretty
limit?
fast. And then but then there's all these kangaroos and wallabies just sitting there on the side of the road. So I was driving probably between 80 to 60 k's an hour because, man, if you hit one of those things, just gonna cause damage. So
I feel so bad if I hit I've hit like wolves and stuff like that, but if I hit a kangaroo, I just like feel like even worse. But unbeliever.
and there was the deer.
the deer.
There was a deer. There was sheep. There were geese, and I was just like, where are all these animals coming from?
And then penguins. Did you get to go see the penguins too?
No, that's the other way.
Well, I mean, ultimately. And then we got
Next
a brother
time I'm gonna go see
from
them.
Greece. I would love to like visit like so many
Hello,
places
brother
outside.
from another mother.
My brother, love you,
he's
love
from
you.
Greece?
Yeah, yes. He's living in Greece.
Hello to you. Hello to your friends, to your guests. Hello, everybody. How are you? How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm cooking actually.
Oh, what
Food, not people. She's not cooking me like in some debate. Let's just make that clear.
Food.
Yeah.
Tacos.
What?
I have tacos that I wanted to make too. Gosh, cookies and tacos.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm making
That's
tacos
cool.
because that's what I got. So
Hold on,
Cool,
is that
cool.
like a normal? Like, how did tacos make it to Australia? Like, how did? Am I just ignorant in this question?
no,
Just like-
well, no. I think the Mexicans got here, maybe somehow.
okay, naturally, right? Like, just that's my own. I don't know.
Well, it's
When-
not a
when-
national staple, if that's what you're asking.
It's just like
the Mexicans know their food. They know their food. They are good at. Their cuisine is
Actually,
famous. World famous.
Australian food's like what's the Australian food? Have you heard of lamingtons?
No, I thought you were gonna say meat pies or
No.
shepherd pie or something
Yeah,
like that.
meat
Like,
pies. Meat pies. Well, not a shepherd pie. It's a pastry, meat pie.
oh, you're right. I
That's
was
kind
thinking
of English. English. Yeah.
And we do have a bit of like
like a
Italian
spin,
and
That's
Greek
okay.
influence, I guess, here.
right? Like Australia is kind of like America, like a melting pot of a bunch of like cultures that came together. But let me ask you,
We are
unbeliever, like right now, like thank God, like in the present, we've got up to this beautiful point. But what about in Greece, brother? Are there like authentic like Mexican restaurants or authentic like Chinese restaurants that you can like go to in Greece, or are these like places
Of course. Of course.
like
Yes,
plentiful, or just like like the ones that are there, like are
Well,
like staples.
there are not many. There are not many Chinese. There are many Chinese restaurants because we have very big Chinese population and minority. You can say many people here. But Mexican, we have 2, 3 that I know of that are famous. But the big restaurants, well known to the public. But there are
Does that include
ones.
Taco Bell?
Sure,
Are we talking
sure.
about Taco Bell? Like Greece has Taco Bell, right?
No. They are. One I know they are Greeks, but they do professional Mexican cuisine.
Authentic.
They are professional
Like-
chefs and they do these recipes. Yes, the Chinese.
Indian food.
Have
What about,
Chinese
so do you
people
have
that work in there.
do you have Chinese and Indian?
Sure, yes.
No, I just think they're the main two cuisines that you'll find. Doesn't matter where you go, you'll find either a Chinese restaurant or an Indian restaurant, regardless of wherever you travel to.
I mean, there are a billion
Sorry.
of us. So
How about Greek in Australia? Do you have Greeks or Greek restaurants there?
Yeah, plenty. I think
Plenty?
I'm pretty sure we have
Yeah.
a lot. I'm pretty sure we have a lot
Uh,
in the more
Do
so
you hear
in the
Charlie?
capital cities
Hear
like
that, Charlie?
Sydney. Yes, Melbourne. You would have them.
see, in Colorado,
For
in
sure.
my hometown of Aurora, Colorado, I know of one like Greek restaurant that is like it's been there for like 30 years now, like this mom and pop, but as far as just like Greek cuisine, like what is like Greek cuisine, like specifically,
Well, moussaka, spanakopita, gyros,
gyros. Okay.
dolmadakia. Yes. It's a Mediterranean cuisine.
Okay, yeah.
But we have a lot of vegetables and other healthy stuff, and we have a lot of meats, lamb, pork, and we roast meats.
What is that called? Like off the
Yeah, that's gyros. That's gyros.
Euros, right? That's the thing. Like
Yeah.
Euros, like Euro, restaurants
That's
are
street food.
everywhere, right? Like okay, yeah. That's very popular here.
It costs around €3. One whole pita full with meat and
Hold on. €3 for a euro, a gyro,
Yeah.
right? Say that 5 times fast. €3 for a yacht. No. I mean, like I had. It took a long time for me to have like my very first gyro euro. However
we
it's
also
pronounced.
eat a lot of fish. We have fish in our
Seafood, right? Like I know
Yeah,
like
seafood.
seafood, but again, just like I know like Greece is just known for like just the ocean and all that stuff. But again, like the Greek cuisine, I had a lot of my best friend in college was a Greek girl, and her family just like was so loving of me, and just like it just be like oppa like all the time, and I'm just like in Korean,
yeah.
oppa means like big brother, so I they were like talking to me, and I was just like
We love our food. We
right.
make big feasts. We all the family eats together. People gather,
Right.
and
Like-
food is
The-
we know our food. We know.
The attractor, right? Like we all gather around, just like
Right.
our dishes and stuff.
Right,
Which I was just
right.
like, you guys are just like Asians, right? Like it was a beautiful thing where, like I saw just like the purity of just like cultures, especially here in like America, maybe also in Australia, where like we are the countries that get a lot of these like immigrations where we become the melting pots. But like when I just like recognize just like that foundation, I think that might be something that maybe in America, and I'm just kind of like freeballing here, it's just like what fears, I guess, like second, third, fourth generation Americans, that pushes them to the point where they're just like, we don't want like migrants or undocumented migrants, and call themselves like a Christian nation. And clearly, like it's just like we are living in this like contradictory times. But again, like not to kind of go in any direction. I know you guys like
about the melting pot. Also, USA and Greece and Australia is kind of made by immigrants and foreign people. You were very correct saying that.
Hey.
Yeah, but we actually still have that here though, hey. Like people will be like, but everybody has a turn, right? So before, once it was like the Maltese, like, oh, we don't want them here and blah blah blah. Then it became the Vietnamese and the Chinese, like, oh, we don't want the Chinese here and yada yada, and the Greeks and the Italians, like everybody had their turn. So it doesn't not like it's not like it doesn't exist.
When was Britain like? Did
Well,
Britain ultimately?
they're still here, man. They never left.
It's just like we're still trying to get a little of this last one. But again, just like it's just like amazing to know just the history of just like how like these nations, all our countries, came to be what they are today. And just people just don't even care about that. And that's where, like, I don't know, TikTok, I think, could be just like used so much more to share this kind of experience that other people would never know unless like they got to meet somebody. This kind of goes from the beginning of this live, Unbeliever. Sorry if you're kind of like lost in this, but we were like kind of discussing just like how we use TikTok, how other people use TikTok, and just like, like what it can be used for. I know, essentially kind of like the spirit that I'm kind of vocalizing in that sense, like everybody wastes time talking about whose faith is right and stuff like that. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, like, but
everybody fears things that they don't know.
What was that?
The things that they don't know, like what people don't know, they fear it. Like everybody is fearful, and then they shun things off because they have no idea, and they don't realize this because they just, I don't know what it is. They just fear things they don't know about.
A lack of understanding.
Yeah.
Or very very limited like understanding, right? I heard somebody on a TikTok live tell me when I asked him just like, have you read the Quran like fully? And he told me, I've read enough to make a judgment. And I was like, that is the most bigoted thing I've ever heard in my like entire life. And he was like, how is that bigoted? And I was like, go look up the definition of that word. And if you tell me it's not that, you are ignorant, right? Like I was just using these like just direct words, and people were just like, yo, this guy's a Muslim, and I was just like, look, whatever. But like I was calling a spade, and this guy ultimately ended up confessing that he was trying to like promote his book that he wrote. He was just like, finally he confessed, just like, yo, all the truth are the answers that I put on my channel and buy my book. And I was like, so that's what you came up here for? To just ultimately like rile us all up to promote your book? And he was just like, yeah. And I was like, yeah, I can't. Like, it's that easy, like people to just like call these like wolves in sheep's clothing out, But again, this whole thing, that was one of those like initial moments where I was just like, hold on. If I was able to just like kind of observe and conduct that, I know scientists could also be on that, so this is where like sister, like how I kind of got to this level of just like AI versus synthetic, like from being a Muslim, like, so when my Aki here, Jamil, I don't know if you're still there, brother, but when he's just like telling me about just like how I have to be very aware of like what I say, especially when I say God is love. But again, like I know what I'm saying is truth, like in that thing. And I believe that I will be judged by the most merciful and like the most righteous and stuff like that. So again, I appreciate when brothers like just remind me of that. But there is a certain line where I'm just like, like I have to recognize, like, am I more the mirror, or am I more the one who needs to hear this advice? And I'm kind of like saying this to myself in a sense, but like, I appreciate just.
You know what? I want to talk to you and to your guests about here in Greece, 6th of January. It's a celebration, Christian celebration.
January 6th?
You know I'm not Christian. January 6th, yeah.
What's the day? What is the holiday?
The holiday is called, I'm now turning on my computer to find exactly how it's called on English, but it has to do with the blessing and the holiness of the waters, of the baptizement waters, of Jordan River, where Jesus was baptized.
By John, right?
By John.
Okay.
Today in Greece, in whole Greece, every church and every
religious kind of institution,
monastery.
Right? Like, yeah.
What are they doing? People are gathering to a beach or to a river or anywhere where is waters, and they throw a big cross on the water, and people jump in the waters, and whoever catches the cross first gets a blessing. Did you know that?
Hold on, okay.
And now
I have seen this.
Very
like,
cold.
It's one cross
It's winter.
that it's like thrown out into like an ocean sometimes, right? The one that I saw was in an ocean that's like freezing cold, and people are just like swimming
People
after
jump.
it.
And people fight each other to get this cross,
Like risking their lives, just like, this is in the name of God. Just
They
like
wrestle in the water with each other.
Again, like,
this is the first I've heard of it.
yeah, it was something I saw on like the History Channel here in America, where I was just like, but it was like, it wasn't talking about the holiday, but just kind of like rituals. And it was talking about how in England on November 5th, on my birthday, they have a ceremony where they like light like tar barrels, like big like barrels of tar on fire, and it's called like the barrel like run, where like citizens just like volunteer to like run like they're running like for the Greek Olympics, like torch to torch, just like try to pass on this thing, and sometimes it just explodes, or people just like like it's a dangerous activity, but they don't care.
Crazy.
Like it's just like it's just something in human nature where we need just like that kind of excitement or thrill.
Crazy people. What are we doing?
Hey, I don't know.
It's not only Americans. It's Greek.
It's humans, brother.
Don't worry.
Humans need combat like sport for some reason. Roman gladiator sports, UFC today. Like I just see, like when I hear.
I never watch fighting sports or team sport. I like team sports. I don't like fighting.
Like, what about like tag team wrestling? Does that count as a team sport? No, I'm just kidding. like soccer, right? Like just like athletic.
Soccer, I like soccer.
Athletic, like team, like sports. Also, like one
basketball.
Volleyball. What about like golf or like just like what like tennis.
I don't think golf is a sport. You
I
wear
would,
trousers.
I think
You wear shirts.
I think some sports are better off just not being on TV, and they should just be watched in person. Maybe.
I mean,
I don't know. Some people may
curling.
like it. I don't find
curling was that one like Olympic event where I'm just like, Are you serious?
I like curling. I like it.
What about curling? Do you like that you consider curling like a sport more than golf?
Precision.
What golf is it about precision? It's
No,
funny.
no,
I'm just giving you a hard
teams.
time, brother.
The one is swiping this brush.
You're right. It is a team sport in that sense. You got me there. Okay. I got you. What about like bobsledding?
What?
Bobsledding. These are winter sports. I don't know if like
Yeah, winter.
where like four people get into like a pretty much like one container and go like racing down like a ice luge and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's racing. Yeah, the racing interesting. I don't know, interesting.
Oh, okay.
But you know,
what about like NASCAR? How do you think about NASCAR? Like
that's what I wanted to say. I don't have any particular.
Curling is like ice hockey.
I don't understand the rules of the game. You know, and it's very
Of the
hard for me.
I've never heard of it before. I just looked it up.
You throw some.
You've
You
never
throw
heard
some.
of ice hockey?
No, curling.
Oh,
So
curling,
it's an ice sport. It's an ice it's a Winter Olympics
Yes.
thing.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's done on a rink, like an ice rink, like a hockey rink or a figure skating rink.
hmm I just looked it up then. Okay, continue. Sorry.
Did you watch how it is? It's just like, what is this? Just like a sport that janitors came up with, like in their free time. Just like, yo, I got this like brew, and they just like, it's amazing. Where I'm just like, I didn't understand it until I kind of like caught on about just like the precision as like Unbeliever was talking about. But just like I looked at that for the very first time. I was like, this is an Olympic sport. I was like, maybe I can like do like one of these.
I haven't watched it, but it says here it's related to bowls, which we
In
do
the
on the
center.
ground.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you got to put more balls near the center of a target. Which team puts the most balls wins, and you can throw your ball to
Yeah, except
hit
it's a
the other
stone on
opponent's
ice.
balls. Yeah,
Ah, okay. Well, I
that's a
understand that.
strategy.
It's kind of like shuffleboard on a different like level, kind of, right? Like the shuffleboard is all
like pool also.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Billiards.
It's related to bowls and shuffleboard.
Yeah, I don't know what is shuffleboard.
It's that like cruise like sport
I
that
don't
old
either.
people play where they have like the stick that pushes like the little like puck, and they try to like knock out like people's like discs and stuff like that. It's a leisurely like senior citizen sport that people do on yachts.
Oh, that's what
I
we
don't
do
think
bowls. That's
the
our
Olympians.
bowls game. It's similar.
The Olympians were not curling for sure.
I'm sure they didn't have ice rinks to be able to do so. It's like, but like, what about like bowling? Like I think about like all this talk about just like how women and men just are not equal in the world of like competitive sports, which I'm just like, really? Like fencing, bowling, golf? Like these are all
What do
like
you mean? What do you mean by equal, though? What do you mean by equal? Let's define that before we get further into.
that these sports do not favor either sex in opposition to another, right? Like a man bowling competing against a woman is a level playing field, wouldn't you say? Like it's not a
There
sport
could
of
be mixed
strength.
category. There should be mixed categories in some sports. That's what.
I mean
Charlie
that
said.
like an integrated. No, I mean like
Why
it's
not?
like just a
World
where it's just like
championship, world-
it's the best of the best, right? And if that's a woman,
yeah.
then the
Yeah,
woman's
I
gonna be
mean-
there.
That's it.
I don't know.
Maybe
That's
in
not
bowling
what
and
I'm
stuff I
saying. Like,
understand. No, I think I know what you mean. I think like in that particular sport, yes. Like if it comes to a sport like I don't know well we would call it like what football here, but people call it rugby league. No, I don't know what you got
Right.
gridiron or things like that because you don't have rugby league over there. But then in those sports, I don't think it's Like we have women's rugby league, but not mixed rugby league. with
Okay,
men and
now
women.
in
It's a
those
couple
women
sport.
in those women leagues for rugby, do you have cases where like transgender athletes come into that sport and have like advantage
Well, I
because they
don't know
were?
if it's happened. I don't know if it's happened, but if it has, I
It's
don't think
it's
it's
on the
fair.
possibility in this world that we live in today, right? In America, this is happening more frequently, and especially with that swimmer. I don't know if you remember.
I think we have laws here for now. I don't think trans can come into women's rugby league because it is a contact
Female sport, right? Like right?
but it's a
Okay.
contact sport because you're actually tackling people and stuff like that. It's not like it's bowls, right? Where you're just throwing a ball to get the closest to the puck or whatever it is. Like it's full on like it's
Contact, right?
because
Like
yeah.
there's physicality to it, right?
Yeah,
Therefore,
you're tackling
there
someone to the
has to be a
ground.
respect of the dominance of male versus like females, right? I agree with that. But
Yeah, the biology.
when I hear like female activists in my country here in America, just like convincing like the younger like girls like minds to believe that they will never be as strong as their male counterpart in a sport
Charlie.
specifically. Does that make sense? Like, yeah, yes, brother.
Charlie, I want to point that I think that women are maybe better in some other sports, like
curling. No, I'm just kidding. No.
No. We are equal. Curling is equal either for men, for women. They can compete in the same category, I believe. But for example, gymnastics, the woman gymnasts who do this stretching things and balancing in the there are many disciplines in
Right.
gymnastics.
Uneven parallel bars, just like yeah, I see
Yeah.
those
They're
like
crazy.
female
Man cannot
like
do
gymnasts. I'm just like, oh my god.
Yeah. I believe some women are better in some sports, men are better in some other sports. That's what I think. It's not
But I
something
think
bad.
I agree. But I think that's just because of biologically how we're created, right? Like because men and women biologically are not even the same.
Sure.
We're not all like
Well, like, we're
biologically
not. Like, and I
engineered
think,
to be
like,
gymnasts either, right? Just like
I'm not saying like there's no exceptions to the rules. There is always going to be an exception to the rule with some people, but as the majority, a generalization, like men are built, like I know they say like, okay, here's a good one, like some construction work where they do road works and it's hot, and and you're like carrying tons and tons of rock and this and that, like. And then women like, yeah, I want equal rights. But then every time I go past a roadworks, it's like, they're holding the sign. They're not shoveling. They're not shoveling the bloody bitumen and the gravel and doing all the hard work. They're holding the sign that says "Stop and Go." Like like. So I'm kind of like, come on,
you
man.
see,
like,
you see,
be
kind of
realistic.
virtue signaling here. It's just like, yo, man, I know they're hiring. It's just like, don't try to cause like some kind of like political issue here.
Like,
but if
sure, okay, like, fine. If you want to hire me to hold a sign, like, I'll do it, man. If that's what you want, right?
Okay.
But if you go ask me to pick up a 150-pound boulder or whatever it is, like, I'm not gonna do it, man. No, like, it's just not happening.
you know that they have like machines that do this. Like any man who works
Well, yeah,
construction
I know
in Australia
that, I
that
know
comes home is just like, I just worked
That's true.
like 10,000 pounds
but
like
they
on my
don't
back.
No, I know that, but you don't see what I'm trying to say. Is I'm
I
exaggerating,
do.
obviously.
I'm just kind of
Yeah.
going on my own spin on it. But if I may,
That's fine.
I'm talking about specifically like in the like realm of just like, again, here in my country, like I maybe should tell you this like last election where Trump and Harris went against each other. I was an official candidate, like registered against them as a social experiment. So like I kind of like thought about like, well, how does a president have to think? And like one of the hot debate points was transgender kind of like topics and stuff like that. Specifically sports, right? Title IX, like women's sports are women's sports and men don't have any like place in it, right? Which is right. But again, it brought up this issue of like a lot of women just saying, when it comes to sports, men will always dominate women. Therefore, women need our own category for us to be able to compete against one another, which is kind of like coming from like an athlete's perspective. It's just like, that's like amateur, like sports, like athlete, like mentality, if that makes sense. So when this swimmer, Riley Gaines, lost, she didn't even lose. She tied for 5th place with a transgender male, who was beat by 4 other like female swimmers, right? Nobody mentions or focuses on that. But this one voice, Riley Gaines, was so bitter and so upset that her future just was turned into shambles, like by this male. That's her like whole like motivation for her like afterlife from college sports. And then like in the
Charlie, what about the fighting sports? I heard there are some cases.
So like that last Olympics, where that boxing case, right, where that like dominating figure was like a transgender thing, and like like they were just like no, like but essentially like that athlete was like dominating just every like opponent, right? Even that first one who got taken out like just like after she gave up, just started like crying in front of everybody, just like, I can't believe like everything that I've worked for. And I'm paraphrasing here, it's just like just ruined by this man, right? That's like a bad sports, like that's bad sportsmanship. A sore
Can I
loser.
say something though? Can I say something that I find really ironic in this whole situation?
Of course.
Like, so women were like, women complaining because they want to be equal and stuff, and they want equal rights because men do everything and they take over everything. Then, in the same breath, man turns into woman and still ends up taking over anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just ironic. Like,
right.
Who won it?
So
the man
that's where
comes
we
back
have to
again,
we have to
but he's
judge
a
the
she.
individual, right? Like this
He's
guy
a
is
she.
clearly this guy. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Who is this person trying to fool? Right? It's a South Park episode where the wrestler Macho Man Randy Savage. I don't know if you guys know who that is, but he becomes it. And he's just like, oh, I'm the strongest woman alive. It's just like the same thing, right? It's talking about just like the greed that just like men have in this, and just like the audacity that a man would have to just think like, you know what? If I just like got a little chop and some implants, like I could just become a famous like athlete. Like that is somebody who is not a sane human being that we have to like keep track on. But again, like this is all happening in real time. But I ask you, unbeliever, in that case of that female Olympic boxer who was like, I guess, an issue because she was so dominant and just like beating on her female competitors, right? That it was an issue. But then I was asking myself, right? Like in the candid world, just like if she was like a female, right? Or another female boxer was like beating opponents to this level, and like we all accept, like knew, like no question, it's a female. That makes it okay. And this is where I'm just like, that is a critique on humanity, right? Where we think that it's unfair for a male to cross over and just dominate and just like brutally, like physically, like harm females in a sport. But if it's 2 females and they destroy each other, we're cool with that, right? Like that's the hypocrisy.
No, I don't think women should be doing that type of sport at all, to be honest.
Anybody, right? Like in
That's what I said, I
2026, like we got basketball, we got football. Like that should be the extent of maybe just like, but the fact that like MMA, boxing, and even like martial arts, like these things are on the rise, and these are things that I kind of like think about, and I'm just like really paying attention on how they're influencing. Like Like everybody.
As far as categories, Charlie, as far as categories, I have heard once Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know him, of course.
Oh, of course.
Yes, and he said that we must judge categories by measuring hormone levels.
Hormone levels. Okay. So like testosterone and estrogen hormones.
You have testosterone more than this level, you are in the men's competition. You have less testosterone, you are in the women's competition. But there are
So you're
some
saying
women.
if we use that as the metric, everything would be because this is where there are testosterone boost. I think about just like what if a father has a daughter and decides like to give his daughter an edge in sports by giving her testosterone hormone therapy as a young child with the like belief that
If you give her more, then she goes to the men's category and it's harder.
if she starts growing like a beard or something like that, this is where it's just like, I don't know. We got to start testing.
If you raise your hormone levels, you will compete with people who have more hormone levels.
Okay, so then we're saying hormone levels is what makes sport. I mean, I and again,
that's what he said. That's what Neil deGrasse said. But I also think that there could be also a category for transgender athletes. Men, women, and transgender.
Well, then why can't they just have their own category? Because they won't even care anyway, right?
Then they are discriminated, you can say, because why are we
Well, they
separate?
won't care if they're a man or a woman or whatever. They're just happy to be what they are.
Just one league, right? Just everybody competes in one league, and the best is the best. Forget this whole women. Just like when I watch female basketball, I'm just like, is this a joke? They only score like 40 points in the entire game. It's like, but now after like that athlete like Caitlin Clark, like just this athlete who like is like a free 3-point, just she showed like an entire like America that women are like getting better and better. Not to the level of like professional like males in the NBA, but they're getting more like appreciation. Does that make sense? Which is an amazing thing. But there are like questions of like transgender athletes in like the women's like basketball league where it's just like, look, if whatever it is, they've made it there. Like everybody talks about like locker rooms, like a woman shouldn't have to like change in a locker room with a man. It's just like, how old are you? So this is where in America, the public schooling system made it mandatory that parents who don't want their children to, learn or, if they don't want to share bathrooms, like have a unisex bathroom, their parents have to have a like professional doctor write like a medical like excuse just saying, yep, this person has this condition and therefore cannot share the same spaces as other genders. And then this Riley Gaines swimmer is just like, what is this? Why are they attacking parents who think that boys should be in boys' bathrooms, girls should be in girls' bathrooms? Like, she is so like just blind to this one thing that I told her, just like, when you are at your house, Riley, do you have your bathroom and then your husband has his bathroom? When you have your kid, are they going to have their own listen to what you're...
That's a little bit different though at home, right? Because that whole space is your own when you're in there and you lock the door. You have that whole space to yourself. But when it's
hopefully,
shared,
right?
Yeah, but when it's shared, it's not really like that. It's not like you have your complete own privacy. There's gaps under the doors and stuff like that. And then it's just the whole environment's not the same. I don't think. And plus, you're at home, so you should honestly, if you're at home, you should be able to trust the people in your home. So I think in that way, it's a little bit different. To be fair.
I hear you, and thank you for sharing sharing like
I don't
that
know. That's what I
perspective.
think.
Hey,
Yeah.
perspective, perception, whichever one it is. I appreciate your sharing
Yeah,
of
because
it
if it's
with
like
me.
at home, of course, like you share the bathroom with your dad or your brother and stuff, but then they're your immediate family members. There's a bond and a trust there that you have with your family that you don't have with people you don't know, and then you don't
With
really know
with
what
the
people
rest
are
of the
like.
village, right? Like this is where it's just like I don't know everybody else. I only know like my children and what goes on in our home, right? Like that's the mentality that's shifted here. But again,
Probably, yeah.
if I can
Because
bring it
that's
back to
where you
like
get those.
apples and apples, I was just more addressing the hypocrisy of just like those, like protesters, kind of like you were talking about in Australia about the construction workers who are saying this is unfair and here's why it's unfair. But then I present them just like, you're saying like boys should have like their own bathrooms and never be in girls' bathrooms. And then when I say, like, what about in our houses? Then they like back up and they're like, well, I'm not talking about that, right? And I'm just like, well, I'm sorry, but it kind of sounds like that's what you're talking about, the way that you're out here presenting it, right? And then I'm the bad guy who is like that progressive woke side that's just like persecuting these parents who just think that boys are boys, girls are girls. But we were talking about what earlier? Classical and quantum, right? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
like
I
these
understand where you're
children.
coming from, to be honest. And like, and I see, I no, because I do, and I see, like, but there's a lot of things like we need to think about too. And I'm not saying one way of thinking is better than another or anything, but I'm just there's things that are food for thought, like obviously teenagers, and then like, oh, because this leads into another thing as well. So like, because you've got young boys, and then they, start looking at women and all that sort of stuff, and going through hormonal changes. So you've got that side of things, and then but like, so this is leads to another thing, like where people will say like, oh, we don't agree with like a 14 and 15-year-old getting married, but a 14 and 15-year-old can consent to having intimate relations with somebody and as many people as they want, but they're not allowed to get married. Like, so where's the morality and standards in that? Do you know what I mean? Like,
I'm on my side in my head, just like, what are we talking about? Are we talking about sleeping? It's just like, I can't believe this is a conversation we had put on the public forum as just like a virtue, right? Like, I know, I feel you. Like, this is what I'm fighting on
because
TikTok.
it's okay for
just-
them to have, yeah, like it's okay for them to consent to doing stuff like that. But then when you look at like a 14 and a 15-year-old want to get married, that's not okay. But then they can choose to be intimate with each other for however long, and that's okay. And there's nothing morally wrong with that. I don't understand like the whole mindset behind that. And then you see like kids that are getting around and they're doing it anyway, and they're not just doing it, they're having alcohol and all sorts of things, and like, but that's okay as well. Like, let's ignore all that stuff. But like, marriage is a bad thing for them. Like, yeah.
Gay
Do you know
marriage
what-
is
do you
the
know where
issue
I'm
here.
going
Right?
with
I
that?
do. I mean, like, in a sense, I do. But again, this is where TikTok, I believe, is putting humanity at its ultimate final test. Like, as Allah says, it's like Judgment Day, right? Like, we have a choice. Like, if all of us here, like, we're scrolling through TikTok lives and we see a young, like, clearly, like, just a young, like, adolescent, like, user behaving in just inappropriate ways, like, we would either just scroll through it or just be like, stop and be like, or we do, like, we have so many roads that we as a human being can choose to walk through in this situation. And the key is like, which doors do we walk through? Have we walked through? Or are we just scrolling through, right? And this is where like the algorithm starts like working for us. It's like, I don't know what this TikTok algorithm is, but it's just like rage baiting me. Maybe, but maybe it's rage baiting to get you over whatever is causing your rage when you see other human beings just living their life. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So again, like I take this world very like seriously. Like, like I'm 44 years old, like I'm single, I have no kids. So like, this is kind of what kind of gives me just something else out of my like real life. But I can't do this 24 or 20 hours a day. It's like I'm just like, do you have jobs? People sleep? Like some people who who I'm talking about, right? I worry about these people who, I don't know, just every time I'm on, they're just
I wish I had time like that. Seriously.
Really? Be careful what you wish for, because it's like,
No,
I feel blessed. I feel blessed that
I don't really wish for that. I just want the time. I want not to be on here 24 hours a day.
or at least when we are, like, make them count, right? Not be on here just like 24 hours of just like yelling at people, judging people, just like in the books, right? Like, you're right.
I would prefer to be just like traveling, to be honest, and doing stuff like, not on here. I don't know. I used to be a very people person, and now I'm not very people person like. I don't know.
In real life, or like in like social media, or both? In general, meaning just like
Probably both, yeah. Because like I was very extroverted years and years and years. Now I'm very introverted.
What about you, unbeliever? Are you more like social or more kind of like secluded?
Antisocial, I would say.
Were you social at a stage before? I think the pandemic is what really kind of shifted everything for everybody, if that makes sense. But I know you're not antisocial. What do you mean antisocial, brother? Like, you and I socialize all the time.
I don't go out a lot. I don't have many friends. I have a small circle.
That doesn't mean antisocial, though, right? That just means like, man, I
don't like people. Most people.
That hurts.
I like some people. I like some people, and I don't like the others.
Yeah, I feel like I put myself in the same category, to be honest.
Of hating people? Come on, again, words have power, right? So it's just like when we say like we hate people,
I don't say hate.
I know.
He said he doesn't like.
Okay,
He said he doesn't like.
Forgive me.
Like them.
Forgive me. Okay, man.
We don't match. I can't be near them because we will disagree, or I don't like his tone, or I don't.
Just arguments. Like, right? Like,
I don't like them. I come here to Charlie. I speak like a normal person.
Like a normal person.
I like Charlie. I hang out with Charlie.
Thank you, brother.
Hang out with everybody.
I find that an honor, and you too, sister. Just like like you guys have been kind of really helping my ego kind of pump up a little bit. But again, like like that's the thing. Like I enjoy that. But again, like when we say like we dislike some people versus just like how we like one another here, what is that like balancing attribute, I guess? Is it just like how we kind of respond to one another, or is it like the topics that we talk about, or is it all of these things? Does my question make sense here? Like, are you guys like able to kind of be like
I love him, but by tolerating him, I may not agree with what he says, but I will fight for the right for his free expression. That's how I love my neighbor. I don't agree with what he says. He may be an idiot,
but he's still my neighbor.
He has the right to exist. Yes, he has the right to exist. He doesn't have more rights than me.
Right. They are a human being, just like we are human beings, right? Like forget rights and stuff like that. Like, again, it's funny that I was just kind of talking about like unbeliever, just like, like when you say on TikTok, again, let's just focus on just like the TikTok experience. Like, how do we kind of like gauge or even just like measure just like the people who we like versus those who we just don't like as much, right? Like, do you guys just kind of have like your own like mental algorithm where it's just like, this guy already said these 3 things. It's like, I'm done, right? Like, that's where I've gotten to, where it's just like, I give people like in baseball, you know, you either get 3 strikes or 4 balls before, you know, somebody is out or the other player walks, you know, like that's how I have to tell myself with people who just like come at me on TikTok, just like, Charlie, you know, like, are you like, blah, blah. I'm just like, that's ball 1.
Yeah,
you
the
know, like
Quran
it's just,
says, you don't know the Quran. The Quran says otherwise. You are,
or I don't understand the Bible. It's just like, what? like, you know, and then the claims that other people make. I heard somebody say they have read the Bible over 500 times and they are the ones who are teaching Christian pastors and ministers on TikTok what they like forgot. And I was just like, oh, so you're the bad, like, see, you know, like, I'm just like, this person thinks this is like a bragging thing, you know, like, and I'm just like hearing his own words, you know, I'm just like, this guy is so arrogant, you know, like, and this is what the Quran talks about, like, just the arrogance that some of these like so-called believers who are not believers at all, you know, and that's where, you know, Christianity, Islam have a commonality, right? Like the things that make those of us like true believers with or without like religion is our heart posture. And if that posture is towards doing good as opposed to just harming like our fellow like mankind.
for example, Charlie, for example, I go to Christian church and I talk with Christians there. And the real Orthodox Christians, you know, the real one, they are the official Greek church, established church. But there are some other churches in Greece also, you know. They are Pentecostal, they are evangelical churches, they are apostolic. I don't know, there are many
Is there a Unitarian? Is there a Unitarian?
There are Unitarians, they're everything you can imagine. They have church, Catholic church, Protestant, you know. And
do you guys have the big mega churches? I don't know if you've ever heard of this like term, where it's just like
we have the biggest church in the world, Hagia Sophia.
I mean, like that's like a historical like thing. I'm talking about like, you know, like the like TV American
Hillsong
evangelist
or
people,
something like that.
Hillsong, right? Exactly. Who just like it's just like a company, like a corporation that ultimately is like a cult, right? Like that just convince people to work for free and then just like brain, you know, like
I will be the first one in Greece to open such a
mega church.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like, I don't want that for you. Like, maybe I'll help you out if that ever goes.
Listen, my plan is to establish the first atheist church in Greece.
The first atheist church in Greece is what you're saying.
Yep.
Define
and
that.
I will
Like, is Scientology considered atheism?
No. I will do this so to get tax exemptions.
Are you being serious now, brother? Or is this like a...
Yes. So I will gather money to build facilities for the homeless, you know, to people, to feed the homeless and to the people, they can go wash there or stay there for the night, get warm.
Okay, so to actually do good for your community, right? Not
Yeah.
to use those tax exemptions to buy like private planes and like islands and stuff like that.
Yeah,
right?
no private place.
Right.
We get buildings. Buildings at tax exemptions will not pay taxes for the buildings, so it's cheaper. So it's affordable. If we have some donations from other atheists.
I agree, but you can understand, like, that's what we tried in America, and this is what happened. People just use that to put more money in their pocket, right? They build more facilities, but not for the purpose of helping the community, but to just expand the corruption. And this is where, if I was president, I was going to eliminate the 501c tax exemption for all like religious institutions, and that they would be like responsible for the state of their like direct communities. If their community has a
But
high
why
homeless
can't I
population,
don't understand.
Sadly, I will not vote for you, Pastor.
hey, you and
But then why
a million
can't
others.
like that just? Why can't that just? I don't understand like why it has to be an exemption for. It's the same here though, like a religious organization. I don't understand why they can't just give any organization an exemption if they're doing something that's going to benefit human beings or people in need. If that makes sense, like why doesn't it just have to be a religious organization if we're trying to?
No, it's
make
not.
things
It's
better?
non-profits. That's where the term like non-profit charity organizations are essentially the same thing, right?
But it is kind of that, right? Like,
Well,
just that
they're-
it's not affiliated to a
It's like
religion.
perspective, perception in this case, right? Like they're interchangeable with the thing. But the broader brushstroke of this exemption, like metaphor, is just like if something is a charity doing good for like society and humanity and all that stuff, like why isn't it just like regular to give these institutions tax exemptions so that they could use those like
More
profits
money
to like do
actually
more good.
help more people.
Right. So this is where my father told me when I asked him, just like, Dad, what is the difference between a Democrat and Republican? And without skipping a beat, he tells me, son, Democrats believe that if the workers and people are taxed less, they will have more money to spend and buy things and therefore stimulate and like increase the economy. Republicans believe that if you tax the business owners less, that they will be able to use those profits to expand their business, which will create more jobs. More jobs mean people have money in their pockets, money to spend and stimulate the economy. So which one is right? And I was just like, what? Is that really what like this is about? You know, like I was just like both.
But that's like when you say, that's like if you tell people, well, like if we get rid of interest and charging people interest, it would be better for everybody. But then people think that, oh no, like if you get rid of interest, like the global financial system won't survive. And I'm like, what?
The empire will still exist. Right? We're trying to. I mean, like,
They say, oh no, the financial system will collapse and like it. I'm like, what are you talking about? So by ripping people off with
by
interest,
eliminating interest in like the
it will
financial.
collapse. Yes.
I mean, essentially that is true. Like their profits come from like the interest rates, right? Like so, there is truth to that.
Why can't you just charge? No, but it's compounding, right? So why can't you just charge a profit margin that's reasonable for your service?
Just a basic interest rate,
It's
right?
still a profit, right? But it's not a compounding that that people can actually afford to pay. This doesn't make sense. I don't see it collapsing just because people. It's like, to be honest, this is how it sounds to me. The more people that you have that don't have the things that they need, or like the more that people are worse off, the more things will work for everybody.
Can you repeat that one more time, sister?
So the more people are worse off, the more things work out for everybody.
For everybody? By more people?
Apparently, because if you put people in a position where they are better off, like whether it's financially or in terms of their living conditions, and they have money to spend and all that sort of stuff, right? Apparently, the system will collapse, it won't survive. And I'm like, how?
Okay.
It's just people will be in a better position. They won't be starving. They will have a roof over their heads, which is a good thing. They will be warm at night. They will have electricity. It's not a bad thing.
It's like the people who probably are like resistant to like that kind of change are the ones who fear their comfort or their like lifestyle is going to like be decreased. Does that make sense? Like the divide between like the 1%ers versus the 99%. Like here's like the
but like how will that affect their lifestyle? I don't understand that.
I mean, like you've heard about just like how the 99% just say like if the 1% billionaires like just forgot about their sports cars and mansions, all that stuff, and just like use their money to like solve homelessness and stuff like that. Like this would be no problem, and therefore the problem is these billionaires have got to go, is what I've been told by like people who tell me. Just
I don't agree with that completely. Like, but I just don't think people take action, right? So it's like everybody grew something in their community. Everyone grew something, and then people started to barter and swap. Just say you chose to grow potatoes, I chose to grow something else, and everybody picks something, and everybody grows something. You get together, and then like you just like swap and exchange. Like you're probably not gonna have a lot of hungry people, right?
But what if all of a sudden you have two neighbors who are both growing potatoes? Then all of a sudden it's just like,
well, that's why like communication and community is important. Or like here's the thing, like here, if you try and do like a community garden on, like council property, you're not allowed to do it. And then they'll go into say like, oh, because you might poison somebody because it's like food and this and that. Like, come on, man. Come on, like. If people choose to do that, they should at least be allowed to choose to do something like that. I don't think that there should be restrictions.
It's more for me just like the rationality behind like that kind of consciousness, right? Like the darkest assumptions about our fellow humans. Like you really think like the 1%ers are like poisoning our like food to keep us like mindless and all this is like. How dark?
No. That's what so here we have things called councils, right? And so they run the cities that you live in or the suburbs you live in. And so if you go onto council land, so it's not really owned by anybody. Maybe the government or the council own it, and then they you pay them your land tax money, and it's their obligation to look after that area that you live in. So
to build roads,
maintaining
for all these
the
things,
roads
right?
for the community, all that sort of stuff. Now, if someone decides, okay, we've got a block of land here, let's all get together as a community and we'll start growing fruit and vegetables, and like people can just come on days, take turns in looking after the plots of land and the
community garden, right? The idea of the community garden, right?
The council can then turn around. Yeah, the council can turn around and say, well, no, like that's not safe. What if like something happens and then people get sick or whatever because of food practices and blah, blah, blah. And they'll just make up these excuses not to have it.
Okay, so are we necessarily saying like they are wrong? Or do we also think that maybe they have some other hidden agenda where it's just like, yo, I invest in like the food company here and these community gardens are eating into my vending machine like profits, like.
No, well, I couldn't tell you. I can't tell you exactly, but all I know is that I just don't think that the world has to be the way that it is.
Right, but if your community like stood up to the council and just said like, yo, we are the community.
People don't know each other today. People don't talk. Like my neighbors today is not the same as having neighbors like 20 years ago. People are very different today.
I mean, they still live next to us. It's just the relationship that we have with the people.
And we have to, if it's the law, guys,
if it's the law, I mean, and in that sense, Denol, welcome to.
And people like me don't like people anymore.
Yeah, I mean, wait, hold on. Say that one more time, sister. We don't have
because like people like me, I don't like people anymore. So maybe that's why too. I don't know.
It's just like we can say like we don't like people anymore. It's just like we are just like at a point where we know the people we like, and we are meeting more and more people who are not, like,
We don't
again,
like.
it's not just, yeah. I mean, just that aren't like the people we like. It's all in our perspective of it, like, right? Like how we choose
Is
to
that because
kind of.
there's more of those people in the world now, or is it no?
I'm just speaking for myself, right? Because again, like I believe
I know,
as a
I'm just
Muslim,
asking.
Allah has a divine, like, like beautiful, like the best of plans for all of us. And therefore, when I meet people who I'm just like I can't believe like these people, like when I get to that point, I like have to stop. And like I always did it before, but after reading the Quran, I do it like it's reinforced it where I'm just like, thank you, God, for this opportunity to test my love for my neighbor, or like strengthen how I like I just try to immediately put it in a positive kind of perspective. Does that make sense? As opposed to just letting myself just
Well,
by nature.
we should love our neighbor, and that's the meaning. That's how we evolved, how we humans evolved. Because we had communities, or we had strong bonds between each other, and it's important. Cooperation in in human history. That's what kept us alive.
And
This
like to this day, right? Like it was like our ability to just like, hey, like hug it out and like love one another, even though we want to take over like each other,
Take
right?
for
Like
example the Greek city-states in antiquity. They always were fighting each other. The Athenians, the Spartans, the between each other. Everyday war. But when the Persians came and threatened to conquer all Greece, they united.
that was the one thing, like
the
climate change,
Persians.
right? It's just like, oh my gosh, hey, all of us like Greeks and Romans, we have a new like common enemy, the Persians, right? Like this is even when Ronald Reagan said just like he wonders if it's going to take like an alien like invasion for humanity to come together and be like, we got to work together towards some common like goal type thing, right?
I like sci-fi. I like this idea.
Star Trek or Star Wars? Just quickly, everybody, just kind of let's reset. We have a new guest on the panel, Denol. I appreciate just your respect by just kind of muting up, and thank you for that. It does not go
Hello
unnoticed.
to our friend. I didn't notice.
Right? I looked out a lot, and this is where I look up. I'm just like, oh, I missed a lot. But again, like being present. That Kung Fu Panda saying, just like the future is a mystery and the past is history, but the gift is the present. And like in this present moment, I enjoy spending it just without any kind of intention. But if I do have an intention, just like, yo, I need to vent, like I can do it here, and whoever wants to listen to me can listen to me, and then whoever doesn't want to can keep scrolling, right? So when I get comments just like, who is this? I'm just like, who, so again, it's just very like enlightening for me, just like appreciating like my time on this platform, TikTok, like, and I just hope that other people can like also kind of like just realize just like, oh my gosh, like when we get our like last year recap, it's just like, look at what you did like month to month. It's just like
we must find our common things. That's how we do. That's why I try in this Greek chats. I go in and I talk with other Greeks. I try to unite the ancient Greeks with the Christians, because there's a schism. There is an opposition in Greece. Half people are of the ancient Greeks, and the other half are of the Orthodox Christians.
But then, okay, unbeliever, like, what about like the Muslim like people in Greece and stuff like that? Like, how do you prepare for like those guests? Does that make sense? I'm not trying to like
put you under like any kind of like
The Muslims
limelight.
we have a lot of Muslims now lately with immigrants.
And do
from
you see
very
that as like a threat to like the Greek Christian, especially like the Orthodox, I guess, sect, as just like a threat where somebody like you who is trying to unify like this group of like Catholics, Christians, and stuff like that to be one voice, like kind of be like, oh, this guy has potential for all of us to unite, and therefore, like, and again, I don't want to maybe put this darkness out here, but this is how politics works in America, right? Like you get
Christians are afraid. Christians, I'm not a Christian, but Christians are afraid of
atheists, right? What happened to the Church of Atheism, right? Like
I don't afraid. There are people in Greece that are afraid of Islam and the rise of Islam in Greece. But, for example, there is no mosque in Athens. They don't let a mosque to be built. We are the only European capital without a mosque.
By like law, right? Like this is just
they have private places which they gather to pray,
but they can't build their own separate like facility. Right?
But I would actually still call that a mosque, right? Because a mosque is just a place where they gather to pray. It doesn't have to be fancy or anything, but if it's a building that they use or a house to gather to pray, like I would actually call that. For me personally, I would just call that a mosque.
You and me too, sister. So alhamdulillah for that.
I don't think, I haven't heard many voices of Islam people to really ask for a mosque with, I don't know, minarets and drawings outside. I don't know, maybe.
But generally, I think the general population of Muslims would happy with that anyway. Like they would be happy just to have a place that they can go to do their prayers and then leave. To be honest, that's what I think anyway.
As opposed to just like being able to just gather like in a group of like 4 or 8 or something and just like do that prayer.
No, I mean rather than going out just to build a big place of worship with a huge, like the whole dome and
to establish
they would just be happy to go.
Our presence.
Okay, this is a house. Let's just turn this into a mosque and we'll just use it for that purpose. Most people generally would just be happy to do that, just to leave it look like a house, use it as a place of worship, and then just do that. The normal general people.
Repurposing, kind of like real estate in a sense, right? Like just saying, here in my town, it's just like in a business shopping center, like it's a church, and I'm just like, what? This used to be a T-Mobile, like I'm just like, now it's a church, and but again, it's just whatever it is that brings people together to just kind of like, just connect and stuff like that. I think that's what's important. But what worries me is when I see so many people of Islam just like come together to do the exact same thing at the exact same time with the exact same belief that this is what we have to do as Islamic Muslims, and anybody else who falls short of this will, have a certain recompense, right? As opposed to Christians who just say like, hey, if you just confess and say that Jesus came and died and blah, 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 you're saved, right? And then the Jews just kind of keep to themselves here on TikTok specifically, right? But they are on the side of Islam where they say Islam is the true monotheistic faith that, our God Hashem, the Jewish name is Allah in the Islamic thing. And when I show that to Christians on TikTok who are Trinitarians or new believers or something like that, tell me I took my shahada and therefore I'm the trivial judgments that I've heard from just my fellow neighbors who don't even know me and then even get to know me and still make these like incorrect judgments, like brothers and sisters. Like, I'm just like, enough is enough. You know, like I have to like stop being so kind and being like that punching bag and show people like, hey, I punch back. You know, I'm like that like punching bag that rocks back and forth, and I'll come back.
But don't you think that's the nature of people today, though?
React in that kind of retaliation, kind of like
No, like
energy.
because you're saying like, yeah, like the energy they bring and how they're very judgmental and stuff. Like, because for me, I see a difference in how people are. Maybe that's why today I'm like, I actually don't like people. I came from a place where I was very extroverted, and then I like people, and then I don't know, maybe, and I think you're kind of right. Like, because of COVID, like it's made me stop and look at everybody, like, and look at society and how people are with each other. So now, when I see how people actually are, I'm like, I actually don't like people. And the more like I do things like in customer service and all that sort of stuff, people sort of feel more entitled. They don't want to be accountable, and they don't like to be self-aware or self-reflect. And so that's why I actually dislike people.
Probably because they're too busy like doing their TikTok live simultaneous. Like, hey, customer service, how can I help you? Hey, live scrollers, remember to hit like. It's just like you have no idea. Just like in that custom. This is why AI
No,
is
I know
a
what you
need,
mean,
right?
Because a lot of people say they're at work when they're on TikTok.
I'm telling you, and no judgment, but when I see like people on TikTok who like are parents, and I just see their children like walking in the background, just kind of like trying to get their attention, and they even like make like the move to be like, look, I'm on like TikTok right now, you don't bother me. It's just like, you know, and I'm just like, what kind of parent are you? Are you a parent that you're a parent? Like you're on TikTok?
Oh, don't even start. I went to this place called the Big Banana, and it's a bit of a tourist attraction. Anyway,
on TikTok,
there's
not
a
on
big-
TikTok, right? Like,
No, in Australia, New South Wales, it's a place called Coffs Harbour. But so naturally, there's a big statue of a banana you can take photos of and stuff. And there's this guy. The family was a bit weird anyway. But so there's this guy, and he's got some ice cream or lollipop or something. I think it was a lollipop. And he's eating this lollipop, and he's holding this little girl. Obviously, I think it's his daughter. And she's bawling her eyes out. She's crying and crying. And then he's like shouting in her face, like, just shut up, for God's sakes, and blah, blah. And I was just like, what the hell's going on here? And I was like, you know, and then she's like, I don't want to be. He's like, well, next time you're bloody gonna effing stay home. And he's swearing. And I was just like, oh my God, this guy's a father? Like, what the hell is going on here? Like,
this guy is the proprietor of
The
these like
mother's
delicious
just, like-
treats that we are just like putting in our mouths. Like this is where we question just
And
like
then and the mother's standing there, she's not saying a word, and I don't know if it's a sister-in-law, but they all look like there's some kind of big family, and she's got a little puppy dog, and she's patting the puppy dog in another world. And I'm just
I love how
God,
vividly
these people
you
are
remember.
having kids.
Right, like
Right,
This
and
is-
these are
this
the
is
people that are having
procreation.
kids.
Right.
Right, yeah.
But again,
And then,
they're
so
human
this
beings.
poor
They're
little
human
girl
beings, and
just,
like it just sucks when a family ends up crumbling in front of like the public eye. You know, like ultimately, you know, like, it's like being a movie star and just like being in a grocery store and looking at a magazine, just like, oh look, it's talking about how I broke up with. You know, it's just like imagine being Brad
Like, I
Pitt.
don't know. Have you
and
heard
it's
the word? Have you ever heard the word bogan?
Bogan?
Bogan. Yeah.
Bogun or bo?
Bogan. Bogan.
No.
Okay.
I've heard.
Well, that's how, like, look, that's how they would be described here in Australia. Like, that's a typical bogan, right? Like, I don't know what that would be equivalent to. Maybe, like, in America. Like a...
Hold on, what's
Hang
the
on a
moment?
second.
Like just like collapsing, like or like parents just like crashing out. Hippie would wait, hold on. I don't know.
Hang on. So, hang on. I'm
I'm
just going to
guessing.
look it up.
Hippie is more like the relaxed, just like no discipline, no physical, just like it's cool, man.
Sort
like
of.
let him
Like,
have all the sugar he wants, man. Like it's all good, man.
it's kind of like a mix of that. It's like a rundown part of like not rundown. I guess I don't really know the best way. Unsophisticated. They're like, the bottom of the barrel.
Like
That's how you
ghetto,
probably.
it's just like
they
that's
would
pretty
be
like
judged.
ghetto, right? Like it's just like I think that's what
Yeah.
we use in America. Just like it's just ghetto, right? Like it's just like low class kind of
Probably.
behavior type thing. Like the baggy pants and like
Yeah.
the underwear hanging out is bogan, right? Like kind of just like
Sort of.
I mean,
Like
maybe.
sort of, yeah. It's
Either
kinda
way,
like, well, that's
if
how
I
people
if
would
I get
probably
called
look at the guy.
bogan, I should be on my toes and be like,
It's not a
what
good
did
thing.
you say? Right. And no matter how hard they try to convince me. It's like, no, actually bogan is like this new word. Just like banana, right? Like when I was called
He was just like he's a
banana,
bit rough. He's like really rough, like
abrasive, just kind of
yeah, definitely a person that shouldn't be around kids, probably.
that's a whole different issue. This is where the term like maps and PDFs came into play, right?
Well,
Like
I wouldn't go that far and call him that, but I'm just saying like because he's just got no patience and he's just like I don't know. He just needs to sort himself out first before he's worried about trying to give kid discipline. Gee. Like
But I mean, he is like doing this at like a function for his company, which is obviously like the successful. You said obviously there's a statue of a banana. I'm just like, what do you mean obviously?
oh no, yeah. So,
It's just,
yeah,
it's
because
just
called the
a
big
giant banana that everybody comes in. Like, what's the draw of that? Like, and then all of a sudden you're talking about how like the owner of this thing like has a thing where his daughter is just like, I don't want to be here.
So
I don't
one
want to be
thing
here,
about
Dad. He's just like,
Australia-
shut up. Like it happens
So in
all the
Australia,
time.
we have like places in Australia, and I don't know why it's a thing here where you have like big things, right? Like the big prawn, the
Like
big
it's,
guitar,
the
big
Texas-
pineapple.
Everything's
Yeah,
bigger
like
in
the big
Australia.
pineapple,
right?
the big banana, the big mango, the big ram, right? We got like and they make statues and they're like big statues of whatever it's called. So it's just a thing in Australia, and people go like tourists. And families go.
Australia's largest pineapple. And then 5 miles down,
No, but
Australia's
it's called the big pineapple. It's called the big pineapple. We have a big pineapple.
and only one big pineapple, right? There's no imitators, just like in New York.
No, it's
there's
just
like
one, mate. You just-
Ray's famous
if you wanna
pizza.
find the big,
like everybody has
yeah.
the
So
best pizza
the big-
in New York. Like for some reason.
yeah. So if you want to go to the big pineapple, everyone knows that's at the Sunshine Coast. So you just want to go see a big pineapple? It's at the Sunny Coast. That's where you go. And but it might be a place like so they have a farm there. They grow pineapples and blah blah.
Okay,
blah.
okay. So it's
obviously
more
got
of like
something to do
a
with the pineapple.
reference of just like locations, right? In Australia. Just
Sort
like
of, yeah.
we have like state birds
And
and,
then-
state flowers and like state
Yeah,
flags.
we have the same
Okay.
thing as well.
You use
Yeah.
it by pineapple. So
But then
we're going to the pineapple.
But it's like a tourist thingy too. So like people will take their families on school holidays and they'll go, yeah, we'll take our kids to the big pineapple. We'll go here, and they just have different things like, So like that guy he wasn't working there. He was just there with his family. They have like a cafe. They have arcade games.
They're on holiday. They're on a holiday, and then the holiday.
They're on a
just-
holiday, yeah. And this kid's just like screaming and crying, and he's like swearing at her like in her face though, because he's holding her like on his hip, and he's like screaming at his own daughter like I don't know. It's just, yeah. It just
So again, how do we, as like the outside observers in those situations,
yeah.
like react to that? Are we just like, whoa, that was insane, or do we just come up and be like, hey, kids are tough? Do we try to kind of help, or do we just observe and make it
I
a
don't know,
judgment?
like
Does
I
that
don't
make sense?
think anyone. Yeah, I don't know if anyone would have been safe, really, to approach.
Okay, so
Like,
this is where
at
here's
the
a
point-
common denominator with you, sister, and it's no shade, but you have just kind of like this backing like information where you're just like, I don't know if it's safe Probably because it's like, if
No,
this
no,
guy
no, I
is
mean,
a
in the
father
way that-
acting this hostile, imagine just like a
No, hang
civilian
on,
coming up
hang on. No, hang on. I think, like, if anybody went and said something to him, he's, like, I know I'm making an assumption. I'm not going to deny it. But I feel, just like how he was, like, his character and stuff, if you even wanted to sympathize with him or be empathetic or whatever, like, he would be the type of person to be like, well, what the F do you know, buddy? Like, you know, stay out of it. Mind your own
Mind
business.
your business, right? A-B conversation. See your way out of it, bud. You know, like, and then
Yeah.
it becomes even worse.
That's what I
Just
think.
like hate crime, you know, and then we see like the parent like has his children taken away. Like that's like unfortunate.
That's how I think he would react to it though. So like you could if you wanted to. I would
But then,
be like,
but then in our
yeah,
heart of
like,
hearts,
just-
would we not, as an audience, like beg to see that? Just like, I hope somebody tries to interfere with this and that. You know, like that's where again
Well,
we would have to
that's where I
analyze
was-
how would we react on the other end. So again, I go one step further in these like thought kind of
yeah, man.
premises.
To be
sister.
honest,
so I
I was
love
just
your
gonna-
energy. I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay, yeah, because I was really gonna go like when you said that, I was actually gonna say like, yeah, Matt, by all means, if you want to go and suss that out, just let me go get my GoPro, man, and then I'll just film it so we can like see what happens.
That's the irony. I bet everybody will be on their TikTok live, just like everybody's just like
I'll admit it.
from
Yeah.
200 and different like angles. Just everybody's feeling the same thing, right? Just like nobody's doing a damn thing. Just like look at these guys just destroying each other. That's where I feel like we are at the precipice of just like our like species survival, right? Like if we don't recognize
Probably.
this as just like, hey, it's cool in hindsight, just like it's funny now, but like in 2026, like we gotta like error correct this. Just like the Quran is like a final error correction for all the Abrahamic faiths who couldn't get it wrong in the Old Testament and needed a New Testament, but then the New Testament even wasn't good enough. Therefore, there had to be a final, you know, like it's a cause and effect type thing. But again, I'll ask everybody on the panel here, like if we're walking like on a busy, you know, like street in like downtown, wherever we live, where a bunch of people are, and we see the person a couple people ahead of us, or, you know, like directly ahead of us, drop, you know, like money on the ground, like $100 or whatever like currency you guys have where you are. Like, do we in our like mind in this thought experiment see ourselves as the person who like picks that money up and just instinctively gives it to the person, just like, hey, you dropped this, like here you go, or just like pick it up and like hesitate, or pick it up and put it in our pocket, or another probability, right? Like, does that make sense? Like,
I'm 100% the person that would pick it up and give it to the person.
100%.
I already know. Yeah,
hey,
I would
like,
definitely.
I
do
like the
that.
confidence. Okay.
But with the guy, right? Because I was just sort of thinking about it. Like, if you go up to him and say, like, "Oh, look, parenting's hard. Like, maybe you just need to take it easy or whatever," but would that actually change behavior? If one person said one thing to that person, like to him?
Ultimately, yes, it would change the behavior in either a positive or a negative way, right? But the question is, would it change in a positive way, right? Like, is what you're asking, sister, right?
Yeah,
Like,
I guess.
and
So.
I
guess so. Yeah.
I would say we won't truly know until we see it, right? That's the thing. Like, but when we do see it just completely go sideways,
But
right?
do you
Just
think
like,
then? Do you think that's one of the reasons why? Do you think that's one of the reasons why then? Like, do you think sometimes, like a lot of, I'm not saying that like, you know, people are bad if they don't do anything either, right? Because maybe that's where people's minds are at. Like, maybe they've tried before, maybe they've said something before to other people, and this result is always the same for them when they do try. So then they just say,
so it's like the
so then
analogy
they
that my
just,
father
like, it
gave me
doesn't
about
change
the
anything.
fire, right? We've touched the fire, we've gotten burned, we don't want to touch it again. Correct? Like, sister, right? Like that kind of.
Sort of. Yeah.
So, okay, yeah, if you even remember just kind of like that metaphor. But I think I'm tracking on what you're asking me. Is just like, actually, I don't know if you're asking me a question or just kind of like relaying like what I'm saying in your own words. So maybe if you can clarify that. But what I heard was just like the scenario, just like the option where we as human beings are faced with like a choice to either engage or just not engage and just stay back, right? Fight or flight type thing. But in this case, like you're asking me like, if we are human beings who choose like more instinctively to like engage in like that parent-child conflict and, you know, like just whatever it is, do I see...
Apostle Paul says, Charlie, like Apostle Paul says, you say him one time, you correct him second time, and enough. You don't...
then have nothing to do with him, right? Like
You
more
don't
than
say
once.
third time.
Right. There's no 3 strikes in Paul's.
No 3 strikes. 1, 2.
Right. Turn the other cheek. You know, like you turn the cheek, turn the, you know, like that thing, and then at a point, like it's done. But again, thank you for just kind of the enlightenment. But again, Serenity. If I get like, what do you think, unbeliever? Like, do you think that if you saw a father just kind of like, you know, just verbally just kind of like yelling at his young daughter who's just saying like, I don't want to be here. And he's just like, just shut up. We're here to take a picture type thing. Like, would you just like watch it and just kind of be like, oh my gosh, I'm glad that's not me? Or would you kind of just like, I don't know, you know, maybe you know, like
a Buddhist would say nothing.
Say nothing. It's just like he's just meditating, right? Just like the Buddhist is just completely.
Yeah, he's in his own.
Okay, but what does
state,
the atheist who goes to your atheist church do? Right, for you, like what would you hope like your following would do?
Well, an
in this situation?
atheist is not a. You know, it's not a
theist.
How to say?
Right? It's an atheist is not atheist, right? Like, that's the irony of like those words. Does that make
An
sense?
atheist is not a worldview. It's not a worldview. It's just an answer, a belief, we can say, on a specific question. Does God exist? It doesn't. It doesn't mean that if you are an atheist and you get yourself in the situation you are describing, that you would do the same thing. Every atheist would do the same thing. No. Atheism does not say what to do in this kind of situation. It has nothing to do whether you're an atheist. It has to do with your philosophy of morality. How do you see ethics? How do you see community?
Your heart posture, right? Like what's in your heart, right? Like if you just have no love.
What do you know? What's your knowledge of this kind of situation? You have to consider many things to judge.
Welcome, Josh. I see the name is now Pastor in 2026. Loving it. Here's one of my younger, chaplains in training. Excuse me for the burp over there. But, here's somebody, and Josh, Happy New Year to you. But again, like when you say unbeliever, like atheism or atheists aren't like a unified like faith or anything like that. It's just kind of like an acceptance or like acknowledgement that there is no God like that is in control of this. We as humanity are just humans, right? Like, and that's kind of it in this sense.
Not
right?
exactly. Not exactly. Atheism is neither that there's absolutely convinced that
there is no God.
It's just our belief that there is no God. And especially, we can say that there's no God described as he is described in the known religions. For example, there's no Abrahamic God. But there could be a God who wants to hide himself.
You can't prove that.
Hold
You
on,
can't
Josh.
prove there is no God.
I mean, so then how do
Yeah, I
we
can't-
prove that
I
there
can't
is a
prove. I
God
can't.
for him? Right? Like,
yeah. I can't prove that there is no God or there is a God. Like, nobody.
okay,
can
so if
prove
I
it.
told you, unbeliever, that God is love, are you going to say no? Like, I don't
Yeah,
accept that
I-
correlation,
love
or
exists. Love exists.
right?
I believe
and
that.
and if God is love, then we can all agree that God exists. But because of the introduction of like faiths, right? All the different religions and stuff. This is kind of what is dividing humanity, like consciously, like from just realizing that, hey, love exists and God is love. Therefore, yeah, this is it. And beyond
Yeah,
that,
but
there is like
how can you
like
prove
original.
God is love? How can you prove that God is love
Versus God being
versus that God is?
I mean, through the book. I
oxygen.
mean, like through reading, like especially just kind of like the three Abrahamic like scriptures, right? Also, like Buddhism isn't a religion; it's a way to kind of live, right? Like to think and stuff like that. Hinduism completely different, but Buddhism came from Hinduism. It was like the evolution of Hinduism, which then birthed like all the Eastern philosophical like practices, Confucianism, Taoism, like all these things that here in Western society is treated as just like the worst of just like the other, like, like where I'm just like, people think that Buddhists are just like pagans, like they worship Buddha as a god. And it's just like, what? Like the wording just isn't tracking, right? Like they revere
Buddhists are actually pretty atheist. If you didn't know, Chaplin, my bad to interrupt.
Yeah. No. You're absolutely right, Josh, and it's okay. Like they don't believe
Yeah, I
in the
don't think
existence of
anybody. I think like us as humanity are always going to be divided. To be honest with you, I'm just telling you what I think because
to
everybody,
what
like,
extent,
not
Serenity,
everybody.
do you think? Like into
Well,
two
I mean,
groups
just
or into like
well,
over 100?
multiple groups, multiple. Because like there's people that just think that their way's the right way, or I don't know. There's just things that people cling to as well, like things that they're familiar with, and they'll just go with that. Some people struggle with things that are different or things that they don't know, and then so I think there's just a whole group of things, and people always just find a way to, I don't know, like you just can't please people. Like it doesn't matter what you try to do, right? Like some people are just not happy. Like even if you keep trying and trying, or you try to compromise and stuff, like just people are just not happy anyway. And some people are so caught up in drama that they just they can't live without it. I think, I don't know.
I'd like to say that you said about Buddhists that they are kind of atheists. I agree, and I also think that the most peaceful people and humans are some Buddhists. I think Vedists are called, that they harm nothing alive. I mean, even ants, they brush the ground when they walk to not step on ants or insects.
so
they are the most peaceful. They
Now,
are atheists,
If
and they
the
are the most
entire
peaceful.
like human like world became Buddhist, like do you think like humanity would progress or degress or just like kind of just stay as it is? Like this is where I'm just like, if like Buddhism was like the dominant
I don't
thing,
think it would change.
I think
I don't think it would change.
we'd be in like the farm age. It's just like, yo, man, we don't want to desire anything. We don't want to invent anything. It's just like we just met, like that's why.
You're always gonna have. There's always gonna be that person. There's always that one person. Or that. Yeah.
We're
like,
all-
in a group. It's like. I just think there's always that person. It doesn't matter where you go, what country you are, what race you are, whatever it is. There's that one person that ruins it for everyone.
Yeah. We call it the turd in the punch bowl here in South Park language. Just like who put the turd in the unbeliever. I don't know if you've seen all the videos I've like tagged you in about just like the South Park guys, but like ever since like But
I think Dino was gonna say something before because their mic was off, but then they never said anything, and they've been on here the panel for like so long.
Josh,
I don't know.
what are you doing? Is that the jolly like Buddha thing? You know, like
it's the Chinese Buddha.
Chinese Buddha. Just Buddha is Buddha. You don't need to add any more.
No, this is the one. This is the money Buddha. This is the material wealth Buddha.
Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah, the laughing Buddha is the kind of the one that you choose for prosperity, right? And right.
All right, but anyways.
Hang on a second. Are there different Buddhas that I don't know about? Like,
there's millions of Buddhas. There's infinite Buddhas.
no, but you specifically said the Chinese Buddha. So is there an Australian Buddha?
Is there a British Buddha that you know of, Josh?
Yes, there is. There actually is.
I'm asking for a friend.
Yes,
I'm asking
there's
for
a British
myself.
one.
I need to go meet the. I don't know if you've seen the show King of the Hill, but it's like, hello, Bobby.
Buddha is for all. Buddha is for all. He's for everybody and all.
No, but like when you said like the Chinese one, because you said it was for the money, right? I'm just asking for a friend.
Are you lighting those like incense for prosperity, Josh, or to kind of just show your reverence for the
It's for my brother. It's for my brother, man. I don't want to go down that road, but thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers.
I will definitely put them in mind as well, Josh. And I'm here for you if you ever need to, talk about it anywhere else. But again, like, I don't know if you guys have ever thought about like sign language, right? Like, there's American Sign Language and there is Chinese Sign Language, and I ask myself, like, what's the difference? You guys like know this? Like,
Can you say that again? Can you say that again?
She said American Sign Language and Chinese Sign Language. There's a different format, I guess, and that makes sense. There's probably different sign language for every different language.
No, there isn't. There isn't. No, it's just
okay. Wow.
There's American Sign Language and then like Chinese Sign Language, I believe. And
what about just like? Okay, what are you saying?
How are they different?
Exactly. That's what I want to know. Like, do they like pronounce? Like in America, like the joke is just like we pronounce our L's like R's and stuff like that. So it's just like, how do you do that in sign language? Just like, this is where a comedian makes a joke. It's like deaf people are some of the most like racist people in the world. Do you know what the sign for Asian people is? It's exactly what you think. Did you guys see that? Like, you just pull your eye sideways and that's how you sign like Asian in sign language, right? And then, like, I was just like, is that true? But again, that's what kind of inspired me to like look up American Sign Language. And in that time, I specifically recall.
Don't quit your day job.
Hey, I got a lot of time throughout my day, right? So this is where I'm just looking for.
Do you have 24 hours though? Do you have 24 hours, man?
I mean, not like people on TikTok.
You're getting close.
Here to heckle you. So listen. What is north of the North Pole?
What is north of the North Pole?
Mm-hmm.
The Northest Pole? Like, what is north of the North Pole?
That was a good answer. That was actually really good.
Are we talking? Hang on, but are we talking about this in terms of around Earth?
If you're standing directly on the North Pole, what's north of the North Pole?
Is it the South Pole?
No.
Space.
Good answer.
If I'm on the North Pole.
No, because like if it's round, right, and you keep going north, you're only going to go back to the bottom. So it's like naturally.
No, there's nothing north of the North Pole.
What if I told you I thought north was just up? It's like I thought
the sky. The sky.
Go north.
It's a wrong question. We could say it's a wrong question.
Or it's I think that it's one of those like Confucius says, "What is north of the North Pole?" You know, it's just like it's one of these things where it's like it's not supposed to. Again, this is where Bruce Lee says it's like a finger concentrating on the moon. You know, if we concentrate on the finger, we miss all the heavenly glory type thing in this sense, right? So it's just like, you know, like if I told you like, hey, my bucket list item before I die, I want to be a real life Santa Claus. That's how I word it. To you who know me, like you would probably think like he's talking about what? Josh, I'm saying, I don't know if I've asked you this before, but you know, like this is something that I've come up with just to really test, just like how people see me in a sense, and not to put you guys on the pressure. I love you all, but you know, like it's an interesting
But
kind
then
of.
the first thing I would be like, I would ask you, do you struggle to grow a beard, bro?
I mean, I am Asian. What do you mean struggle?
asking.
It just takes me days. You know, I mean, struggle. I just have to like make it a couple of days. Life's not a struggle for me, so it's just like, no, it's not a struggle, right? But if a woman, you know, like when I get compared to like other Muslims who like all have like just full beards, even anybody, you know, like this is something Asian people don't have compared to like the rest of the things. So it's just like I've dealt with this all my
I'm
life.
only asking because you said Santa Claus, right? Like,
Okay. I see your thought process here. Okay, so
No,
it
I know
has
what he
nothing to
means.
do with that. It's got nothing to do.
Yeah.
Or maybe it does. Maybe it
He
does.
wants to
I
just,
never.
he just wants to gift. He wants to give gifts.
yeah, okay. I'm just being me, right?
Spiritual gifts. Spiritual gifts.
I'm just one of those people.
Greek
I just,
person. You should know
yeah.
that. He's a Greek saint who brought gifts in the Byzantium.
But was it really Santa or was it his
Saint
reindeer
Nicholas.
that gave the gifts? Like, I don't know, man.
No reindeer.
It was our parents. It was my parents who were giving me those gifts. Like, you know, like.
Well, I know that. That's why I got gifts at Christmas, right? Because my mum didn't want me to feel left out. But she told me it's not real.
She told you, or you found out?
Yeah, she told me as a kid. No, she was like, Selena, we're Muslim. We don't believe in Santa Claus, but I don't want you to feel left out because there's no other Muslims that live here. So we're going to give you presents at Christmas, but just remember, it's from me and your father. And I'm like, okay, great. I get presents. Thank you.
Not some big white beard.
No.
You know, like this specific.
I didn't have. Yeah, it got shut down, man, straight away. Before I even had the thought. As soon as I come home, I was like, "What? Who's Santa?" It just got shut down.
I used to set out trail cameras to try and catch them.
As a kid, like that's pretty crafty, right? This is an age where if I had that technology, I'd be the same like you, Josh. But I was like drafting like handwritten in crayon like blueprints, just like, man, I'm setting up like booby traps to like catch him. And I imagine just like my parents watching their child, just like, does he really believe this is even possible? Just like, how stupid is Charles, you know? But then when I finally like found out for myself, you know, like it was a life-changing moment where the fabric of like my entire existence like crumbled, like Serenity, when we were talking about that.
Oh,
you know? So,
can I tell you something like awesome that happened to me?
Of course.
Charlie. I was what's it called? I forgot what the word is. Oh, my mind just blanked out. I was initiated into Thelema last night.
Into what?
I was initiated into Thelema last night.
What is that? Thelema?
Thelema. Will. Thelema.
Yeah, there you go.
Will? Whose will?
Okay.
Like
Thelema is Greek.
My will.
Okay, back up. The fifth grader again. Okay, so you were initiated into your will? Like your
No, I was initiated into the system of Thelema.
meaning like a will of like like human conduct, not like a will and testament type thing, right? Like there's two
Right.
different.
It's really just do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
Okay, just be, right? Just be, in a sense, right? Just accepting.
No.
E?
No.
Can you explain it to me, unbeliever? Because you were familiar with the word thelema. I've never heard that. Serenity.
When I heard what our friend said, I thought that is God's will.
No. It's thelema. Aleister Crowley created it. It's a system founded by Aleister Crowley, and it's like it's an occult system, and I was initiated last night, and
Can you tell us like what the process of that initiation was? Did they like bound you and like?
Or is it a secret? Is it a secret?
no, it's not really a secret. It's just you got to read the book of the law, find out for yourself.
Whose law? What law?
The book of the law. The law is the whole of the law is do what thou wilt.
Written by
Shall be the whole of
who?
the law.
What's his name? Archibald?
Aleister Crowley.
Ali Esther? What kind of name is Ali Esther?
I
Isn't
heard
he
of
like
it.
isn't he like the shaitan worshipper guy?
No, definitely not.
Where they talk about like shaitan leads you to light and all this stuff. It's like the reverse of what the Abrahamic religions teach.
Absolutely not.
That's what
It's
I've heard. That's
yeah,
what
that's
I've heard.
that's
I'm
yeah,
not
that's the
if you do you, bro. Like I'm not
no.
even
I'm
judging
saying
you.
I'm
just
saying that's just misinformation that's been spread out throughout the past
like
century.
what did you say? Do thy own will or
No, it's
whatever it
do
is.
it's do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
So that's like so to me that
Shall be
sounds
the
like
whole of the
to follow
law.
your own desire, basically.
Not your desire, but your will.
Kind of like the Wild Wild West like
Crowley
era.
was famous for schmecks, schmugs, and rock and roll.
All the cool things that make people like like icons in a sense. But he's still alive, or he's like
No.
gone.
No.
He was around the early 20th century. Like the
What I
early
want to know,
20th
Josh,
century.
is just like now that you've been initiated into this occult, are you telling me just like you are no longer a part of the Chaplain Charlie like tutoring program anymore? Is that you?
Oh no, I'm still part of your movement, but I'm also a Thelemite now.
Okay, so you're telling me I got some competition as a teacher, right? I
Oh,
gotta step up my game and
I
read
highly
this book.
suggest that you read the book of the law and become a Thelemite as well.
How is there a whole book on the law if the law is one phrase?
Right.
Well,
If it's just to be thy will, right? Let thy will be the land. It's like
it's actually very like, I mean this Thelema has been studied rigorously by a lot of different people. It is very real. It expands. It's a lot. It's a lot to it, but it's very beautiful.
It takes us back to the same conversation that the guys were having earlier. That they're not here. Well, nobody else is here now, but it was the same conversation. Like, what sets your foundations for morals and principles? Like, at this point, right? Because if you're just following your own will, how do you know that your own will is the right thing to do,
We'll
or
see
that it doesn't harm anybody else? Because like your
Right.
actions don't even have a ripple effect. And I'll give you an example because like so I was talking to somebody and they were like free love, like they're like free love, like you should just be able to be with whoever you want, and if as long as you're both consenting adults it doesn't matter, right? And it's all happy days. And I'm like, well, I don't know, man, like because there's people that suffer in that. And he's like, well, who's suffering? And I'm like, well, your kids are suffering now, aren't they? Because they don't have a mother and they don't have a father. So like, just because you don't see the effects of what you do straight away, it doesn't mean that there's no ripple effect and consequences later.
Right. So like, you mind if I read something real quick?
Yeah, you can go
Just a
for it.
second. Yeah. So do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law. Love under will. There is no law beyond do what thou wilt. Now, each action or motion is an act of love, the uniting with one another part of the new it. Each act must be under will, chosen so as to fulfill and not thwart the true nature of the being concerned. It's very important that, love is, this is not, if somebody doesn't want to do something, you don't force them to do that. That's a big part of it. If it's not within
Especially
your will to do it,
in the name
you
of
don't
love,
do it.
right? Just like I love you, man. Therefore, you have to.
You don't force anybody to love you, and you don't force your love onto anyone.
Right.
Yeah,
Like love
that's like I
doesn't do
don't.
these
I
things,
agree
right?
with
It's
that.
not. It's not
Exactly.
forceful. It's not
Exactly.
Yeah,
like
but it
Not
doesn't
harmful.
mean that like but it doesn't mean that the consequence of it doesn't have a effect on something
What?
else later though.
Right. That is seen as like harming a person, but in the long run will benefit them.
It
Like
causes harm somehow, or it could harm society in a way that you don't know. But like, I just want to know if you could read it again because it was just like a bit like tangly in the brain, like because it just went really
lighting up
fast.
receptors and stuff like that. It's just this is what Jesus said,
I
man.
really
God is
gotta
love, man.
concentrate.
God is love and light and good. Like essentially that, so yeah, I'm on board with this Ali Esther like guy, like, so yeah, Josh, please, if you can, just like share that.
But like, just slow down, like a lot, so my
Okay.
brain can actually comprehend what you're actually reading.
Okay, so do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
Okay, so
Love.
do what you want, basically.
No, not
Well,
what
I
you
want to break
want.
this down like in a nutshell, so I understand. So just do whatever your will is, whatever you want to do, whatever your
No,
desire is. Just do it.
it's not. It's not like that. It's the will, your will.
So
Like
what is your will, though? What is your will?
Can
How do
I
you,
can
how do you ascertain the difference between like what your will is and what your
it's,
desire is?
that is a good
Like
question. That is a
our
good
heart
question.
posture at this point, right? Like, are we like leading in a heart, like focused in love? Or I say it's not just love that, like there is the opposite, which is fear, right? These are the two dualities. So like, it seems like this is just focusing on just like the love of it without bringing in
So
fear,
let me yeah.
right?
So like this is a misinterpretation. Like it doesn't mean do whatever you want. It's not hedonism. It's not a momentary preference. It's not rebellion for its own sake. It's not justification for harm. It is what it is function rather than wish. It's
it's
constraint.
hermetism.
It's
It's
constraint.
hermetism.
It's constraint rather than freedom. A knife's will is to cut. A star's will is to burn. Not because they choose to, because that is what they are.
Yeah, but what is your will then? Well, what is our will as people, human beings? This is what I want to know because, like, how do you actually? Where do you get the information from? Like,
Yes.
what our will is?
So my will is my motivation. It's my identity. It's the patterns that I keep on reasserting, and no matter what I repress. Really, it's persistence. It survives fear, and I mean it's greater than social constructs. It's something that's discovered.
But Josh, you have to like also maybe not also correct me if I'm wrong. Like say that all of that that makes you is guided by like the love, right? Like in a
Yes.
loving thing to
There
do
you
good,
go.
not to
But where is
harm
hang on,
and
though.
trick people, right? Like
You get it,
making.
But that's the
Chaplain.
thing, though. But
Chaplain,
that's
you
the
get
thing,
it.
though. How do you know where the boundaries are in that?
Yeah, because love is all. Love is the will.
No, like because that's what. Well, this
Love is
is
the
what.
law. Love,
You
Some
will
people
is
don't
the
know
use
the
that.
boundaries until you experience them, and that sort of system only works when everybody trusts that everybody will learn from
Well,
their mistakes.
type shit. Exactly. You don't need
hang on a
permission.
Welcome to the
minute. Hang on a
conversation,
minute. Hang on.
Janelle.
I know. I'm gonna go into
Yeah.
an extreme now. Hang on. I'm gonna go into an extreme. I don't mean to, but
That's
it's
fine.
just where my mind takes me. So it's like, okay, so you have to experience something in order to get a boundary for it. So if you take the whole aspect of love too far, like an MAP person, right? Then Like, so then where? So you're saying that you have
But
to
is that
experience that
love,
before you
Serenity?
put a boundary?
Like,
Absolutely,
Well,
that is
according
not
to that
love.
But
person's
that's
That is
immediately
perception
countered by
and
the two lines.
perspective,
yes.
That's immediately countered by the
right?
two lines. Do
Yes.
not force your love on others. Do not force your will on others.
Thank
No,
you.
well,
Yeah,
okay,
right.
but what about grooming and stuff like that, right? So
That
then
has
That would
sometimes
be
they don't
forcing.
feel forced by it.
That is forcing.
Yeah, but they don't express that. They don't.
I mean,
They're just quiet.
like again, like these terms like grooming, like parents, like good parents, bad parents, like essentially are grooming children to either be good human beings, like as they become adults, or to be traumatized or whatever. Like here's the spectrum, right? But this
Well,
word grooming, when
to
you
be
say just like,
honest,
what about grooming? It's just like you're gonna have to elaborate for me at least, sister.
but
You know,
no,
like
well,
what
that
do
is
you my dog.
okay.
I
Yeah.
take
So
my dog
no,
to
no,
get to go grooming. You know, like it's just like, what do we mean? Grooming children. You know, when I heard this term
Yeah.
like
Okay.
used,
So
I'm just like,
yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. And I agree with you because like you do. It's like molding, I guess. Then right or
no,
It's
it's
predatory
it's like
psychological manipulation to get specific outcomes.
That are
which
harmful.
what is
Grooming.
groom? I mean, also pet grooming, right? Like also like animals. Can
Yeah, in the
like
psychological sense,
okay.
psychological grooming is harmful.
But if I'm still
But
tracking
see, this is the
with
thing, though. How do you like if somebody actually sees their actions that, and they don't actually believe that they're not harmful, right? It's like, okay, have you ever dealt with anybody? And the example I give, have you ever
Yeah,
dealt with
those would be
anybody that's been
outliers.
bipolar
Those would
before?
be outliers, first of
hold on,
all.
Josh.
And
No, hang on. Have you ever dealt with anyone that has had bipolar before? Right? They
my
go on
sister,
extreme highs and then extreme lows, right?
Charlie.
Do
And
you
then
forget who you've
and
been
then hang
talking
on,
to for like the past like 6
go
hours, sister? Like
Are you about to
So
say
go and
bipolar
tell.
people?
So go and tell somebody that has bipolar when they're on a high that, hey mate, I think there's something not quite right with you. They're gonna think that you're crazy. They're gonna be like, what do you mean there's something not right with me? What do you mean there's something not like, because I feel fantastic, man. I've never felt better in my life. Like I'm the bee's knees right now.
right,
You
and
have no
that
idea,
that kind of rebuttal doesn't help us who are accused of this. It's just like, yeah, exactly what like somebody who's like completely high on something would say, right, Charles? You know, I'm just like, look, if I have to like really just play it serious and just tell you just like I'm not on anything, right? Like what I have like in me is just like this energy of connection, right? So I apologize if I'm just like excited to be interacting with you. All of a sudden now my high has just been like squashed. So thank you. You know, like I really throw it back in people's faces. But again, sister, like I'm like living proof of somebody on TikTok who gets accused of just, that's the go-to deflection for me. That's what I realized. When people can no longer
I was
try
reading,
to,
Charlie. I was reading about Aleister Crowley. I did my research.
okay, can we hear this?
He was
I
calling
haven't
himself.
heard good. I haven't heard
He,
good things about him, but that's
he was
just
calling
what.
himself the Great Beast 666. He was a hermetist, meaning, and
Yeah, I'm also a hermeticist as well. So
hermeticist.
Hermeticist? As in like hermetics?
That's where he bases. Yes, Hermes Trismegistus.
yeah, the Emerald
That's where
Tablets.
he gets his
As above,
foundation.
as above, so below as above.
But he just like
the
owned
most
the
famous secret
the
magic
Beast
clubs.
666 like name. Like he like claimed that for
No,
himself.
that was a challenge. That was he liked to challenge and provoke.
As in like
with
a
a
devil's
religious
advocate, kind of like a devil's advocate figure. Just like
I don't know.
He was
I don't
just
know
an
exactly,
edgelord.
I mean,
was
he's
an
a human
edgelord.
being. Like it just seems like a guy who just like had like his
I
influence
mean,
on
he's
these
just an
things.
edgelord. Back then he caused a lot of problems being an edgelord. He's just like a. They didn't have the word for it back then. That's it.
Edge Lord? Is that what you just said? Like
He had his own shit one time too, during ritual.
Yeah, he
like
does a lot of rituals and stuff like that. Ugh, why would you do that though?
Because he's dedicated.
That's
He goes
dedication.
hard in the
Dedicated,
yeah.
Like,
dedicated, or defecated?
my initiation process is just like, yo, you have to bake me a cake that we'll both eat together.
Yeah, well, his is you gotta bake a cake full of blood,
Right.
human
just
blood
like-
that people offer up.
Chaplain does not require that, nor ever like want.
That's not a requirement. It's not a requirement. It's optional.
It's,
So, like,
it's
okay,
optional.
so then-
Therefore, those who choose to exercise that option, just know that this is a trick question. Like nobody wants
No,
blood cake.
those are the ones that are like it puts you in
dedicated?
a altered. It puts you in an altered state. That's the point of it.
Yeah, but what altered state that you can't
Why do you
just
need
like?
to be in an altered state, though? Why do you
Or-
need to be in an altered
So you
what are
can
trying to
experience and
escape?
perceive. You can experience and perceive reality from a whole different lens. That's the point. You know.
So it's something that you can't just do on your own. Like you have to go
You
that far.
got to.
to-
Yeah, exactly.
So
But it's
you're-
optional.
okay,
It's
hang on,
optional.
hang on. So
Basically, brute force Jungian psychology. It's a lot of symbolism, basically, a lot of ritual acts to basically get into a psychological mindset, so that way you can think your way into doing things that you want to accomplish.
Within like the Sigmund Freudian like ego, super ego, id dynamic.
It's a lot more Jungian than that, but yeah.
can
Carl-
I just
Carl
say,
Jung?
all
Okay,
I
okay.
heard was,
Yeah,
all I
very
heard was
young.
like you're just brainwashing yourself to achieve things.
No, I mean, like again, like sister, this is what we were talking about like earlier on in the live, where it's just like we are all like living life
Yeah, no, but
like
hang on.
uniquely.
Yeah, but he just talked about the guy eating his own fecal matter.
I think I missed that one. I mean, we were
Yeah, you did miss that bit, right? Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
Like,
Crowley
come
was
on.
also famous
Two
for
Girls, One
manipulating
Cup
other
was
people.
a huge sensation. So when it talks
You got
like
something in your teeth.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know.
It wasn't
sorry.
real, by the way.
Two Girls, One Cup. Hey, I never
It
saw
was
it,
not
but
real.
Denal, what were you saying, brother? Sorry about
Crowley was also famous for manipulating other people, so he'd go really overboard with the showmanship.
that. Kind
Part
of
of the
like
left-hand path.
in like a realm of psyops kind of thing. Like he knew just kind of like the power
he
of
studied a lot of psychology. That's why he made it into the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, I believe. That's one of the most, I think I'm getting the name right, but that's one of the more famous magic organizations. And then he got kicked out of it because he wanted to use the things they were teaching, which is really just psychological manipulation of self and others. He was using it in a more predatory way because, again, he was a fan
in
of
a
Schnapp's,
more
rock and
predatory
roll.
way. He's just
He's
like
a left-hand
yo,
path. It's called the left-hand path. That's what it is.
the left hand path. Okay. So he's just like, okay. I
dick.
think I'm getting a
Piece of shit.
character.
Where did Dino come from? He just like appeared.
Dino's goaded.
No, he's been here. Hey, I'm just I'm glad
No,
like
I know,
you've been here, brother. You know,
He
like I was just like,
so quiet, and now he's just blurting all of this knowledge and stuff. Like, sorry.
hey,
Let's go. Keep going. Keep going.
I love it. I love it. You know, like you're talking my languages. You're just like Jungian and Freud and stuff like that. So I appreciate just like your contribution, Dino. Like so. Thank you for just like I said, just being just respectful in that sense. I'm somebody who observes and witnesses this from my right hand path, I guess. I guess if this is the left hand path, I'll give you a right hand path, and you
Let's
guys can
go.
choose. Right? So
Good deal. Chaplain's RHP. Chaplain's right-hand path. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm waiting for all you guys to be Google searching who is this Chaplain Charles Payne guy.
Oh, I know who you are.
I know you guys do. I'm kind of relying on you to like create my Wikipedia page just like he is. No, but
At least you're not a Freemason.
I'm a free man. That's what my name says. Charles is a free man.
I'm just playing. Freemasons are cool. They're right-hand path, too.
Guys, have you heard about this story that Golden Dawn, what you said, Aleister Crowley, they were making an elixir, a substance,
Yeah.
the elixir of life, that would bring immortality to them.
Yeah, nut. They would nut in it.
No, but do you believe that?
I'm being so for real, too. You think I'm joking?
That's why they call
the
it.
rest-
That's why they call it the left hand path. It's like, yeah, we have this elixir. We give it the left hand path, and here you go, eternal life. They nutted it. What was that? Dear?
Do you really
The
think
very
that's a
first
thing?
story in human history, like in a whole human recording, is the story of Gilgamesh, and it's a story about a man confronting his mortality and seeking immortality.
Through like elixirs and like essentially,
I
right?
believe
Like
specifically in that story, it's an herb. But at first, he goes and seeks a man who's supposedly immortal, who had survived the flood and been granted immortality by the gods. And that man said that he can't grant immortality because it was the gods who gave it to him. It's not something he can give away. But he did. There are different iterations of the story, obviously. But the one I heard, he was told of this herb, and he went to find this herb. And when he got it, he looked away for a second, and a snake ate it. And so he lost his chance at immortality.
But did the snake
damn
live
snakes are
forever?
everywhere.
Did the snake live forever?
and then it pops up in the Bible, right? Here's the snake that pops up in the Bible. It's that
But
snake
I
that
just
ate
want to
that
ask
herb.
though, but like, would anybody here really want to live forever? Seriously? Do you really would you want to live forever?
No.
Anyone?
I mean,
asking.
I'm already going. Like this is the thing. Like in Asian countries, forever is like not even like a comprehensible thing. This is why we hear like Vietnamese like women of the night saying like me love you long time, right? Because they don't say like I'll love you forever, because forever is just like stupid like in Asian. Like so for them to say like me love you long time, that's why they say long time, because like they just say, like, I don't know, maybe I'm kind of going in a dark hole in this sense, but like semen is the source of life, right? But not in like.
It isn't semen. It was urine. They were eating urine, and that's what they thought would bring them immortality. They put there's a book, they put it online on how to do that. You take your urine, you process it, you boil it.
Like this is something that people today look up and they're just like,
yeah,
I'm gonna try this.
Yeah.
I mean, I
It's a
do.
long year process.
I actually know that. Yeah,
It's
I've
a
actually
long
seen.
year process.
I mean, there's a show called My Strange
Has anybody
Addiction where
seen-
people like are drinking their own like
No,
urine.
no, they don't drink the urine. They boil it, they distill it, they boil it again for years and years, and it becomes a kind of a rock.
Oh, really?
What
It's
about
sacrifice.
hang on. What about Bear Grylls? Do you know Bear Grylls?
Of course, Man versus Wild.
Yeah, I mean he does it all the time, doesn't he? Like, is he living forever?
That guy. When I saw that guy, I was just like, if it comes down to that, I'm done. Just like.
I'm just saying, because he's eaten and
Well,
drank a lot of
that's
stuff,
survival.
Exactly.
Right.
And this is where I'd be a hunter or not. I wouldn't be a hunter. I would be the gatherer. Just like, look, I'm gonna make us a nice fruit salad when you guys come back. Just like I can't do that for survival. Like, and I'm able to just admit that about myself, and in turn, it does kind of like make me think about myself. Like, what if it comes down to like a doomsday? Just like, yeah, we all have to like hunt for our own thing. It's just like, look, I've lived a good life. Just I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I don't want to live forever type thing. Like if this is how it's going to end, then I'm cool with it. But there are people who wish to be able to just like live forever, or even just like hundreds of years, right? In the Bible, people are living like 900 years. Like, can you imagine that? There's even a movie called In Time, like talking about like this premise where everybody just works for more time. Like we
There
know
are
how much time we
companies
have left.
actively working on reversing the cellular aging process because there's tons of money in it.
Reversing or slowing it down?
Reversing it.
Like a Benjamin Button type? Like
Yeah.
procedure?
It wouldn't be immediate, but yeah.
Right, okay.
Tired. Aren't people
Technology
tired?
might achieve
I
prolongment.
mean, this is where ED medication and like all those testosterone like supplements like come into play. Where it's like, yeah, all my like grandparents are just like all jacked up, like just like trying to get laid all the time, and I'm just like, I'm done. I don't even want to go out and try anymore. Like I've lost that like gusto. But again, I don't know, what were we talking about here? Forgive me. I gotta like get
Living
something.
for people don't want to. People are actually like want to live forever for some reason, and they're scared of. They don't even want to talk about passing away or like when it's their time to go. A lot of people are scared of that. I don't know why people don't talk about it. And I don't know why people just want to live forever, man. Like, I'm tired. I don't know about
We are
you or anyone else.
biologically hardwired
Like,
to avoid things that would bring about our end.
Yeah.
huh?
Or unknown to us, right?
It's a defense mechanism.
Fight or flight
Can you
type scenario.
say that again?
We're
We are
built to survive.
biologically hardwired to avoid things that would bring about our demise.
But is it?
I mean, we have to. We have to.
Naturally
like, practice
hardwired,
it.
but also there are probably like others who are wired to just like go with the will of whatever, like this Alabaster, whatever guy, like it's, just like
that's not.
okay. No, I'm
supposed
just
to brought
talking
it
because
up.
no. I'm just speaking,
Crazy.
Josh, because Serenity was explaining to like me earlier before like all of you guys got here, was that she had like a heart attack, and when that happened, she was just ready for whatever was to come. She wasn't trying to just like, just like, like the things that like as normal human beings, like we probably imagine just like the regrets or anything. And again, like I just met her, so I trust what she's telling me is like 100% true. But again, just like when you know that background about her and then maybe put that into context to just like why she is asking, like
Her demise
Yeah,
is
well,
always a physical cessation of life. It
Yeah.
could be a change to our personality. It could be a change to our habits. It's an alteration. It's us becoming something new or something that's not us.
Let me bring forth something interesting.
But
'cause
demise seems
she's
so
saying
like
that
in a
she's saying
negative.
that
Demise sounds such a negative
Right.
way of.
Absolutely.
Is there a better
That
word?
might have been the wrong word for it. But I
Thank you.
didn't know it off
Thank
the
you
top
for
of my head.
acknowledging.
we
Okay,
talking
so
about this right
just
now.
like
You like because in
trans
Islam we don't learn that. We don't learn that in Islam.
transcendence, metamorphosis,
Of course y'all
transfiguration, right? Transmutation. There are plenty of words in the human languages to be able to find a replacement for demise, or like this.
Well, let's talk about
Sounds
that
very
demise
doomsday,
real quick.
man. I'm just saying.
'Cause I'm trying to understand what the hell people are thinking because, for example, like my best friend, my brother, fucking popped himself in the head about 14 days ago, unalived himself completely out of blue. They found his body in the creek, and so he obviously didn't care about that. And I wonder what he was thinking, why he did that. He wasn't trying to survive. If we're wired to not think
He
about that.
was. So, but that's the thing. I know it doesn't look like it, but he was. He was surviving with something clearly very, very difficult, where the equation basically came down to this is the only way out. And that was a false equation. He just clearly didn't see any ladders or ropes out of the hole he was in.
But I think that's really hard though. Like to be in, like I don't know. Like I've thought about that too, and I'm like I feel really sad for people that really think that they're in such a position that there's absolutely no other way out but to do that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Like I just think you have to be in a really, really dark place to think that there's no other way or there's no hope. Like because for me personally, I don't. Even if I'm homeless, I don't think like life is as like or things would be that bad.
Yeah.
To be honest.
But
I think that's
same
the thing,
speaking though, Serenity, you can also like empathize like the people who have gone that way, right? And just like it's just too much,
like I
right?
just feel bad for them.
Right.
I
We're
do
just
feel bad
speaking
for
for
them that
our
they feel
own
that way.
perspective of our perception of this thing. But again, like I don't know, like this is a very interesting like kind of like segue into this because it's just when, and I'm sorry to hear that, Josh. Like
I'm sorry, Josh.
the
but
whole community is extremely devastated. Like it's just crazy. Like
so
I
there's
can't even
just
go on
like
Facebook,
there's
it's like, wow.
no like thought of just some kind of foul play? You said like just
No, not at all.
and
Dude,
just like where they found them, just like it's just like
no, not at all, not at all,
it's
not at all.
okay.
And the crazy part is like I didn't respond to his text that he sent a couple days prior. Like it's crazy, bro. It's a wild situation, and like the whole community is just completely devastated. Like I can't even go on Facebook, man. Like, and
I feel you, brother. I feel you. You know, like
fucking.
how do you?
That's my brother, bro. Like
Right, and I'm sure just like
only friend
I'm
I've
sure
ever had,
you're
man.
probably
And I'm
having
trying to
some kind
understand.
of like weight on your heart too. Just like what if I did answer like
It's
that?
not about that. That's not even a problem. I just feel like shit because of that. But he knew I was in depression myself, so he wouldn't hold that against me. But I'm just trying to like
I know.
understand.
And I don't mean
I'm
to
trying to
put any
understand.
weight that you didn't feel.
Yeah,
So
no,
forgive
no,
me. That wasn't my intention.
no. I'm just trying to figure out, like, we say we're like wired for survival and stuff, but we got people who take themselves out. Like, that's completely abnormal. That's completely against our nature. That's all I'm trying to understand.
Okay, I hear you. And then Danil, like, can you say that your definition in the words that you shared about just
Our nature is very simple. We avoid entropy, but entropy comes in very, very, very many complex, varied forms.
What does entropy mean? Sorry.
Entropy is the dissolution or dispersal of information.
energy
And it
or
tends to add
energy,
to the
right?
complexity.
I see what you mean. Yeah, he's right.
But I was asking just like your like definition about gosh, why does it keep like leaving me?
It makes sense.
The how we're hardwired. We are as human beings just
Our
instinctively
entire
hardwired to.
emotional system is basically developed around a value system that develops through every experience we have from the moment we're born.
Wow.
We learn the world through our senses, and this kind of compiles and develops a repository of information. These are our memories, and they're weighted. Like there are things we value because they helped us survive or they were good to us, and then there are things we don't value. And when things affect the things we value, so like when you said you don't like people, it's not that you dislike people, it's that you dislike the fact that your idea of people as these aware, mindful entities who care about how their actions affect the
Sorry,
ripple.
can I just correct you? Unaware. Continue.
No, your view of what people should be as
No,
these
I don't like the
aware.
actions. I don't like the actions of people. It's not that I don't
Yeah.
like people. I like people. I don't like their actions.
Because you value what they could be, you value what they should be, and not what they are, because it's different from what you value.
Wow.
It's very
I just
deep
value good
to
things.
know.
Man. Yeah. I just value good things. I value good things. And people should be good to each other, and there's no reason for
Yes, which is why I
people
was
to
saying that you
suffer.
value people who are aware, who are mindful, who are kind to each other. And you're not seeing that, and that's why you're disliking people.
Right. Especially
Yeah,
on
that's probably
TikTok,
true.
right? Just like we're looking
I'm not
for
gonna argue
like
with
just
you.
honest like conversation, right? Like we've been having, not just like, yo man, are you Christian or a Muslim? It's just like, oh my God. It's just like scroll. Are you Republican or Democrat? It's like scroll. It's just like, can we just see somebody and just be like, hey, maybe I connect with this guy and just join in, but treat it as just like in real life, this is like a home or a space that we hold, especially as like live hosts and stuff like that, right? Like I see like this is like I guess
I mean,
where
I like to ask those questions, but the only reason why I like to ask those questions is because sometimes it helps me understand, like maybe like what someone's thinking or where they get their ideas from or whatever it might be. But it doesn't mean that
forget
I don't
where
think
they
that
get their
they're thinking
ideas from,
something
what they might be.
in a
Essentially,
way.
it makes us
In a
question
way.
where do we get our ideas from and how do they make them the way we might be,
Well,
right?
I
Like
don't. Yeah,
same
But
speaking.
these value systems are basically every experience we have in the present gets weighted against these value systems in our unconscious processes. And then our unconscious basically sends our sensory data to the conscious processes for final judgment. And it sends this along with emotional weighting based on our value systems. That's why we feel the way we feel. So when it comes to
When you reference feel the way we feel,
self-sacrifice,
Can you elaborate on that part? Like we can feel.
So our complexity of emotional range comes down to chemical inputs from our subconscious or unconscious processes.
Well, I don't like emotions, man, because
that are
I do
either
stupid
like
things.
love or fear, though, right? That's essentially like the two.
No, there's all sorts, though. I mean, I would say that value in and of itself, when fully experienced truly, is the emotion that we call love. Because when we value something and we are present in that value, basking in that thing we value, we feel that emotion that's called love. But love is very complex because there's multiple forms. There's conscious love, which is I choose to love this. Like, for example, I love my bed. But then there's also unconscious love,
That's just like
which is normally a dopamine and oxytocin flood, like when a parent generally sees their newborn child. They get this chemical flood, and that forces the conscious system to decide, hey, I like this thing, because it now has all these chemicals going in the brain.
Right. It gives
So
us
is there-
another.
hang
It
on.
gives us another layer of memory. Like when we think about it, just like I remember that day,
Precisely.
like having my child, and like the feeling that I had, which is essentially just dopamine and serotonin opening up in the synapses, right? But essentially,
So is there a malfunction though in that chemical release in the body when women have children and then they go into post like natal depression and then they don't have that connection or love for their child? Are you saying like
Not a
there is a
malfunction. That's normally due to the fact that their dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin reserves have been completely used up and they have no more. And now they're dealing with the fact that their body is not generating anything to make them happy, anything to balance the negative chemicals.
so you're saying
I
essentially
just
it's like
wondering.
depleted by the process of
Yeah, so they don't have it
gestation
at all.
for these mothers who were just like feeling all the pleasures of just all this dopamine being released by just like being a mother or newly accepted mother, and then finally when they give birth, you're saying this is when the body has now become essentially like drained, and this is where like you have to give like the brain and all these like synapses like time to like refill and like replenish the dopamine, serotonin like as naturally as possible, rather than trying to chase some kind of artificial remedies. Does that make sense? Like,
It's a lot harder
Yeah,
than
well,
that
I was
because
just gonna actually ask because, like, do you think
I
though,
mean,
in
you're
saying
asking a
that,
bunch
like,
of men, Serenity. So it's just like, look,
No, I
we're
know,
never gonna
no,
know
I was
anything
I was
about
gonna go into
post-mortem.
medicine.
I feel like this is a
I was
trap
gonna go
question.
into medicine.
Okay,
No,
well,
like, so then, if that was the case, right? So, do you think that medicine actually is a good option in that case, or not? Right? Because this is where we're going
I
into
think
medication and
it's
stuff.
very, very tricky because medications tend to have a lot of side effects, and
Yeah, man, I
it's
know
hard
that.
finding the right ones for the right scenarios, and everybody's a little bit different. On top of that, it's not always as simple, cold and dry. I mean, a lot of people have different situations, so they have to deal with different stressors and different factors.
Well,
And
everybody, the reason why I said that is because everybody's looking for a quick fix, man. Like, they just want a pill to fix everything.
there
Charlie,
is no pill that's going
I
to fix
have to say
everything.
goodbye. Charlie, I have to say goodbye to
love you,
to
brother.
everybody.
Always
I
a
did
pleasure.
want to
Please.
I'll talk to you
land
soon, brother. Be
point
well.
when it comes to value systems and self-sacrifice, it's not that it's a flawed calculation. I mean, it is, but not because they're not trying to survive. It's that they're choosing different specific things that they're trying to get to survive. So, like, when it comes to depression, clinical depression, that tends to cause a lot of psychological pain.
Clinical
And
depression versus like actual like depression type thing. Like, I think about like the commercials for like depression medication where like they depict it as just like
clinical
somebody
is when you
who's
have an
holding.
actual diagnosis.
Okay,
Yeah, so
like
clinical depression. So you have to be diagnosed clinically to be clinically depressed, right? It's not just like someone goes, "Ah, yeah, like I'm depressed and I've been depressed for years."
right, but what about the person who's
Is that what you're
depressed
saying?
and never has been clinically diagnosed? Like, what about that depression? Are we just saying like,
They would still have it if they actually had it. They don't need the clinical diagnosis, but the clinical diagnosis is there to help people who actually have these symptoms.
Okay, and I agree with you. Like that is the ultimate like entropy that this like new mass, or I guess this what am I thinking? Particle. I don't know. Forgive me. I'm trying to think. But again, like this thing that was created for the greater good of this thing, but then essentially gets kind of diluted by just the human.
Don't you think like a lot of things could be resolved just through communication alone? Like
Absolutely.
Yeah, but that's the
Because,
thing.
what
We can't communicate
is it is
with one
extreme
another.
psychological duress combined with a limited amount of information, and that equates to a faulty equation where they think that the only way out is cessation. It's
Cessation of what?
take the exit.
Cessation of.
I'm trying not to say the words because I don't think they're TikTok.
No, you're
friendly.
good. No, you're good. I've already like made it clear that like I'm trying to prove to
Terminal-
everybody this whole
terminal kind.
that you think that's like TikTok flag. Like this is the thing where
what was it?
The terminal kind of self-cessation.
like euthanasia. What like?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I'm
like
talking
assisted.
I'm talking about
dying.
non-assisted. That's
Yeah,
what I'm trying not to say
suicide,
the
right?
word.
It's just
Okay.
you know, like just we have to be
I'm sorry.
mindful
I'm just gonna
in the
put
way.
it out there. If something
There it is.
happens and you're wrong, bro, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just saying.
Just know that this is why
Okay?
you won't be seeing
You made me
Chaplain
do it.
Charlie on a live for like a week, right? Like if I get a strike,
Yeah, because
you know, like I'm gonna course correct, right? I'm not gonna be like, nah, whatever. You know, like I'm conscious in that sense. But again, you know, like I get post
tragedy when it happens.
trick shot like depression. You know, I'm sorry. What was that?
It's a tragedy when it happens, but it tends to come from a very
Ego.
logical equation. It's basically just the brain doing math. It's trying to protect its psychological identity more than it's concerned about its physical identity.
The in as Josh was saying, like as above, so below, as in like is out, like that thing. So is that what you're talking about? Like in this case, like it's a kind of an adaptation on like that
Yeah,
fundamental.
it is an extreme one. But then there are other types too, because then there's the ideologist martyrdom. That's where you're basically
Say that one more time. What were those two words? The ideologist, martyrdom, like a Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. So that's basically where, well, not like Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk didn't plan that, I don't think.
No, but
that's
he's
more-
like he's called like a martyr in like the aftermath, right? Like,
Yes, but that was by other people. I don't think he intended for that. When I'm talking
but I
about
mean,
when somebody does
let's hope
something
not,
that,
right? Like, let's not hope it was like that, like premeditated. But again, just like
I'm
this is
talking about when
the
somebody does something like that premeditated because they think that they will live forever in the public's mind or in the history books if they do that. And that is all.
especially those who say just like we know we're on the right side of history, like in like these debate forums where I'm just like, how do you know that? Like, you know, like what kind of
Oh, don't even start me on that whole.
Like assisted euthanasia, that's normally when somebody is experiencing a terminal illness or some other thing and they're on a limited time. We don't have the medical knowledge to help them. So we give them the chance to pass with dignity, and that's why that's an option in many countries.
Right.
But then there's also the violent self-sacrifice, and that normally happens in war stories, and that's when a soldier sees something that will eliminate their group, their troop, their crew, their friends, their brothers and others, and they make that split-second decision to sacrifice themselves for other people. Some rescue operators do this as well, but like these are generally not faulty equations. They're just very specific and targeted ones.
I believe I'm tracking here, and this is where like again, you're using language that you know like resonates with me in this sense. And Serenity, if you have any questions, but Josh, I don't know what happened with Doctor up here. I just kind of like glanced at the Go Seahawks, but again, like when you're talking about just like, like the assistance of just like letting these people just like have their own free will choice over just like their finale, right? With dignity rather than just worrying about all these things. And this is where, like, in America, and when I was like raised in the 90s, Dr. Kevorkian was like the figure who was like bringing this into the forefront of like my American like public eye, like euthanasia, which I was like, why is it called euthanasia? Like I'm a youth in Asia, like, are they talking about me type thing? But it's just this idea of just like, yes, the wording just, it's just, it doesn't make sense to me. It's hypocritical. But again, I know like in Europe, specifically like in one of the, maybe like Sweden or something like that, they're putting this like into like regular lives, to the degree where they are creating, like in Futurama, those like booths for that, where people are just lined up in the show, just like, yo, like,
I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest. I don't know how I feel about it, because in some circumstances, like, yeah, I can totally understand.
Feel about what?
Right?
Like the existence of this kind of like technology or option for people to just like go to, just to say like,
yeah,
hey,
okay, so I'll give you.
I'm
for
taking my
example,
fast
right?
pass to Gehenna, right? Like, to the
I'll
paradise.
give you, I'll give you an example. So, like, okay, so I've worked in healthcare, obviously. Well, it's not obvious to you guys. It is for me. I don't know why I said that. But anyway.
And you tell us like you don't like people? It's just like, this is alarming.
Oh, no, sorry. Forget I said that.
Hey, look.
Okay.
It's in
but,
this vault. Like,
okay. So I worked in healthcare, and so when you've got like people that are like really, really old, they're like bedbound, they can't feed themselves, they can't walk, they're lying in bed, all they're doing is getting bed sores, and the only thing actually keeping them going is the fact they've got oxygen running. Then in that case, I can completely understand. Like, it's not really a life. It's not something that anybody kind of would want to go through. And you're probably, I don't know. I just think it's really sad. And when you've got people
no, this
that
is
want to
something
keep
that
them
like,
going.
are you trying to like argue this is just like, as a healthcare professional, if I witness just somebody who is just like, it's like, I would deem that euthanasia should be exercised. Or like you're saying just like,
if
then
that person is miserable, no,
But-
like if that's what that person wants.
what if they're perfectly happy
right?
being fed and being like bathed by like some like cute nurse,
hey,
healthcare
who
professional, and you just but again, the question is like, if this
from
is
my-
available
from
to anybody who feels just like, look, I'm miserable and I just can't go any longer, whatever age that may be. That's
But hang on
the
though.
trivial part of it for me, right?
This is the thing though, right? Those people are very old, and when you generally talk to a lot of people in that position, or elderly people, they'll tell you, like, look, I've lived my life. I've had a good life. I was happy. I experienced all these things. Like, there's nothing really left for me anymore. And obviously their body's deteriorating and blah, blah, blah. When you compare that to somebody that is young and they feel like there's no way out, it doesn't mean that there's actually no way out, right? This is the difference. Like, like have they actually fairly given it a chance to see what is, because to me, from my experience of life, it doesn't rain and storm and it's not dark all the time. Like, it passes. Those times that you go through that are hard, and the hardships you go through, and when you feel like there's no way out and you're in despair, you feel like you've got nothing, those times pass at some point. It's not like that forever. That life has never been like that forever.
Exactly,
Right.
but I think that this is actually the beauty of the like this like initiation that Josh was talking about, where it's just like we should just live as our will guides us or tells us like is our truth, right? And then let that be the law of like the land, right? Like we should all just live by our own sense of good and not good, and then let's just kind of go from there.
I
But
don't think like I could. I don't think I wouldn't have it in me to do that to a young person though. That's what I'm saying.
no. But it's the young person's decision whether they want to do it for themselves or not. Just like it would be for the elderly person.
I wouldn't stop their decision, but I wouldn't be a part of it.
What's that,
never
Dylan?
be used for mental disorder.
Right.
Used for consenting people who have terminal diseases or
Yes,
illnesses.
and I agree with that
There is
concept.
no medical knowledge that will save them. Their age does not matter because disease affects anybody.
Regardless of age, I hear you. Yeah.
And it is only terminal, as in they are going to seize anyways. They're just getting the chance to choose how.
Yeah. No, but I know that I'm pretty sure that I don't know. I think is it in Canada that they introduced laws where people could make that decision in Canada
Under
and they can use
the
mental
case
health.
of
Don't know if they've been implemented
terminal
yet, but
conditions,
there's been a lot of discussion about them.
No, I thought they could do it under mental health as well. No.
No, like that. That's where it's no, like, and that's the thing about in Sweden. This thing is like being tested is just like literally that Futurama like booth where it's just like $25. Anybody
Man,
just go to
that's
this booth.
scary.
It's just nice and patient,
The fact
like
that you said
peaceful.
it's being
This is the dystopia.
being tested. It's being tested. It's like that's like you're testing something on young people that will never get a chance to change their mind later. Like, do you know what I mean? That's crazy to me.
This is the worldwide world, like scary world of just like spooky science from a distance, like from the inside. You know, like it's one of those things where ignorance is bliss. You know, and I'm very like cautious.
Man,
but
you just
again,
ruined that phrase for me now. Like, I'm just saying.
well, you know,
Ignorance was bliss. I'm gonna have to find another bliss.
that's the thing. Like Benjamin Franklin like has a quote that says, you know, like we are all born ignorant, but one has to work very hard to remain stupid, right? Like so then we got to ask ourselves, like, what does this mean?
Do they?
Right?
Do they have to work hard to remain stupid?
Just-
I don't know. I'm gonna think about that.
Yeah, we go believe
about
like
it
4
this
years
way.
of college and a PhD is gonna make us like what, some scholar and whatever, you know, like a sense, like
Going down a road and there's something in your way, it doesn't take a lot of effort to walk around. It does take a lot of effort to walk into it.
and
again.
let alone like on it and over it, and, you know, like type thing. So you're in like, but what about in a case like we're on a road in a like vehicle that, you know, like we don't have as full control of? It's just like walking down and seeing whatever animal. Like, would you say the same thing, Denal? Like, we have the choice to either stay the course or try to, you know, either A, like, you know, go after it, or A, like try to go around it, right? Like here is our essentially like three, like I guess.
Depending on the scenario, from what I've been told the last 2 weeks, is just stay the course and don't veer off, otherwise you'll cause more damage.
Right, like you could swerve around. You could, you know, like that's the thing.
Don't
like
swerve.
it's for the
get-
sake of every human, like behind you and all that stuff, not for the sake of, you know, like it's advice for humans to, you know, like take care of other humans, not for the deer population, right?
The intellectual in both scenarios chooses the path of least resistance.
Use the path of least resistance. So just drive straight over it.
If that's what they see as the least resistance, just like, yeah, man, like, I'm not gonna move my hand just like 2 inches this way, you know. That's just, I'm gonna do, you know, like it's all based in like our definitions, and our definitions, you know, like is what is our motivation, right? And our motivation is what like creates our actions, whichever direction they go. But it all stems from our definitions. And it said that like we will always choose what we perceive to be the closest to pleasure and furthest for pain. And this is where we have to think about that word, what we perceive, because, you know, like once we define what we see as pleasurable or painful, will we then be able to either act on it or, you know, around it type thing, right? But it all
Be careful with that too, though, because if
So
you
what
keep
about like
seeing negative things as pleasurable, you can start rewiring your whole neural circuitry,
Of
and even
course.
future generations.
all right, what about people like that know that the path that they're going to choose is going to be painful, but they choose it because they feel it's the right thing to do?
We call those people fools.
I mean, just these are the people just
No,
as
hang on,
like
hang on, dude. Hang on. Pause, hang on. So what I'm saying is, like, you know that you've got two decisions to make. You can take the easy way out, right? You don't know what the consequence of that going to be. It could cause harm to yourself. You have no idea. Or you could go with, you know what? I'm actually going to go down this path. I know that it's not going to cause me physically any harm. Probably it's going to cause me harm in other ways. It's not going to be an easy road. It's going to be a struggle. However, it is the right thing to do for people in general. Like,
Yes,
and myself.
fool is a double entendre in words. It has multiple meanings throughout history because the fool in medieval times was the only person who could speak honestly to the king, say whatever they wanted. And oftentimes this would get them killed, but for the most part that was their job. But also the fool is seen as the wise man, but also the village idiot. It's
the
both things,
jester,
because
right?
the
Like
fool is
the
one who
Joker
struggles by
jester.
choice. The fool is the one who takes the long road so they learn and see. The fool is the one who falls and gets to back up many, 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 many times.
It's like in the show Disenchantment, just like so. What, I don't know if you guys watch
So,
that show, but
so basically,
you know,
you're
like
telling me I'm a fool.
no. Like, this is in the sense of like archetypes, right? Right? To not like in Jungian kind of like archetype structure, like the
yeah,
fool,
also
the
tarot, also astrology.
yeah, all
Right.
those things too.
I mean, I will call myself that because I did make that choice once upon a time. Right?
The lesson I
And
think
it's
is just
fine.
like if we get called a fool, don't necessarily be offended because it is somebody who is deemed as just like the one who stands up and speaks the truth to the authorities, the king, regardless of the consequences, which is where the fool
That's me.
only would speak the truth, right? So take it with a badge of honor, but to a certain degree, right? You know, like this is where like on TikTok, I'll hear people just like, you know that you're not like truly like doing Christian or whatever they say it is, unless people are hating on you. So it's just like they're justifying just like all this hate in the comments just shows me that I'm doing the right thing. I'm just like, is that really how you like connected those dots? Because I'm just like, you are deflecting in that sense, right? Like you're running from like the pain that it's going to maybe like cause that person
Or
just
maybe
to own up
don't know how
and
to
eat
talk.
like the humble pie and be like, you know what? I was young. Like I was a young me then. I realized just like a lesson in me. And we grow from that, right? But then there are people on TikTok who either become an influencer and they just say like, this is it. I found something that is marketable, and they just stay in that character. And then what happens is then all the observers of this either want to try to imitate that character rather than like somehow integrate it within our natural like guided will to be our true authentic highest self, whatever we want to define all those words that I used, you know, like the Bible like talks about just like the most high, you know, and like all this stuff. So I'm just like, man, you know, like if I was like in you know, like whatever it is, you know, like these words can be like, you know, just defined to each one of us human beings in our own personal way. But we already also have like this preconditioned, like invisible, like encryption that makes us believe that we should think of this as just this certain way. And there are those who will maybe challenge that and be a fool and question what we have been kind of whatever, or just be ignorant. You know, ignorance is bliss in this sense. It's like, yo, man, I know Jesus is the creator of everything, and everybody who doesn't believe that, you know, and that's all I need to know. You know, ignorance is bliss in that sense, where I'm just like, I don't know, you know, like, and again, on TikTok here especially, because if there is going to be like an ultimate, like biblical, like judgment day, as it also talks about in the Quran, what do we as like human beings of faith interpret that event to be portrayed as, right? Like, does that make sense? Serenity, you know, like, and I ask Christians just like the same question, like, do you think we'll see
like
Jesus?
about Revelations.
Hmm?
Am I talking about Revelations?
Yes.
I am. I'm like touching on like stuff in Revelations, in
The
Quran.
history of it. I mean, I know the Catholic Revelations and the history of that. I don't know if it's the same as the one in the Quran.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the actual like book of Revelations, like in the Holy Bible, not like in the term just like revelations of just like information type thing,
Yeah,
right? Right?
in the Bible, in the Bible.
Okay.
From my understanding, it was written by a Christian. I don't know if that was what they were going by, the term they were going by at the time, but he was held politically as a prisoner by the Roman Emperor at the time because the Roman Emperor had decided that he was a deity and he was going to be treated as a deity, and mono-religions or monotheistic religions, well, they obviously have a problem with that. They aren't going to worship a human as an idol. But that was a message written in the kind of the way they wrote at the time. It was kind of this poetic phrasing. He was basically trying to say that this man is not our God. He is the opposite of our God. And we can outlive him. Our God will outlive him. Our faith will outlive him because he's just a man. And that's kind of what the Revelations was kind of saying. It was just a message to his fellow Christians to hold their faith and hold strong because they were being persecuted, they were being hunted, all because they were monotheistic.
And also clarifying, just like, I'm not a deity. I'm just like, I don't know what they're trying to like put on me, but just like, right? Like, this is where we're talking about the book of Revelations, like in the New Testament, right? Where it says it's authored by John, who is a prisoner in Patmos, right? So it's just like, we already have a perspective of just like this narrative. And like you said, it's so beautifully like poetic where, you know, like I even think about just like the long-handed like letters that like soldiers during like the Revolutionary War, Civil War would write to like their loved ones, just like how beautifully it would be written and just like thing, you know, like, and then you think about like the letters that are written today, and this is a comedy joke where it's just like, yo, I miss you, I wish I could just, you know, like type. It's just like the beauty of that like communication has been diluted. But again, like when you hear that narrative from this person, John, you know, there's many Johns, but clearly we know he's in prison, and you already have this background connections that he is a persecuted Christian for, you know, trying to identify himself just like Jesus, like as a deity, God. And no, that's like a no-no, right? So you already kind of have put like these like dots and connections in place. I don't know how like that came to be, but you know, like you're able to vocalize it and share that cognitively. So that's beautiful. But again, this is exactly what also I see John, the author here, is doing amongst his time, right? He's like just able to put in like the words what his people couldn't grasp at that time, but today we should be able to kind of like relate to it more. Does that make sense, Danal? Like, I believe that Revelation speaks to.
It's been lost a lot because a lot of education and a lot of history is locked up behind paywalls, right? Or locked up behind secrecy, especially with the church, because it's very old. It doesn't want the word tampered with. It doesn't want too many people questioning it, and well,
It doesn't want their power to.
that particular one, I only know the history behind it because I have a friend who's a Catholic theologist.
A Catholic theologist. This is like.
Yeah. Roman Catholic. They went to a school in Ottawa for it, but they're really passionate about it. But I find it kind of scary that a lot of people do misunderstand the history behind it, because if they knew the history, they'd know the context and what it meant a little bit better. And a lot of people seem to think that it's a prophecy for the future, and that's terrifying because of manifest destiny. The more we think about something, the more we accept it, and the more we accept it, the more we almost try to bring it about.
Or have the possibility of manifesting it, right? Like as a collective like consciousness, if we are all focused on one energy or like matter, right? This is where the concept of like matter, antimatter, energy, dark energy type thing comes
I
into
kind
play
of
for me.
agree with you a little bit. Yeah, I kind of agree with that a little bit, because it's like when people were talking about some of the stuff like after COVID and stuff, and then I'm like, if you keep giving it energy, like of course it's gonna happen. Like, but just like if you just ignore it, right? If you don't believe in something or you don't think it's gonna happen, don't give it your energy. Like the more that you pay attention to it, the more that it's gonna be there. If everybody just like totally dismissed their energy and was like, you know what, like whatever, I'm just gonna go do my thing, it wouldn't even actually be there. It wouldn't survive.
But again,
It
like
wouldn't
there are
survive.
times though, sister, right, where we have to kind of see why like we are like being like attracted to certain kind of bait, right? For me it was like online gambling during COVID, where I was just like, I cannot believe I am like doing this when I know how rigged it is, right? Like I realized it's like, am I a fool? Like I'm beyond a fool. I'm like mentally like insane, and I didn't know what was wrong with me. And in my like just lowest yet like breaking point, right? This is where like all my energy has now like been compressed to this singularity where I call this like the big bang in just like our human experience, that spiritual awakening, where if we get to that breaking point and we like experience that and then like come out the other side is just like, you know, one step at a time or all at once, right? And if we take it all at once, that's when we can go in this path where it's a burden, right? But again, this is not a rabbit race, right? I think about like that story of the rabbit and the hare, or the tortoise and the hare, and I'm just like, as a kid, like, what is the lesson in that story? And for me, like as an adult, was when I kind of like appreciated it, where it's just like people who invest their life will to serve their faith, I guess is the language I'll put, is kind of like scary, right? As Donat said, where it's just like, man, I don't know, you know, like kudos to you, but you know, like, you know, whatever it is that kind of puts the fear in us. But again, the more that like humanity collectively either just goes in suit with that kind of like I guess conditioning, right? That like inner dialogue, and just believe like, yeah, the world just sucks and we're just waiting to go home. You know, like when I hear people say that, I'm just like, go take a fast pass. You know, like that's to the point where I'm like telling people, right? It's just like, what do you mean we're all going home? Like that's so scary. And the way that predatorial like saying can just in its own like way just draw innocent like minds to them. And this is where we have to really put our finger and judgment on these leaders, these, you know, the pastures of these fields, you know, and especially on TikTok, it's very easy. And, you know, like also
like even easier to track down these people who become these people. Does that make sense? So for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And I don't know. I'm trying to show that equal and opposite reaction doesn't have to be one that zeroes out like the entropy that we had, like before.
But isn't your in that example though, isn't your home what you make it?
Right. And some people don't even feel at home when they're like in a home, right? And that's where it's just like you're not homeless, you're just home less, like in your mind, right? Like, like you're right. Home is where the heart is. Home is where our loved ones are, right? But if we don't have loved ones in our life, like what is the home? I actually love my home, like to myself. And whenever I have a roommate, I tell him, look, this is heaven. I'm God and you are my guest, right? Like, and they're just like, what? And I'm just like, listen to what I'm telling you. Because if you think I'm crazy now, we shouldn't sign this lease contract. Like I put everything out, right? But again, just we are in this like critical, like very like precious moment. I think it should be like an honor for us to just realize, just like we were this generation, we are part of this generation that gets to be the new Big Bang for humanity, just like Jesus did for like the timeline with BC and now AD, right?
There's 4 phases of humanity. Well, humanity in the pursuit of truth.
Four phases?
Yeah, 4 phases. And people live in these phases for varying amounts of time in varying different ways, but the first phase is learning our own perspective, honestly. That takes time. Because it's not just how you see the world, it's learning why you see the world that way. It's learning what makes yourself tick. It's learning your good and your bad, your shadow and your light. And
that's phase 1. This is the it's just like invest a lot of time in phase 1. This isn't like something that's just like, yep, phase 2, right? Like, okay, so what's phase 2?
The phase 2 is when we start looking outward. That's when we start looking at the rest of the world, honestly. And we do that because we have the ability to see ourselves honestly, or understand our perspective honestly, so we can understand where our flaws and our worldviews are, where we can see clearly and where we can't, and we can polish the mirror, so to speak. Then it's about seeing the past, honestly, because the past has shaped our present in many, many, many ways, and there are a lot of cycles that need to be broken that aren't
This is
broken.
phase 3? This is like generational curse breaking is phase 3?
Yeah.
Okay,
And phase 4 is kind of when you just live honestly.
Naturally?
Some people don't go through all the phases though in their life. I don't think.
No, not everybody does, because some people don't even try, or some people don't get the opportunity to out of desperation, or some people just never get the knowledge to because they're extremely privileged. There's all sorts of reasons people don't get to walk the full path. And
I think the last one that you named is the nail for me on that coffin. Just like the whole privilege aspect. It's just like, this isn't for everybody. Kind of like the occult and like Vatican type kind of like stigma. Does that make sense? Like, why can this not just be given to everybody? And I believe it was you, like who said, just like, this is a problem with too much information, right? Like available to like us as just like the modern people, where I don't know, when you said that, or whoever said that, I was just like, yeah, so imagine just like even more truth. Like, I don't know, but how deep are we in this lie is what I ask myself. There's a point where you gotta say Santa Claus is in.
And it's not just one lie, it's generations of snowballing lies.
Absolutely, right? Lies about
people who have just doubled down. And yeah, we have to just break it, right? We can't just be corrupted and just be like, this is the system, and everybody does it this way, so therefore, that kind of politician kind of like just lack of integrity is what I found when I did my social experiment. But you're right, like we are in this period of just like who's good and who's just wicked, right? And everything in between is, like to each his own. But there is a fine line between just like the wicked versus those who are just kind of just like.
I don't like the terms good or bad, personally. I prefer malicious, ignorant, and then there's
Malicious though is like with intent though, isn't it?
Yeah, malicious is with intent. Yes, those people exist.
Malicious is with like when you do like it's like you're doing stuff with the intent to do it, like malicious. It's not like you weren't.
Okay, so then
thinking.
what is without the
Isn't
intent to do like
Isn't it?
wicked?
Oh, well, I'm asking.
That would
Is
be.
it? Or...
Yeah,
I think
That's how I
it
would
is.
see it.
100% with intent. Ignorant is when you do something that's harmful, but you didn't
Without
realize
the
you were doing it.
intent. Yeah, you're ignorant to it.
Without the awareness that this is
With no awareness. Yeah, that's the key
not
word
how adults act, right? Like, and this is where the definitions of child, adolescent,
Or like,
and adult.
Or like, I didn't realize it was gonna hurt these many people, right? Like, I just did it, but I didn't realize it was gonna. That's ignorance.
No, that's
I look at them as virtuous, which is with intent. You're acting to try and uplift or bring about good or moral right.
So malicious. What was the other word?
Ignorant.
Oh, they're the two words that you like prefer to use, not good and bad.
Over good and evil.
But what do you use
virtuous-
instead of good? What do you use
Virtuous
for?
and lucky. So virtuous is with intent, and lucky is you didn't have the intent, but you were still uplifting anyways.
But do you believe in chance though? Because to me, like when I hear the word lucky, I associate that with like sort of like coincidence or chance. Like it didn't happen on purpose, and I don't. For me, I feel like everything happens for a reason.
It does, but it's not always just because I chose to do it, though. That's what I mean. It's
Okay.
about individuals and their choices, right? There are malicious acts, there are virtuous acts, there are ignorant acts, and there are lucky
Yeah.
acts, but there aren't malicious people, I don't think. And yes, I know there are people who've done some very heinous things, but I honestly believe that they had their reasons, even if they weren't right.
And do you think that comes from like ignorance or one who has knowledge, right? And is using
from repetition of the wrong thoughts, the wrong influences, the wrong environment. Because every time you have a sensory input, every time you have a thought, it lights up neural pathways, it forms neural pathways. We only have so much neuroplasticity. It fluctuates throughout our life as we age. And the more you use a neural connection, the more it wants to be used. The more you have these thoughts, the more you want to have these thoughts. Does that make sense?
It does, and
Yeah, it's
that's kind of like
pretty
the burden of just like the like the difficulty with like the dealing with addiction of anything, right? Just like
I was just
that.
about to say that.
Right. I know. I can read your mind. I can feel it. Like I'm the fool here.
I was gonna say addiction.
Right, and that's the thing. It's just like, as human beings, like that is something that, in its essence, the word we can all relate to experiencing on one level or another. But to say like, oh, we've never had that problem, and everybody who is like one of those is a problem, right? It's that kind of just like self, I guess, like I would call that like malicious, like, like, or I guess, I don't know, maybe ignorant, being like this person is a child, right? Like they are.
Finding your perspective too, though, because that's a very human thing. It's you ever heard of Dunbar's number?
No. What is it?
No.
Dunbar was the scientist who basically studied primates, and that included humans, and he found that there's a correlation between brain sizes and how many or how large a social group would be. So basically, humans only have so many people that they can process and retain like full information about, like know their name, know what jobs they are, know their relations within the tribe, right? And so we limit by categorizing, and that's why we have so many labels these days and so many boxes that we try to shove people into, because it minimizes how many people we actually have to perceive as human beings. And that's something humans do just naturally. That's something all primates do just naturally. So that way they have their hierarchies, they have their groups that they will protect. So that way if there's ever conflict, they know whose side they're on.
Hang on a minute. You said there's multiple boxes. I would have thought there were limited boxes and more people in limited number of boxes. Huh?
He said that. You said that Dunbar's, like, what was it? Dunbar's number is that the correlation between like primates, like brain size, is like related to kind of like our capacity for like social.
There's a correlation. They have the same thing in common.
Right, kind of like dark, like but these things. It's like fascinating, but again, so like somebody who has like a huge like following, like is completely just like extrovert, like today, just like like we're not saying like these people have a huge brain. We're just like us introverts who are just like now just like to ourselves.
No. But even if they have a huge following, out of all of those people, right? Just say they've got thousands and thousands of followers, they're only going to remember a select few, like not that many out of the thousands that they're following. They're only going to remember a select few, like a minimal amount of people. But he was saying that that's why we develop multiple boxes to put people in. But I was thinking that if we can only remember a minute number of people, then wouldn't the boxes we put large groups of people in be actually minimal?
Well, yeah,
because you're trying to put a massive amount of people.
That's literally what religion try to do. That's why they do this with us.
That's what religion is trying to do, right? Like tribalism. It's just like the us, them, like mentality. But again, this is where
the world has grown so large and so complex that no one religion can control it anymore. That's why there's so many boxes. There's so many religions. People identify based on cultures. They identify based on colors. They identify based on genders now. So now there are people even identifying based on species. And it's like, you're human. I get you want to identify as that, but like, can we just like accept the fact that you are human?
It's just like, come on, that's like an unspoken like given, right? Just like just like, come on, man. But again, if that's all you can come up with, we'll come back to you, right? But like we're expecting.
But why do people care so much about what other people do? Like in a way, I mean, I'm not saying that you shouldn't care, but I'm just saying like if it doesn't affect like you and how you're living and there's no detriment to like your pathways or the people around you and stuff. Like, why do people care so much? I don't get it.
Because what if we find out that like it is harming how our neighbors?
I don't agree with, and it affects my worldview. Accepting it, adding new cognitive neural pathways is more difficult than just denying it and refuting it and acting out with defense tactics.
Creating protest boards and just being like.
So you're saying it's like
it's literally just takes less brain effort.
Biological kind of reaction at the same time.
Oh, 100%.
That's interesting.
Okay, so it comes back to that, like we will always choose what we perceive to be closest to pleasure and furthest to pain for each one of us in this situation. So if we perceive it's just going to be too painful for us to just change in us what like society is becoming, rather than just like go with, what we see as pleasure, just like, yeah, I'm going to like take, like just make the effort to just resist, like how
I think
maybe
it's an interesting concept because which I don't really think I've thought of before. But I think I sort of understand what you're saying. No, because like when you think about it, if you know anything about like how your body actually survives, so let's just take your soul out of the whole equation and it's just your body, right? And just say something happens to your body, your brain will do whatever it takes to keep itself alive without being conscious about it, right? It will just automatically do that. So what your brain will do, it will start shutting down your organs and whatever it doesn't need. So so it prioritizes what's the most important thing it needs to survive. So obviously, like your heart would probably be one of the last organs it would shut down.
We would hope, right?
Because
Brain.
it's pumping
Heart
blood
last.
and it's
Heart
pumping.
last.
No, it's pumping blood and oxygen, right? Because that's what the brain needs to survive. So the one of the last organs it's going to shut down will be the heart. That will probably be the last one. But it's just funny because your body is doing that without you actually consciously knowing about it. So like what he's kind of saying in a way is some of the decisions that we do make out of whether it's like impulse or whatever, we don't actually realize we're doing it, but we're just doing it because it's our body biologically
How
reacting.
we're hardwired, right? Like this is how like human beings.
Yeah, that's weird thought.
I don't like to separate the soul from the body. The way I see it, the soul is two things. It is your irrefutable, immutable pattern that makes you you, which requires your entire body because that's part of your pattern.
Phase
And
one,
also
right?
the
Essentially,
energy,
right? Like
the immutable energy that keeps you alive, which is very much biochemical, and we've
But you
mapped
can
that.
make, but the thing is though, you can make decisions against what your body's desiring or what your body's actually wants, right?
Right.
So if your body
Yeah.
wants something that's not good for it, you can still consciously choose not to go and have
Free
something.
will. That is free won't. We've mapped that. That's basically that's just how consciousness works. So the unconscious basically weighs your current context around. That's including all your like body signals, as well as all the sensory data against your value systems, your memories, all that stuff. And then it will send what it wants to do with your current context and those value systems and all that body information to the conscious mind as prompts normally evaluated with emotional chemicals. And then your conscious mind has the ability to say no, to alter with abstract thought, or to recombine it and then send it back, and that becomes actions that get processed and other things.
You read a lot. Just wondering.
Yes, I watch a lot of videos.
Okay.
He is very like knowledgeable on like things that he has proven, at least for me, like he has like wisdom in what he's talking about, right? Like I don't know if you've ever come across people who just like use this terminology where I'm like, you sit back and listen to him and just like, do you know what you're saying? But I appreciate like your light in this
No, I'm just asking if he reads a lot because I'm just like, man, like I
and he
know
watches a
that
lot of videos, right? I love that
No, well-
that honesty, where it's just like, yo, man, like,
Yeah.
it's YouTube,
No,
it's
well,
all
he
these
knows a lot of
things, right?
stuff. Obviously, how you gain knowledge is there's a lot of different ways to do it. But because for me, like I don't like thinking so much, right? It makes me tired. And people will go, "Oh, like you're smart." I'm like, seriously, I'm really not. Like, I would consider myself kind of average, right? And I reckon I already know there's people way smarter than me, right? But I'm just like, it's
And same
because
speaking,
people don't think.
people on the other end, right? Like it's just, hopefully we're in the middle, right? I don't want to end up being on like that other end. It's like, oh my gosh, right? But
intelligence comes in many forms as well, though. Like
What comes
a
in
football
forms?
player,
Intelligence.
like a football player.
Oh, okay.
A football player has an intuitive physical sense. They can do physics equations in their unconscious without having to actually do the math consciously. Whereas a rocket scientist is doing the same physics, but they have to do it consciously and on paper, so that way they can get the rocket to the moon. But the footballer's using the exact same mechanics to get the ball to the other end of the field.
Yeah, okay.
without
That's pretty
thinking of it
interesting.
mathematically, right? It's just like, I just get my arm to throw this ball to that quarterback when I know, like it's just like these processes that athletes like on a scientific like discipline like just do like naturally without thinking of like equations or anything. But then physics tries to break that down, and they literally like, you know, like it's a different kind of like what do I want to say? Like approach to, I guess, trying to understand like the natural world, like as we perceive it. Would that align with you, Janal? You know, like
Yeah. What I've really noticed is a lot of people spend time trying to think about how other people are wrong when they should realize
right, like
that we're all on the same planet. So you'd be better off asking what parts of what they're saying might be accurate.
right. What is the good, right? And then like we have to obviously address like some of the stuff that's just like truly alarming, right? If somebody's just like, yo, man, I'm kind of craving like a human being, you know, like, are we gonna be like, oh, this guy's just joking? Are we gonna be like, I've heard him say this like over and over, and I don't know, like that's the kind of like awareness in this sense where the stumbling block is, like you said, Janal, this whole perception of just like,
Offer them a hand.
what was that?
Dark joke, but you could always offer them a hand.
The left hand? Shit, the path of the left hand. which hand? But I mean,
You're right, I'm left-handed, man.
I mean, this is for the new joiners, an inside joke between, you know, that alien, whatever that occult kind of premise was on, right? Just like the path of the left hand, right? Where it's just like, what does that mean, right?
He sounds like he's talking about he wants people to live together in peace.
Without religion, right? Without this reliance on like a faith, when there's just so many faiths that aren't like individually the truth, but there are truths.
I am pro-faith, I am pro-belief, I am even pro-religion, I am not pro-religious organization.
Oppression and like
He just sounds like he's talking about commonalities and things like that unify us rather than things that segregate us. That's what I am getting.
I see that too, but it's also talking for me on a sense of just like a conscious level of awareness, right? People say just like, I'm woke. It's just like, okay, well, I'm awake.
What does it even mean, though?
Exactly. It's just like, what do you mean? Like you're on snooze, you know, like explain to me. And then they'll just say like, oh, it just means I'm Democrat. It's just like, or it means like I'm aware of the like critical, you know, like construct, you know, like however in America, like this young generation kind of is expressing just
No,
their
but like, well, I feel like I've been distracted. Would that be the word? Living in a distraction?
distraction. Okay.
Right.
Destructive. Like this is where it's like, we were harping on demise and now you're going to use destructive. Okay. Distraction. We are living in distraction, right? Okay. I can be on board with that.
I would say that I was personally distracted, like, because I feel like I was like living life and stuff, and then all of a sudden I woke up and I was like, what the hell happened to the world? And like, what happened to people? And I'm like, did I miss something? Like, did I just come out of a sleep? Or like, where have I been the last however many years? Because it's just weird to me. Like, people were very strange, their behavior's strange. I didn't recognize like people were really the way they were. So, and that was like through the whole COVID stuff.
That was the big like black cat in this matrix, right? Like when COVID hit, it forced
It was
us
for me.
for everybody.
Just crazy things like people thinking it's okay, right? So, like for me, being in the health industry, it was okay to leave your loved one in hospital, and and people were okay with that. And I'm like, well, what if they're elderly? What if they don't have anybody? Like, why don't they have the right to choose if they want to go home? And if their loved ones are happy to have them at home, and take that risk and they can make that informed consent, I don't see what the problem with that is, seeing as, because some people, including Muslims, they were saying like, oh, like, the Prophet said that, if a disease spreads to a land, we shouldn't enter it, and if we're in it, we shouldn't leave that land. And I'm like, well, what are you talking about? It's everywhere, apparently.
Right.
No
What
one's
if
leaving or
it's
going
global?
anywhere.
Man, there's no like.
Right.
We're in a position where it's
And
like,
I'm like, so now the decision becomes like, do you have empathy and compassion, and are you humane at this point, or are you selfish because you're just thinking about your own like, am I going to survive this or not? Whereas some people are happy to take the risk because they valued, being together and stuff more. So then I was like, this is the balance of being compassionate and having empathy, or you're not, you're just leaving someone on their own. And then I was just sort of like, I don't agree with this. But people were like, yeah, like, otherwise it's going to be a risk to everybody else. And I'm like, I don't get it. Like, and it made me feel sad, like that. I don't know, that people were like that.
That is kind of true. It is based off of the values, but they're not necessarily that simple either. For some people, it's not as simple as I just don't want my parent here or my grandparent here. For some people, they've suffered generational abuse from such people or various other complexities in life like poverty where it's not feasible for them, right?
Like, I mean, but if people wanted to take their loved ones home, I don't see why they couldn't do that. If that's their choice. During COVID, I mean. I think they should be allowed to have that choice. If they do nursing at home, all that sort of, I don't know about over there. They do that here. They have like nurses that come to your house if you need help with anything. So they have all that stuff available. I just don't see why like people never had that choice. And then like allowing family members to visit their parents through a window. Like that was the closest they could do. They could just like wave to them through a window and not actually go in and see them. But then complete strangers can go in and out of multiple people's rooms that are there to be carers to look at. Like it just, for me, even on in an infection control point of view, it makes no sense. And then they're like, oh yeah, let's just like reduce the hours of the shops because we don't want everybody congregated all in one place at one time. So we're going to change the hours from like 6 a.m. to midnight, and we're going to condense them down to like 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Like,
right. You see how it just depletes itself, right? It's just not. It's not getting like more and more. It's just getting smaller and smaller, right? Here's the macro micro like correlation just in existence, I would say, right? And Denal, what were you going to say? Like,
it's literally systemic oppression based off of the snowball effect due to basically, culture. It basically forced it. Tons of people realized psychology very on, and then they did it again and again and again and again and again all over the world in little pockets, and these pockets basically oppressed the people nearby systemically, and eventually we got governments that replaced slavery with, other forms of oppression. Like, look at the housing costs, look at grocery costs. Like, if you can't pay for groceries and rent and other bills, other necessities,
just like in the Jungle Book, right? It's the bare necessities, right? Like every human being should have.
Then you don't have the time to do anything but work for the people who are oppressing you because you have to pay for those necessities.
Right.
And all your time is going to paying for those necessities. Just like back when we used to spend all our time paying for those necessities through slavery.
Yeah, it's just a different form. That's what I think.
But like that's why slavery was like so attractive in that time,
I don't think
right?
it
Because
was abolished though.
I mean, it just evolved, right? Like I look at like professional
it didn't
sports
disappear.
as a modern form of chattel slavery, where these people are
all over the world. And in all sorts of forms.
Right. Also in like religious like context or political. Like it hasn't gone away. It's just evolved. It's changed, metamorphosized, or transcended into something different. Just like viruses will mutate themselves just to survive, right? Like it's all like a united, like connected web that we all like share in like just the whole vast universe of just what I call like
Man,
existence.
well, it's tiring.
It's
Did I say it makes me tired? I don't know if I've said that tonight.
Hey, like
simple things. Well, 3 simple things.
3.
If you keep somebody tired, they don't have the energy to fight back. If you keep the food controlled, people are going to come to you for the food because you have it and everybody wants the food. That and the fact that people are raised in these cycles. They just snowball, they compile, they get more and more adapted, they get more and more
complacent,
explicit, they get
right? Just
yes.
just numbed
What?
by just like
How come some people don't want to, like, they don't have the thought, like, to try and help themselves? That boggles me.
that's the $1 million question right there. Just like
Sometimes you don't have the time or energy for self-reflection because you're focused on paying for rent. You're focused on where your next meal is going to come from. You're focused on what you're going to do.
survival.
Like, I'll give you an example.
In a sense, right?
I'll give
Like-
you an example. So, I had someone tell me, like, hey, we need a battery for this glucose monitor. And I'm like, okay. So I was like, well, why don't you go find one? Like, why you know that you need it, right?
Am I the
So why don't you
battery
go to be
like health caregiver?
proactive?
Like
I'm
is
just
it
gonna pull it out of my pocket and like, here you go, like, or I'm gonna go run around for you. Like, that's a part of like what you need to do with your job. You need the monitor. So like, I mean, I can help you order it, but in terms of looking for it, like, you need to go and look for it. That is not.
But this is like an inner dialogue conversation that we're having when we're asked to like go get a battery for this heart. Like just like why don't you like is just like we're not gonna waste time just being like why are you asking? This is where it's just like
From the moment we were born to pry and get somebody else to do things for us because we cannot, and that is the easiest way to get things done.
Oh, that's so annoying.
pass it off to the next guy. Just like, yo, will you do this for me? No. Will you do this for me? No. It's a numbers game, right? Just like a guy asking out, just like you got to ask out 10 girls. Hopefully one will say yes, right?
Do you know they could have actually gone and done it themselves the amount of times they went and asked someone to go and do it for them.
And
They could have
that's
solved the problem like ages ago.
and that's the irony of the thing. Like in the new world, in the West, right? Here was a new opportunity to just like create a new like system of self-governance. Like, like at least that was like
If they even bothered to try to be aware of themselves, they'd notice what they were doing, they'd notice how much energy they're spending on that, and they choose to do it themselves because that is the path of least resistance, if they could understand it.
I can give you a great example where I have people who are just like, I just don't understand why everybody wants to talk over me and blah, blah, blah. And they're doing exactly what they're accusing the others of doing. I'm just like, do you not realize like you are also guilty of what you're accusing? They accuse me of this. Just like, you're always interrupting Charlie and you're a Muslim, so therefore we don't even care. I'm just like, Jesus, bro. You're throwing out a lot of
And
like.
that's just it.
rough, man.
Aware of
That's a bit
yourself,
rough.
you're going to project all over everybody else.
Right. And for the people who call themselves Christian, like this person does, it puts them in a moral dilemma where it's just like, who's like right here, right? And I don't mean to do that, but hey, that's what has to be like realized, right? So when I come on a panel, people are gonna remember this face, so, I'm glad to meet like all of you guys, but like I've been gaining this just like reputation where people automatically like typecast me into this box based on the identity that I just kind of like went with based on what everybody identified as. Does that make sense at all? Like, I wasn't necessarily saying I'm like complicit with this, but that I have a commonality or a kindred like bond with just this identity, just like I do with Christians and Jews and Asians and Hindus, any form of humanity. As a chaplain, especially, I have made it my will and service to be able to do this for our fellow human beings, right? Other people call themselves pastors, and that comes with a pre kind of destined or pre like constructed, I guess, like requisite of what that means, you know, versus a minister, versus a rabbi, versus an imam, you know, like these are all words that are essentially like defining something that is not like, you know, it's a level up in a sense. I don't know how to put it without being too offensive, but forgive me. It's getting
for the best words to represent yourself with.
Who's gonna be offended though?
the adolescent adults, right? Like, you know, there's a saying, the day that children realize all adults are imperfect is when they become adolescents. The day that they are able to forgive them is when they become an adult. And then the day when they are able to forgive themselves is when they have become wise. You know, like this is just kind of like a 4-phase kind of like mantra that I kind of like use for myself. It's not like a number, right? Being over 18 doesn't automatically make everybody who's over 18 an adult, right? In the conscious mind, it's absolutely the reverse of that. They've actually moved back like the age frame of what we deem now as adolescence. It's like at least in the 30s now. Like adolescence can like persist until in our 30s is what the new metric is, right? Before it was just 13 and stuff like that. So things are progressing. But again, the more people choose to either resist the change or just accept the change that needs to be made internally, which is a lot easier than resisting like the initial force, right? Like, so this is where, again, the talk about just like a one world government, a one world system for all of humanity just to be governed under, like that's the future. And there are people who are the ones resisting it. Just like they will fight tooth and nail to resist adapting to that world because their beliefs, like in Revelation says, this is what the mark of the beast is. We're going home, right? Or, you know, like to a rational mind with faith, it's just like, you're taking that too literally, but this is like a turning point where this generation has to pass for the kingdom of heaven to like come into like earth, right? As above, so below, right? Type thing. So it's a lot of things for me, just like personally, like coming together through like the biblical word and just the word in general, but even just like how we interact with one another with words, you know, like it's just amazing and just like beautiful to me. And that's like the silver lining that I keep in front of myself, especially on TikTok. Just like every opportunity is like like a chance to just be a better human being.
There's an issue with that, though, realistically. Just because, like, systems don't change easy. History has proven that systems require one of three things to change. It requires either the system be torn down, which is anarchy, and there are people who do that. That tends to be what we call war. But then there's also changing the system from the inside, kind of like a code fix, a patch. Like when a game comes out and they need to fix it. And that takes work, that takes a lot of people, that takes a lot of time. It's not big changes, it's little changes here and there. And the only other option is
Can I ask you tonight,
someone
like,
or
what do you think of
something.
like the Declaration of Independence, the way the founding fathers like worded that document, where it's just like when, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have united them to another, and assume amongst the equal yet separate stations to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitled them. Like, you know, like these aren't just like words that were just slapped together, right? Like they were.
I think the warning bells have been ringing for that for a while, because if you look at it, a lot of the major problems can all be related back to systemic issues. And if it's all related back to systemic issues, then the system is the issue.
The system is the issue if it's all in essence like related to systemic like systems, right, causing the issues. So there, I
But you
mean,
know what you're forgetting to realize though? Okay, the thing is, they wrote that for a specific reason. The problem is though, is like even if it got to that point, most people that, and this has been proven time and time again, most people will be like, well, if I was born in that era, I wouldn't let that happen. But you know, when it
I wouldn't own
happens,
slaves.
they're so
I wouldn't be
oblivious.
like
If
They're
most
so
people were
oblivious,
born in
man,
the
and they're the
past,
ones that are compliant to it.
it is
Like,
it
and
is
they're the
a
ones that cause it to happen. So,
it is a horrible, horrible disillusionment and lie to believe that any single one of us living in modern times could survive the past. First off, there was no healthcare, there were no vaccines, there were very few parents who actually understood how babies worked. They just understood how to make enough that a few of them would survive to adulthood.
to help on the farm, right? Like we need employees, like you know.
You wouldn't be born
we
as a
need
noble, you wouldn't be
employees.
born rich, you wouldn't be born with a chance for education. Like, you
I've already,
wouldn't
well,
have a
to
high
be
quality
honest,
of life. You would just be happy that you got a potato once a month because that's your treat.
It got to celebrate
I've
like a
thought about
15th
it though,
birthday.
right?
Just like 15
Because
was like 80, like back in those days. Just like I've just lived.
No, I'm
like
pretty.
a,
I've thought about it, man, and I was like, if there was, just say there was an apocalypse, and I'm like, I know I wouldn't survive, and the only way that I would survive it is by God's grace. That's the only way, because I know for sure I am not gonna survive. I love food too much, like, and I'm too stuffed.
if it comes down to Bear Grylls versus the Wild, like I'm going to just like
The
slowly
Wild's gonna win.
deteriorate
I'm
away on like acorns and like berries.
I'll be like crawling on the ground and like I don't know, man.
But again, like, do we really believe that 100% though? Like in a survival situation, do we?
I don't
Again,
know, to be
like this is
honest.
where it's just like, man, I just hope that I don't ever have to be in a situation where Bear Grylls does this. Like when he doesn't have to. That's the thing where I'm just like, Bear is somebody where I'm just like, man, I don't know how much they're paying you, but just like, you don't have to do this. Like, you know, like then you have the show Man versus like you know, like the guy who just like sits in the same spot for like a week and then he's just like, yeah, I'm done. It's like that kind of survival.
Survival situations. And I can tell you honestly, you either survive or you don't, and sometimes it's by your skills, sometimes it's by the grace of God.
That's true.
Right. Ultimately,
I actually thought about it. I have thought about it. Like in survival, like how would I be? And I honestly have no idea, to be honest. Like
you guys
I
know
don't
that
know.
show Naked and Afraid, right? Like that 30-day survival challenge where you are paired up with like the opposite sex like partner
is
and
so weird.
you're both naked and you have to like survive like in just like the
Can't
harshest
even.
environment.
I've seen it and I was like, what the?
Just like what is this? Like who signs up for this? But again, if you listen to like the testimonies of why the people who are chosen to do this, they're just like, you know,
Yeah,
like
but would they really be naked if that was the case and that really happened? Like, would it really happen that you would actually be naked though? I don't think so.
I mean, it depends.
it just
It
adds a
takes
new
some
new
situation
variable
possibly.
into the social experiment.
No, I reckon people would.
Wait. You
Peop-
find yourself on Tinder. You find somebody you're not interested in. You go to their house. You know, you're doing the things that adults do, and then suddenly somebody comes in and they're very angry, very pissed off. They have a weapon, and you don't think you're just out that window. Now you're naked, afraid, and forced to survive.
Well, that's true.
Okay,
But
no, I mean,
there's
you
gonna
heard
be
that
a
question
point-
that like guys were asking girls. It's like a man or a bear, and like just instinctively, without questioning, like women would be like bear. It's like why a bear?
too.
I mean, just, like this is where I was just like, what if I was asking you just like who you want to be partnered up with on Naked and Afraid because you're
I
going
don't
on
think
that show
was
next?
instinctively they were saying that. I think they thought about it before
No,
they answered.
they had a lot
Live
of
with a bear, that
pre.
would actually be pretty dope.
I mean, like, are you saying from a man's perspective, if we were given the option of man or bear, we're gonna say like, I'm gonna go with the bear, whatever this. Like,
I'm going with the bear because the bear I can understand and predict better than I can the man. The bear, I can climb a tree, or I can curl into a ball, or I can try and distract. The man, I have no idea what he's thinking. I have no idea what ideology he has. I have no idea what mental state he's in. I have no idea what emotional state he's in. I have no idea what his physical capabilities
well,
are.
the scenario is a survival moment, right? So it's just like in a survival
Yeah,
scenario,
I choose the bear
we
over
would
the man
be.
because I'm
You would
certain I can
choose to.
survive the bear. I am certain I can. Have
How good
better
are you at
survival
climbing
odds
trees?
than the
Are
bear.
you like a master like tree climber? This is where it's just like I got to think
I've
about
climbed
like.
trees in my day. Yes, I have.
Okay. This is where I'm just like I don't know. I'm gonna have to really think
I mean,
about
I've
this
also
one.
But going back to the
well,
whole naked
really
thing,
better than
even if
myself on trees, but
even if someone fled naked, right, they would be naked for so long before they would try and find a way to cover themselves up. Like they
That's
wouldn't
the
leave
first
themselves
thing.
not
vulnerable.
That's
necessarily.
the first
Not
thing that they do on
necessarily.
that show. They take the bag that they're
Not
given and
necessarily,
cover
actually.
themselves up.
It is found. Well, first off, when it's really, 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 really hot, and you have shade, oftentimes you will just let the breeze cool you down. But also,
Spread
in
eagle, right?
cases
Just
of
I
hypothermia,
would use what
in
like
cases of
climate.
hypothermia where people are actually freezing to death, it is found that for some reason they tend to disrobe, which obviously extremely dangerous and leads to their death in most, or leads to them
disrobe
passing in most cases.
or rely on like body heat, like and therefore.
No, they are alone most of the time, freezing, and they are like out in the snow, and they are disrobing because it's a mental thing. Your body
Oh,
stops
okay.
processing the cold and starts to feel very, very hot, even though it is not hot.
That's oh my god, man! You've just hit a nerve because I'm like, there's only one contradiction in the world that I know is true. Do you want to know what it is?
Hot and cold. What?
Close, but it's a freeze burn.
A freeze burn, like freezer burn
Yeah, yeah,
for humans, like in a sense, like
yeah. Well,
like
yeah, because like you're frozen, which means that it should be cold. It shouldn't burn, right? Because anything ice and cold is cold.
no. What is
But
that
it
called?
burns.
When your limb is completely like
Frostbite.
frozen. Frostbite. There you go.
Frostbite.
It's just
Yeah, and
black,
that
right?
burns. I'm pretty sure, like anything like that, it feels like it burns.
Yep.
When it's happening, right? But is
That's
it always
because,
going to
Yeah.
burn?
That's because of how the brain processes temperature. The brain just processes that it's temperature. It uses other signals to determine whether it's hot or cold. It doesn't actually know hot and cold that well.
Or even pain as well, right? Like this is painful, like hot, right? And burning, right? Type thing. Like that's the thing where mind over like the body, right? And Buddhism kind of like tries to prove this, where it's just like the Buddhist monks that will be in like a Himalayan mountain on the coldest day of winter, like in nothing but like these little towels, just like steaming, just like, because they're in their mind, they're somewhere else where they are imagining like being warm. But in this case, we're talking about like shock therapy, right? Where people are disrobing to just like trick their body into saying, we're not cold. This is what cold is. And they're, like kind of that Wim Hof like type of thing. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but like,
I know. Well, all I know is that if I was naked somewhere, I'd be thinking, is something gonna bite my butt cheek, or like, you know, like I would need to
Like
cover up my body.
like your partner, just like, look, I bite more than these bugs, girl.
No.
This guy is survival rating is a 1.
Would I wanna sit on a rock? Would you sit on a rock butt naked? I'd say no. Like, I don't know.
Oh man, there's people who are just like, I got diarrhea, and it's just like, me too, and it's just like, oh goodness, like, yeah. And then they have to just
There's
like
probably
deal with
people
each other, and it's just
listening
like,
to this song, what the hell is going on in this conversation?
my partner just doesn't do anything. She's just all moody. I don't understand. Like, it's been like day 14. I have no idea why she's acting this way. It's just like, do we forget Alina? It's like, dude, it's just like amazing, just like observing this, like from the outside perspective. But I can never imagine volunteering willingly to participate in this like pursuit for the sake of what, you know, like, I don't know, like, I don't know why I personally would ever give up just
Naked
like
and
the
surviving.
just all the blessings that God has allowed humanity to create for ourselves, not to go to that extreme. But if we're just out to prove that we got bigger balls than the next person, that's another thing, right? Look,
People who are caught in the perspective phase, they're really just looking at themselves, and they're only looking at themselves, and the only thing they see in the world is themselves.
so they're stuck in the phase 1 level, thinking maybe they are like in phase 2 type thing. Is this kind of where it kind of folds on itself, would you say, Dano? Like,
A lot of times they'll say, I don't know, when they do know that they can ask, they can research, they can learn. They just refuse to. 'Cause they're still focused on
or double down by
Yeah,
trying to
they're
come
gonna
up
be
with
on
an
TV.
answer. Just like,
And they know they're going to be on TV later, right? Don't forget
hey,
that.
it's going to be blurred out. But that's the thing. When you say just like for some reason they start disrobing, like on this show, like Naked and Afraid, when it's like freezing cold, like to the brink of just like definite hypothermia, these two people who could survive a lot more comfortably than like shivering because they're just like, hey, I have a fiance, or I'm like, you know, like I'm in a relationship, and therefore they choose that like bond in this survival thing where, you know, I mean, it is what it is, but you know, like if I was the partner, it is just like, man, if my partner ended up getting hypothermia and dying because of her commitment to me on the, you know, I feel a lot of guilt personally
Well,
for
I mean,
me.
you could also respect the commitment and go like head to toe, back to back.
Head to toe. It's just like, yeah, but your genitals are still aligned. You know, this was a Seinfeld episode I just saw. Like we were sitting like head to toe. It's like, yeah, but your genitals are still aligned.
That's why
No, I can't. I can't. Like, no, I couldn't do that, man.
Not even the
It's
back to
not-
back. You couldn't do that in a survival
No.
situation for body warmth. You would rather just go into the corner and just shiver and just be like,
I'll
yep.
find another way. I will find another way. Whatever that way is. I don't know how. And
There
if
are many
it's
ways
not
to make
successful,
I mean, there are
it's not-
many ways to make fire.
there would be another way to keep warm. That's all I'm saying. And I'm so stubborn, like I wouldn't give up. That's what I'm
The
saying.
best trick is to not let yourself get into a state or position where you are experiencing hypothermia.
Right. And so my dad used to tell me,
Or survival,
make sure you think about what you do so you don't get yourself stuck in a situation you can't get out of. Right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
for that reason, I've always been a thinker.
We dig our own holes, and right, like, and you
Right.
can't dig ourselves out of a hole, right? But this whole Naked and Afraid,
I think
it's
that
just interesting.
comes into being a bit accountable as well, right? This is sort of where awareness and accountability kind of sort of can come into it in a way.
Okay, so let's take
Sort
it
of.
out of the survival framework and put it in
Well,
just like
we
like
could put it in survival
the
because
sensations.
they chose to go on the
no,
show.
no, not the Bible, but let's take it out of survival and put it into the context of just like dating, right? Like, would you, Denal, Serenity, and Josh, if you're still there, like volunteer to like participate in one of the myriad of dating shows that are available, The Bachelor, or even
No.
like Love Is Blind. No to that right there. Just like not even that. So this is
Why?
where
Ew.
your introvert is definitely kind of like like accurate, aligned in that sense,
No,
right?
like I just feel like people that go on shows like, after watching it, and I feel like people that go on shows like that go in the I don't know. They say they go there for the right reasons, but I just feel like they go in there for attention.
To win, right? It's just like
would, 'cause I would
I got to
improv
be
this.
the
I'd improv the hell out of that script.
right. It becomes just theater at that point,
Most
guised
of those
as
shows are scripted.
what is it?
Most of those shows are scripted.
I mean, like what are we talking about? Like Bachelor, like
Yeah,
in
most of them have
Bachelorette.
directors, writers. They write, like they do have real people, but they write scripts for them, and a lot of times they have to follow the scripts.
I
They
mean,
do
but
allow some wiggle room, but
but you remember like the original show, like right, the Love Connection, where it's just like one person who like listens to three potential like matches like without seeing them. It's like number one, tell me what you, and then you just see guys just like being guys, just like, well, I would just like keep you warm on a what they're thinking. Their guy would be like number two, number three, like it's been like overdone, and like you said, it can become scripted to the point where it's so well scripted and produced that it fools the candid world watching into not realizing that this is not reality, even though they call it reality TV, right? Like MTV, Real World. Part of that was like
Who thought of that anyway?
weird
What is-
minds
I don't
trying
know.
to make money off ideas, right? Just like, hey, they're called pitchmen. Just like, I got some
But
ideas,
have
whatever.
you noticed? I don't know if it's me, but it feels just like everything that's happening now is like it's backwards. Like, am I making sense? Everything's like backwards. Like, oh yeah, it's a reality TV show, but it's really not reality, Or like, this is something that's good for you, but it's really not that good for you, but they say it is. Or like, what's another example? Just trying to.
capitalism system. It's all about trying to sell you something and trying to keep you confused enough that you make bad decisions. It's called choice fatigue. So grocery stores actually use this. When you go into a grocery store, they use tons of methods, but one of the main one is decision fatigue. That's the word. And decision fatigue is basically your brain. It doesn't have a lot of energy. It requires a lot to maintain the brain, let alone for it to function at max capacity. So
To
grocery
make
stores, they'll
decisions
have like
for yourself, just like
yeah,
banana or
every
cereal.
single micro
This is too
decision
much.
takes effort. Every single micro decision takes effort though, and this compiles and adds up. And it's not like you're sitting down and eating. No, you're assaulted by all this different sensory information in a grocery
God,
store.
this sounds like
And
my
they're doing it
life.
intentionally. And yeah, it's literally it's what most of capitalism is doing, because it's all about trying to sell you things. And you will buy more stuff when you are tired of making decisions than you will when you're actively making decisions. Because when you're actively making decisions, you're thinking consciously, like, what do I want? What do I need? And when you're tired of that, you're just like, okay, yeah, I'll take this, I'll take this, I'll take this, I want this, I want that, I want that, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this.
Very materialistic
That's
in
not
a
me
sense, right?
exactly.
Like
That's not me
It's
exactly.
literally
that's not
territorial
you exactly.
capitalism.
Like
No,
not to the
no.
T, but pretty.
But picking the easy way out, that is me. Yeah, for sure.
It's everybody essentially, right? It's just the
I won't deny it,
human
man.
condition, right? Like we are conscious enough to desire things that necessarily don't really benefit or like fits a need for our survival in that sense, right? And this is where humanity has to make a conscious decision about like, where do we stand in this whole harmony of existence with everything else, right? Like we can't just like do whatever we want, like, like we have to be aware of climate change and like, all these things. But then politics will be like, hey, man, that's like 10,000 years from now. Let it be the future generation's problem. It's just like, but aren't we arguing about how like the future is like the just like, do you hear what you're saying? So again, it's just like we are in this.
But I want to say something about that. How you said climate change, because they used to call it global warming. Yeah.
Right. Which specifically kind of
But
refers
it's
to like
cooling.
planetary, like weather type things, right? But if we stick to climate change, right? That term, climate change, can be put in the context of a myriad of things, like the climate has
Yeah, I know.
changed in
'Cause I'm just
our
I can
like
a little bit.
discussions. What was that, Denal?
I'm just
I
saying
can
that the
explain this a little
climate
bit.
is cooling here. I don't know what's happening there. It definitely
Global
ain't warming.
warming has to do with what's happening at the ice caps in the north. They are melting at a drastically expedited rate because the globe, most of the oceans and most of the global currents of them, because the land masses are not actually the mass majority of Earth, the seas are, is warming at a rapid rate. And this is due to a lot of chemical damage that humans have done through industries, through generations of industrialization. And
What about like though?
it's
You know how they
changing the
spray the
climate
skies
all
with
over the
chemicals
place.
to make it rain?
Yep, that too. But it's changing the sky. It's changing the climate all over the world as a result, and that's where the term climate change is
But how
started
come they're
from.
blaming us for it, right? When they're doing things like that and they don't think about the consequences of spraying all these chemicals in the
All I
sky
know is
to
my
block the sun
country
rays
has
and
a
stuff.
carbon tax, and I don't think any other country has a carbon tax.
Hey?
I know my country has a carbon tax. Now, the money from the carbon tax, I'm pretty sure, does nothing for the environment, but it's supposed to. We pay for it, I don't think any other country
Yeah,
does.
well, what is it do? Of course, it's not doing anything. What is it? How does money fix it?
Well, it's all the money
Exactly.
in politicians'
It's just
pockets because
another
the politicians have to.
tax exemption type thing. Only on a
But like,
eco-friendly.
It's
don't
literally,
worry.
it's
Don't worry,
going.
we'll save you. We're gonna spray some of these chemicals to block the UV rays of the sun so you don't get sunburn and hurt and stuff, but at the same time, it's probably contributing to global, what is it? Climate change.
They'll decide to build an oil pipeline to send our oil over to the States instead of, sending it to other countries for cheaper that could actually use it because, they don't have clean oil processing methods. And somehow building a pipeline that never got finished was cheaper, even though.
Well, I mean, like we export probably the largest amount of natural gas than any other country, and yet it's so expensive for us to use it ourselves, and then they're pushing us to use electricity, and then they don't actually, the companies in other countries they give it to don't pay like tax on it or anything, but we have to pay excruciating costs just for our own gas that we can mine
That's
from our own country.
capitalism.
It's shit. Sorry,
Is
excuse
that
my French.
capitalism or is that like progression?
Why are the people over there so gassy?
Yeah, like stop eating so many.
Hey, why are the people so gassy?
Too many tacos, right? Just too much.
Natural gas, right?
I wish we were so gassy, man.
No, yeah, natural gas is just like, I mean, to be like the nation that is the most like producer of like natural gas. It's just like that's the thing. It's just like we are wasting like the land's like natural resources just for like capitalistic like pursuit. Does that make sense?
Well, make this make sense as well. Okay, so we also export huge amounts of coal to other countries, right? Now they're talking about like, yeah, we need to be like at net zero and climate change, yada 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 yada. And then when you look at our country, right, even though we mine coal as a resource, we use really a small footprint of that that would actually contribute to what they call climate change and stuff. But the countries that we export to, right, don't do anything for it. they don't reduce their usage. They're actually using more, and they're not making any contribution. And we're mining more than we were mining when we were using that as a resource and before we started using other means of power. So make that make sense.
American greed. This is where we just like, hey, we love our 4th of Julys and our barbecues, so keep those cold.
It's all about the fact that money makes the world go round. And the few people who have money, they like to keep making money, especially when their whole industry is about climate destroying things.
No, but what does that whole like paradigm focus around? Supply and demand, right? Creating a demand for something that isn't supply is essentially how I guess
Build it and then
hustlers today, right? We have to. We have a like cure, but we can't make money unless we make a disease that requires the cure to be.
Capitalism is literally built around and through and off of religion. That's why there's so much religious iconery on currency across the world.
What do you mean on currency?
Money on paper money in America.
In God we trust on their coins.
And then the Egyptian pyramid, like with the all-seeing eye, like there's just so much, so many symbols on just American.
Religions were the first to use a system to prey upon human psychology to control people. Religions were the first systems that made laws, the first systems that governed people and how they acted. And capitalism is just another system for it. Even democracy has been it exists the same way that reality shows are real. Like, yeah, we get to
Because
vote,
you said that you
but
do
it doesn't
believe in
matter who
religion,
you vote
right?
for.
So
Well,
you
I
said
don't-
you believe in religion,
I
but
don't agree with religious organization.
yes, organizations. However,
can't
like,
say
so
that
then my question to you would be, because you would have to actually do research to ascertain what you believe is the truth, right?
Hopefully,
Yeah, you have to ask
rather than
questions.
just ignorance is
You have
bliss.
to ask questions of other people. You should always question yourself and why jumping to the conclusions that you're jumping to.
So then what is your, like, what do you actually believe in as your source of truth?
It's a fundamental mechanism. It's a universal. It applies to everything and anything. It's a meta-axiom.
So, but do you believe, like, in the Bible as being your source of truth?
No, it's just a single phrase. I have a reduced version and then I have an expanded version. The expanded version is scientific, so I don't know how well these are translate because I do get a lot of push, but that's often due to misunderstandings.
So you
And maybe I can be like a translator. Like, remember when he was talking about the 4 phases? Like the first one being self-perception, right? And then like this is the one where we like should focus on. It was just kind of like coincidentally like right after we were having that conversation about perception versus perspective, right? Remember Serenity? So it's just like just remember. Like try to remember how like he explained like those 4 like phases, right? And just know that like he shared that with us. And again, it's getting like real like late for me here, so I gotta cut this short here. But yeah, I mean like Serenity, I have like clocked 9 hours and 40 minutes so far in just this live session.
Oh, fun.
And you're the longest guest here, so you've been here with me for probably at least like 7 hours. And I appreciate like that time that we got to share, like, I'm glad that, I hope that you don't feel like it was like wasted in this sense, like I will
thanks for
definitely-
having me on. It was good. Like
Yeah,
I
yeah.
enjoyed, like it was just nice to have different people's views and opinions and just have conversations. I like to just talk generally.
Are you ending the live right now, brother?
What's that?
Yeah.
Are you ending the live?
Yeah, I was actually cutting it short here. Like, yeah, hey, Lucas, how's everything going, brother? Like, everything good?
That's good.
Like, good. Just
Yeah, I'm good.
stay strong. Yeah, just be mindful of just like who you're kind of like surrounding yourself with, especially here on TikTok, and like I get your invites all the time. If you need somebody just to kind of connect with,
I need you to moderate for me.
this is where it's just like, man, that's a huge responsibility. I have a tough time, but yeah, like when you have a live, but again, that first live that you had me moderate, that other guest who I guess was also a moderator, like he had contention with me. So you remember that.
He wasn't a moderator at the time.
Okay, well, he had a lot of problems with me, it seemed like. He was just like, man, who is this chaplain guy? We're trying to talk about Jesus, and he's just talking about like atheists, like questions to like about God. Do you remember that? And I was just like,
yeah, I remember.
So again, forgive me. I will definitely try to come moderate, but yeah, you can hear it in my voice. Like I gotta definitely go get
all
some
right, good night,
rest.
sir.
You too, guys. And Dinal and Josh, thank you as well for always just being, just respectful in the time up here. And I look forward to just connecting paths again with all of you soon. So, yeah, thank you, everybody.
Thank you for having
Thank
me.
you. Thanks for having me.
And that's how we do it as Three Eye Atlas.